Content warning. The following show contains smoking, discussions of fictitious violence, very terrible painting techniques, talks about a whole bunch of other things, and we assure you that if we say something that makes you feel attacked, just talk to us. Chances are we're not attacking you. You just might be getting seen, and that's an opportunity to have a conversation. But with all that being said, viewer discretion is advised. Somebody's gonna tire today. Dude, everything is breaking. Like, seriously. I couldn't even get the other stuff out today. I don't know what it is. I think Zuckerberg is like in a bad mood because I can't get Meta to work. Well, that sucks. Yeah, it really does. Anyway, you should totally start the music. Yeah, I probably should. Oh, hello, everybody. What is going on out there? This is Solar Gray, the Cinematic Sorcerer, coming at you from the Wizard's Tower, and welcome to the dark side of the room. This is the show, the very show that we talk about games and all that other stuff. We're coming on time because I planned on coming in early, but yeah, equipment was like, yeah, guess what? No, not today, King. Not today. You ain't doing that stuff today. So, we have a lot of stuff that we're coming at you with, and this is going to be a bit of a longer show today. But what does that mean? Well, today we're going to be painting some minis. Not just some minis. We're going to be painting a whole box set, which means we've got a bunch to do. Now, as you guys know, this is the show where we talk about a great many things, all right? And when I say a great many things, I mean a great many things. We talk about games and rules and interacting with people and life. Don't you know anything about life, Lisa? And we have so many things to talk about and do. And for some reason, my stuff is like really running slow today. So I'm working on that. Like I said, a whole bunch of stuff broke. But that's okay. That's okay. Because this is going to be a long show today, guys. There's no other way to put this. This is going to be a long show because we got a whole box set up to paint. But before we get started, before we do anything else, I'm inviting you guys to subscribe to the channel, okay? If you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe there. If you're watching this on Twitch, well, how can I put this? Use your Amazon Prime account to subscribe to the page. That really helps us out, and I'm not gonna lie, y'all. That keeps us open. That pays the internet bill and a few other things. So with all of that, and I mean this is a lot that we got to deal with. And I mean a lot that we got to deal with. Now, my normal guest host today, isn't going to be here because he is out showing solidarity to the folks out there at the WGA strike. And real talk, I stand with you guys. I really do. I stand with you guys. Um, I would be out there with you, but I'm still working here and I can't afford it. I'm not even part of any of the unions, but I want to be. All right. So that's a real big thing that's coming out. But like I said, as you guys know, I have a lot of stuff going on right now. And if y'all want to understand some of that stuff that's going on, or you guys have any questions for me, now there's a couple of things that you can do. One, you can reach out over on the Discord, which Neon Arlecchino normally puts the address there, but that's okay. I have one here for you guys. Yeah, one right here, you guys, right there. And God, why am I not? Where's my music? Oh, what? That's why. Interesting. All right. Well, it looks like I'm here, but yeah, this is weird. This is very, very weird. So I'm here, and yeah, so my OBS is acting weird today. All right, I'm here. Okay, so yeah, so I'm here, but yeah, so this is acting a little weird today. So let me see if I can remember the password here. Oh no, that's what that is. So, let's see if I can get in here. Oh, well, that's gonna be a thing. Let me just go here, because for some reason, I'm having a little bit of a time communicating in chat and my dashboard and all that stuff. So maybe this stuff is happening. But while I work this out, a couple of other things real quick. All right, if you guys find value out of what we're doing and want to help me get through all this technical stuff, that's easy. Just like I said, subscribe to the channels and look at that. I just put up addresses and all that stuff. No, not yet. Not yet. I pushed the wrong button there. Let's see here. Good. Still going on the YouTubes, and that's good. Yeah, it's funny every time. And there we go. So I just put up the addresses to totally subscribe to the channels and all that stuff. I don't know who's in the chat right now, y'all. So this is what I'm doing. I'm heading in. Oh, look at that. Yeah, so I'm heading in and I'm just trying to figure out all this other stuff. Again, this is normally just a thing, you know? Okay. Oh, that was a thing. Okay. Alright. So this is what we're going to do here, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to go there. Okay. Oh, that's what happened. My 30 days were up. That was a thing. Okay, so hang on. It's like we were unable to verify this whole thing. I hate everything. Oh. Oh. That's why. There we go. Okay, we're back in. This is good. I thought everything was breaking on me. Again, this is going to be a long show. Alright, so I'm just going to opt out of preferences real quick. Yeah, just remember all this stuff. save my changes. Yeah, like all this advertising stuff. All right, cool. We are back. So let's see who's in here with us. What's going on, Xanathate? What's going on? Kata, let me know if... Hey, look at that. All right. This was all the jazz. Okay, so we are now able... Yeah, all right, so we're back. We're all back. But this is being weird. Yeah, this whole thing is just being weird today. Proceed. Thank you. Seriously, this became like a major thing. It totally logged me out of Twitch on my OBS. So now that we got all that, I'm not getting an announcement that there's an of course not. And there you go. Go on in there. Let's hit Facebook real quick. Because, yeah, unfortunately, I gotta try getting the co-host in here. But, doesn't look like... Oh, well, I'll find him eventually. Like I said, now that we got all that crap out of the way, it's only taken 17 minutes. And if, for some reason, all right, you guys want to get a hold of us and be like, hey, you know, you got to get your other stuff together, and I'll be like, I know. That's easy. All you got to do is type in back in the deck at gmail.com. That's BACKINTHEBECK at gmail.com. You can also hit me up over on, well, how can I put this? Shit, you can totally hit me up over on Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff. Man, I'll tell you guys, I am tired today, but we got a long show. We're doing the thing. Hopefully people can see this. I gotta check all these text messages to make sure that, to make sure that everything, yeah, oh, I sent out a bunch of attachments. All right, cool. Well, let's hope some other people show up. All right, so as you guys know, as of yesterday, all right, we started looking at all of the Combat Patrol box sets, their special abilities, and a few other things. And after the show yesterday, I talked to a couple of folks, and they're like, hey, I'm going to be down at this particular place this weekend. So you want to, I don't know, you want to get your first game of Combat Patrol in? And I'm like, seriously? That would be kind of cool. And this is me. This is how I am. This is who I am. And what do I mean by that? That means I can't do anything simply. I really can't. That is just not the way I do stuff. So, in celebration of not being able to do anything simply, I decided, you know what? Let's really do a thing. And what's that thing we're going to do? We are going to take a whole new Combat Patrol out there. Now, I started the photo shoot last night, and let me see if I can pull these guys up. Just gonna pull up some of these guys just to show, you know what, we do things. That's kind of, you know, we like doing stuff, and we've got some Combat Patrols pretty much done. Okay, and when I say pretty much done, I mean, we will be like absolutely done. So they're up, they're ready to play. Hey, what's up? I am not gonna take the elves because I decided not to be nice to myself. And I mean that. But what I'm about to do right now is I am gonna, there we go. I am going to show you guys some of the pictures that I've taken so far. Okay, now this is going to be a long show today, y'all. Ah, hey, from the picket lines. What is going on, D Dubs? All right, man. Seriously, stand in solidarity. Writers need to get paid. Not to mention that new model. And if you guys don't understand what's going on with the writer strike, there's a lot of people out there that can seriously explain it better than I can. But the too long don't read version about it is this: the work that's available to them is half as much. They used to get paid for 23 episodes a season for a TV show. Now, real talk, the old price back when I was trying to get into the guild was like $1,000 an episode. Okay, so we're looking at $23,000 a year for a show. I know you guys are like, what? It's Hollywood. You should be making a... No. Most of the people in Hollywood don't make crap. Okay, they just don't make anything. So if you're lucky enough to be a writer, like a good writer, and by good I mean you have a good position on things like nighttime news, like the Daily Show or things like that, you were doing all right. Okay, you were doing all right. But like with things like Star Trek or Breaking Bad or all that stuff that y'all still love watching, that's prestige TV, they got like $1,000 an episode, and a season used to be 23 episodes. Then, with prestige television coming in, it turned into 13 episodes, but it was still the same price. So their pay got cut almost in half. And okay, now, because we have these streaming models out there, a season is 10 episode long. Okay, 10. So you might get $10,000 for the year. Okay, if you're working on one show. And people are like, why don't they just get multiple work on multiple shows? Again, the amount of work has been cut in half, and the amount of writers has stayed the same. So there's half as much work, paying the same prices that it used to, and now it's time to renegotiate a contract. And here's the big thing. The paychecks that used to sustain writers were residual paychecks, which meant when you wrote for Star Trek, you got paid when the show initially aired. But then if the show changed a channel, like went to a different channel, like the Sci-Fi Channel, those writers got another check for a smaller amount for every new channel they went across. Those were the old days. Now we stream. Okay? So stuff that's in syndication, yeah, it's not in syndication. It's on streaming. So these writers get one paycheck, essentially, for writing the show. But when it goes on the streaming channels, who gets that money? The answer is the executives. So the writers have taken a 60% pay cut because the work changed. The executives are making all the money, and it's been time to renegotiate contracts. And the executives are like, no, you can't have any of our Netflix, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime money. And that's not cool because no writers, okay? If there's no writers, all you have are two things. And that's freeform content or reality television. Ooh. All right. So yeah, that is just not cool. All of that's just not cool. All right. Imagine not getting next week's episode of The Mayans because you're looking at Survivor season 28 or Insane Housewives of insert major city here. That's the only type of television that'll be left. Okay, because again, these writers that are working for streaming services, they don't get those residuals. You get the job, you do the thing. And Netflix did a thing because you can renegotiate your contract after a couple of seasons, but what Netflix does is they cancel a show around season 2, and then they'll restart the show under a different name. That's why the example that comes to my head right off the top was Narcos, because there was Narcos seasons 1, season 2, season 3, starring Pedro Pascal not taking a child through a dangerous place. But all of a sudden, there was Narcos Mexico. You know, it's like the Law and Order or the TV television things, or the TV police procedural. You know, Law and Order Special Victims Unit, Law and Order with a side of fries, Law and Order with puppets. every time they change the name of the show, it's a new show. You don't get those checks. So all of these things, and the writers are going, dude, we spend 8 to 10 hours a day in these sweaty rooms with 5 other people yelling and screaming about that stuff. So can we get paid? Do we have to go hourly? Is that a thing? Because you can pay me $30 an hour if you're going to keep me here for 12 hours, a time and a half. You know, so seriously, and yeah, exactly, D Dubs. They won't share the viewing numbers from the streaming services, and they're saying it's not making a profit. And I'm like, that's funny because the CEO of Netflix just bought a new yacht, and Jeff Bezos really needs to pay everybody all the time, or maybe go on an expedition in a submarine. Too soon? Just saying. Anyway, let's get to something happier. Just know, you writers out there that are friends of mine as well. Y'all know who you are, so I'm not saying you by name, but you writers at all the companies and have been going out there, and you WGA guys, I stand with you. I just gotta make a living too, because I got a mortgage to pay and I'm kind of behind. Anyway, so with all that, yesterday we talked about, we were going over the Combat Patrol team boxes and the leader boxes. And last night I decided to do a little bit of a photo shoot with the Combat Patrol boxes that I have that are ready to pay. Okay? Every single one that are ready to play. So let's take a look. Yeah, there we go. All right, yeah, so let's take a look at these things. Yeah, solidarity forever. Seriously, this country was built on unions. And just because we got one bad union, I'm not saying which one, cop, doesn't mean the rest of them are bad. So let's take a look. Hang on, there we are. Yeah, there we are. I'm getting that going. So with all that being said, oh, well, thank you. Oh, the pics of my ministry. That's fantastic. So here we are with the Space Marine battle group. Okay, look at these guys. Yeah, I got my Space Marines. Now, these models are from Puppets War Miniatures. We're going to be talking about them and taking a look at them. Yeah, but we've got our Terminator squad, our Librarian, our Leader in Terminator armor, and our standard Space Marine, I don't know, intercessors or something. I don't know. Along with, the Sergeant. I always got to have one that's a little different. And their teleport thing. I'll finish painting that before the show. Okay? So yeah, and that was very cool. But that's not the only one I got. Let me make sure I'm going in the right direction here. Boom! And here we are with the Necrons! Yay! Now, these models are from One Page Rules, all right? And these are their robot legions, which are inspired by, but legally distinct from Necrons. So we've got our Scorpex guys, our Tri-Scorpions, our standard dudes there, our Walker. Now, this is like the Scorp Tech Walker. And again, all these models are 3D printed. This is a two-headed model that I found on a 3D printing website. And I'm like, dude, and it's free, I'll take it. This one says, I'm a leader. So I'm putting that guy in charge. And of course, the Swarm Scarabs also from One Page Rules. And what I was painting on yesterday, I moved the Wind Riders and I'm using the Hellions. I like these guys from the Dark Elves. These are really, really fun. I like the idea of Goblin Gliders and oh, what was that stupid audio elephant? Yeah. So yeah. But we got the Wind Riders, we got our Defenders, and our little guy out there going, hey, look, I got a cannon. We got our leader, which I found from, God, I forgot which company it was, but I'll look it up and give them credit. And yeah, so this is all some really fun stuff. Did I put any others out there? I can't find on the thing. I think this is it. I'm pretty sure this is it. Oh, yeah. My Custodian brothers. Now, These guys over here with the sword and shield, and these guys over here with the guns. Now, these are 3D printed models that I found elsewhere. I can't even remember where I found them. I think it was like on Thingiverse like 3 years ago. And I printed them up in different sizes. This is my regular scale custodians and my bikers, because I like the bikers. But my two sets of sisters over here with the sword and shields, just to say they got swords, and the ones with the guns. And this is my leader, but I found a better leader, so yeah, we're gonna go on with that. But because I can't make anything easy and use the armies I got, not to mention there's a whole bunch of yellow in there, um, I'm like, you know what? We're gonna do something a little different today. We're gonna take another one because I found some other stuff, and a friend of mine gave me a couple of things out of his collection that I found while I was looking at this. So we're gonna use some models from a couple of companies that I work with because I like them. I like them a lot. And this is some of these models. I've shown you them here before. We've even done a painting tutorial on them, and we're gonna do more. Let me just pull these guys up real quick. Come on, that's a. There we go. Yeah, now these guys, they used to be called Dark Age Design, but they changed their name to Apex Legion. Mm. And they are awesome. They are really, really awesome. So, what do they have here? Well, they use the Apex Legions, all right? Um, and we're going to be using stuff from here, which is cool. All right, we're going to be using, if we can, yeah, the Apex Legion Infantry. Okay, that you guys saw me paint. You guys saw me paint these guys on the show. They're just so cool looking. Look at them. Ah, look at those guys. This is with their second helmet. Okay, and excuse me. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up these guys's Facebook. Yeah, Apex Tabletop is who they are. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Oh, and D Dubs, when you get home, if we're still going, talk to Willie Banger, and he has the invitation to join the show today. So let's. Oh yeah, pictures, photos. Um, and I'm part of these guys' Patreon. This is a render for what's coming out again soon. What else do we got here? Um, oh, let's just go all the way there. This guy, if you can join his Patreon, follow him on Facebook because he is like me. Okay, he is doing all this stuff by himself. A one-man band. Hey, Neon, what's up? So I guess that's the new tank that might be coming out soon, which is clean. But yeah, that guy is coming out. I can't wait to get the STL on that because oh puppy. Okay, so here we are. This looks an awful lot um like the dreadnought that comes with the Leviathan box set. So when I get more 3D printer resin, I will probably be printing that. But yeah, look at that guy. Oh. Yeah, that's a I might print up a couple of those, but we are going to be using not him, but I have a use for him later. These guys. Yeah. These guys. All right. So these are the standard Apex Legion um infantry guys. And again, we've got the Apex tabletop. These are the dudes. So, let's take a look at let's take a look at the strike force. We got a librarian, we have an intercessor squad, an aggressor squad, and an incursor squad. And one of my rider dies. Um, I am going to print up that dreadnought when I get more resin. So, if you guys want to help me out with that, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put the donation link here. All right. I will need $52 for resin. So, if we meet that goal, I will be able to order resin after the show. And then I will be able to get the resin by about Saturday. I will have it printed up and we might paint it next week. So I just put that in I just put the link there in the chat here on Facebook, or not on Facebook, on Twitch. So, and like I said, one of my ride or dies gave me aggressors. And I'm like, you know what? I got the Puppets War stuff for the intercessors, or for the standard Primaris Space Marines. That is what I was using as a proxy for my Space Marines, or for one page rules, my Battle Brothers. Okay. So I already had those guys. Okay. And then I was given the aggressors. And I looked at this, but this looks like Phobos armor, I guess. I don't know the difference. I really don't. What comes in here? An Incursor squad, an Intercessor squad, and a Impulsor. Yeah, the Impulsor, the Intercessors, and the Incursors. So yeah, I can see the difference between the armors, and I'm like, you know what I'm going to do then? I'm going to use Puppets Wars for these guys. I have these guys. I've already got a Space Marine captain painted, so I'm like, you know what? I can just throw that guy in. And I'll use the stuff from Apex Legions. All right, cool. Except, as you guys know, my Puppets War stuff is yellow. My, yeah, so my Puppets War stuff is yellow. Or, my Apex Legion stuff, or my Apex tabletop stuff, has been that cool metallic blue that we did on the show. And I think that's cool. All right. So, what else are we going to do? Well, these are, there we go. So since these guys are red, we'll go red. All right. So let's look at some of Puppets War stuff. Because, yeah, I've got a lot of that stuff from these guys. So let's take a quick look at the stuff from Puppets War. You ever wonder what would happen if orcs took the Batmobile? We'll be finding out. We really will. Yeah, we're gonna find out, because again, I'm out of 3D printer resin, but yeah, and these are STLs that they sell. But let's go to the standard Puppets War stuff. Oh wait, I'm not following these guys on Facebook. All right, let's go here. And then yeah, all the photos. All the photos. So we've got the Striker Squad. Okay, we bought these guys a few years ago. No, almost a year ago. And I've been using these guys, and I have them up. And you know, we got the Terminators this week. So we printed up the Terminators, and that all looks cool. They've got 3 separate model sets, but where are the Cursed Strikers? Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, see and of course they come in 3 flavors, be it yeah, this is the Samurai Terminator type model, which is very cool. You know, yeah, that looks pretty cool. So if you want some yeah. So if you want your Space Marines with sort of an Asian feel, that's kind of cool. Here's the standard made up Terminator, and those are in the pictures. You know, I really like the way that these guys look, so I made up some as yeah, those are the heavy strikers, and I'm looking for the standard strikers that are in there. because these guys are just fun and cool and awesome, and they have kind of a chonky look. And you can tell that they're Space Marines, but they're not. They're not Space Marines. You know, they're far enough away. Yeah, the Wogmobile, right? And guess what? They did it to the DeLorean too. Okay, real talk. So let's see. Let's see. We got one announcement here. One announcement. Oh, what is this? Somebody threw in a donation, and that is awesome. What do we got? What do we got? Oh my God! Thank you, Daniel. Oh, Daniel, thank you. Well, that being the case, we're going to order the resin right now, and if we're lucky, it'll be here by tomorrow. And if it shows up by tomorrow morning, who knows? There might actually be um there might actually be thanks. Dude, Cam is on it. I don't know if he's on that. Aren't strikers typically playing football? I don't know. Hang on, let me just do it. Oh wait. No, this is what I'll do. Boom, that's in there. So yeah, we're going to Amazon right now and we're ordering up. Yeah, right, Daniel. So this is cool because thing is, I had to make another striker, or I had to make the big chonky guy anyway, because I'm that far away from being done with the Blood Angels set. So yeah, yeah, dude, Daniel, you're kicking it. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. I almost feel like I'm in a super chat. Um, let's see here. All right. So yeah. So we're just ordering that right now. And then we're going to get to the painting. All right, because I still have a bunch of these models to paint today. Okay, and I mean a bunch. All right, we have so many cuz we are going to be painting the entirety of the box set. All right, the entirety, all of them except for the captain because he's already done. Hey, there you go. So yeah, if you want to do samurai flavored Iron Warriors Xanathades, head on over to Puppets Wars. The thing is, if you have a 3D printer, the STLs for every squad are about $20 each, but you're looking at $20 for the standard Space Marine, $20 for Terminators, and $7 to $8 for the leader pack. So you're looking at $45 to make all the Iron Hands in the world. So yeah. So let's take a look here at at this box set because there are a lot of models here. All right, and we have them. I just want to make sure that I can, yeah, got to get all these guys in frame so that, oh, and we have to finish our orcs. All right, now we're doing the Blood Angels now on the air because I can get them all painted. Now this set comes with the hover thing that Games Workshop is always trying to get us to use. You know the one. um and I'm just kind of going, you know what? I have a bunch of rhinos, so I'm gonna use a rhino. I got a turret for the top. It's gonna be a tank. You'll know it's in the combat patrol. So that's just what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what we got, and that's what we're doing. Okay, Ministry of Resin. Ministry of Resin, water washable resin. This is the resin that I tend to use because essentially it's a little more expensive than most 3D printer resin, You can get the stuff. You can get regular 3D printer resin for um, like the Elegoo water washable stuff is $26, but it's really brittle. Okay, yeah, it's really brittle. And the stuff that I use from the Ministry of Resin, I'm just scattered all over the place. I think I need more coffee. Um, the stuff that I get from the Ministry of Resin has a little more flex to it, which means when I inevitably drop them, inevitably, um, I literally, and I mean this, um, when I inevitably drop them, and I always do, um, I won't lose too many parts. Not saying I won't lose any parts, but I won't lose too many. Where is my okay, I gotta log on to PayPal. So yeah, we got all those. Again, as I said, since I said I would do it, I'm a man of my word. All right, I'm a man of my word. So that being said, hey, look, we're back at Puppets War. All right, so I'm going to log on here. So yeah, so I figure between the Apex Legions, um, the three, the three, the three aggressors. Hey, what's up, 13? You're back. I've missed you. And the aggressors that that my friend gave me, I should be able to get in there, and that should be awesome. All right, there we go. Fine, I'll accept the cookies. Just get me to my account. Thank you. So now that I got all that, well, okay. Yeah. Now that I got all that and transfer, bada boom. Okay. There we go. Going in there. And there we are. Okay. Order placed. All right. We will have more resin. It says by tomorrow, so hopefully by Saturday I'll be able to pull that stuff off of the printer. And that will work for the Blood Angels, and it'll also help me finish out my Infernal Demons. Um and a few other things. I have a list. So, now that we've got all that done, um let's get to work. We have a lot to do here. Okay? And I mean that. We have so much to do today. Did I check it twice? What do you mean? Did I check? Oh, yes. I checked my list twice. Thank you. You're so clever. Um, so let me just make sure that this thing is working properly. All right. So let's head over to the game gallery real quick. Cause yeah. Boop. Boop. What is up with this? Let me just make sure that the webcam is okay. Yeah, that's working. Cool. All right. So let's head on over. So here we are. This is all that. Now, yeah, if you guys like this little thing, I saw an ad for them and I made them up. I'm like, oh, I've got some woodworking tools and a few other things. So I've got to do a couple of things real quick. So this guy here is going to go on top of this. I think a friend of mine gave me this particular rhino here. He made it up for Battle Sisters. But I don't care. So the Blood Angels have a fleur-de-lis on this one. Ooh, big whoop. So yeah, there we go. So look at all of the white. Oh my god, the contrast is huge. All right. Yeah. Do, 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 do. So, and we've got, this looks like a brand new palette. All right. But I don't do brand new palettes. I mean, these things are $1. I like the way that we're doing that. But what I tend to do is when my palette becomes completely unmanageable, I just spray the whole thing in white primer. Spraying the palette in primer allows you to essentially clean up the mess, and whatever color primer you use that isn't black, spray painting your palette in that color will give you a really good idea of what the paint's going to look like on the model. So that's a really cool trick I picked up. I think I picked it up from Midwinter Minis. And those guys are really awesome. That's Guy and Hattie. So here we are with our Puppets War guys. All right, we have our Puppets War minis. Look at these guys. So now that we're here, wait. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a metallic red because I like the way metallics work. So we are going to start with Shining Silver. All right, shiny, shiny silver. And we're going to use a lot because we have a lot of models to paint today. All right, so there's the Shining Silver. And because we're doing red, and we do a lot of red, we normally use blood red. But my sister bought me the Speed Paint Complete set, and I'm like, I'm going to do a different red. So we're going to go with Carmine Dragon from Speed Painter. And with the Carmine Dragon, we are going to mix the Carmine Dragon in with the silver. All right, now we're going to use like a medium-sized brush here. All right, so, and we're just going to make sure that that gets not, yeah, look at that, look at that. Now, the best part about doing this, it's like, oh, look, it's a metallic pink. Pink. Okay, that's not the color I'm hoping for. So we want to add a little more pink. Boop. A little more red. Yeah, I could have bought out the Slaughter Red. Matter of fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. Because this isn't red enough for me. I want a bit of a brightness in my red. So, while I'm reaching down here, I'm going to pull out the rest of the Speed Paint box. And we are going to find the Slaughter Red, which is a really, really good red. It's a bright, deep red. It's what I use with most of my reds. Yes, we are going to finish the Polkabot neon. There you go. Hey. There. And see, that's a really, really deep kind of sanguine color, you know. So we're going to put that in there. Going to put our other paints away because this is a big old box. Okay, big old box full of paint. Make sure it doesn't, there we go. All right. Yeah, so let's mix this all the way in. There, you see? We have a much deeper red. Yeah, look at that. Now, in a lot of ways, I would use like red inks and stuff, but we are going to give this a red wash when the time comes, so that's going to be cool. And now, I'm going to move the keyboard off of my lap. There we go. And we're going to get started. So, Puppets War or Apex? Leave a comment to see, to let me know which one you guys want. Yeah. Apex or Puppets? A or P? A or P? First one to leave a comment. Let me know. A or P? Apex or Puppets? Apex or Puppets? Anyone. All right. So, yeah. Now we're going to have some. Oh, okay. Puppets. Thank you, Neon. So we have a Rojo Visceral or a Gory Red along with this today. All right. And that we're just going to do a quick test because that's going to be my wash a little bit later. Might even add a little bit of yellow in there. So we're just going to start with the Puppets War, and we're just going to slop that on everything except the gun. Okay? Yeah. Look at that. And again, we have a lot to do. So never forget, never, ever, ever forget that painting a mini is literally just pushing paint around a freaking thing. Now these are going to be Blood Angels, so I want them nice and red, okay, but not corn red. Okay, I don't want to confuse these with my World Eaters. All right, because yeah, that's going to be a different one. Yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah, get in there. Get in there. And yeah, we're just going to do the whole thing red. Now, if I had been thinking, I would have just set up the airbrush and blasted all these. Just brush blast. Blah. All right. But when this is too much of a detail, we're going in with Old Reliable. Okay? Sloppy guy. All right, as you can tell, this is the one that I use the most. Okay? And again, my toys, I do what I want. I do what I want. Now, tonight, I won't be playing my D&D game because my GM took his time off. Okay? See how we got this? It's very metallic pink, magenta type of thing. And that's fine. Because this is only the top layer. And we're going to get steadily more red as the time comes through. Okay. Now, the blue Apex guys that we painted, I'm going to be using those for the Space Wolves because I have enough to use for Space Wolves. I thought about doing the Thousand Suns, but that's a lot of Xenagors and not a lot of magic. And I'm not a fan of the team that's full of wizards and sorcerers not having a lot of wizards and sorcerers. And eventually, and this is a test thing, for one of the people that have ordered starter sets off of me, because I do run a 3D printing service, you know, because I have all the jobs in the world. Oh my god. I did not realize, Neon. What is that? Space Wolves versus Blood Angels is just Twilight and Power Armor. It's true. It's true. Well, see, here's the thing about the airbrush, Neon. I'm approaching 40K as a new player to 40K. All right? Now, newbie to gaming in general, well, you know, let's be real. You have to paint for 40K. All right? Most people have to, unless you're rolling so hard. Yeah, unless you're rolling so hard that you can buy pre-painted models. Okay? But 40K is not the only miniatures game out there for people to paint. All right, we cover 9 of them. You know, between Gaslands and the recustomization of Matchbox and Hot Wheels, not to mention, you know, all of the other games from Osprey, Rangers of Shadow Deep, Stargrave. There's also D&D. Not to mention the board games that come with miniatures and stuff, and not to mention some people that just like doing art. You know, who have an airbrush. I know a lot of people that have never thought about painting miniatures, but they paint cars, you know, though they may not paint models. Yay, good. Look at that guy. All right. So I got to move my chair a little bit closer. But yeah, oh, Space Wolf. I didn't think about the Twilight angle. That's terrible. That is terrible. You know, so I guess I'm gonna have to make that a combat patrol scenario. Um, with both of them, I guess trying to rescue the Primarch's mom, whoever the Emperor did that with. Yeah, so see, now we have a pink. This is a pink, and we're gonna make that pink red. We are gonna make that pink red. Don't worry about that. Y'all just don't worry y'all little heads about that. Okay? And yeah, I want to clean my brush a little bit. Now that's just the straight paint. Hang on, where are the rest of the puppets? There we are. Okay, yeah. All right. So now that we got that, boom. Yeah, we forgot to moisten our brush a little bit. Oh, that's why. So yeah, we're just going to go straight up paint. Okay, get that stuff on there really thick. And some people are like, I don't like using the thick, it measured up the details. Trust me. These models that are being made by companies right now have so many details, and the details are really embossed thickly in. Okay, each one of these armor panels are really like they're not painted on or drawn on under the impression. Those things are grooved, you know, which is definitely an advantage. Yeah, it's definitely an advantage when you're painting or when you're designing stuff in 3D modeling. You know, you can be like, no, make that groove a little deeper. Make it a little deeper. I want paint to fall into that stuff and not remove any detail. Okay? I'm making these paints for speed painters, lazy painters, and other stuff. You know. And of course, them kids. So, I'm a fan of that. All right? So there we go. Got these guys. Now, there are some details back here like pipes and hoses, but we're going to go over those with gunmetal after everything is said and done. Now, if this were a painting channel, I would have painted up one of these before, like last night, so that we can go through each step, and then I can be like, and this is what it looked like finished, and I can cut to that. And look, aren't I professional? But that's not why you guys are here. Man, I am just wow. Dude, I can't get over that. Thank you so much. For that bottle of resin. That dude, that is I'm in awe. Thank you so much. That is again, that threw me off, man. I'm not used to people being nice to me. um, so I had a talk with a friend of mine last night because he checked out one of our favorite YouTubers. And this isn't going to be like a total response video to her, although again, she is one of my favorite YouTubers. I watch all of her stuff, and she was talking about how a lot of competitive players are kind of complaining and a little bit upset at at um at Games Workshop for God, what was it? I think it's their model for this. All right. Now, as you guys know, I'm doing the Combat Patrol, and I'm pretty much only doing Combat Patrol. That is where I'm at. I'm a new player. That's the only place I want to be. And major shout outs to Play on Tabletop because they did a battle report in their style, which I love. For battle reports, they did a battle report of, I think it was Imperial Guard versus Orcs, with the Combat Patrol rules and stuff. And I gotta say, it looks really fun, especially compared to the full-size games. And the video was only a half hour. And their normal thing is 40K in 40 minutes, so the game is 40 minutes long. But then there's 10 minutes of like talking and cutaways and stuff like that. But this one, with the talking and the cutaways and all that other stuff, the entire video was less than 31 minutes. I was impressed and a little bit mad because they have a staff. Um, but one of the things that Games Workshop has done, they said, "Hey, this game is free. Okay, you can play this game for free," and they released the index cards online to download, and I downloaded them. And by the way, my Combat Patrol box is getting bigger. My Combat Patrol folder is getting bigger and bigger. Um, because what I put in it is a copy of the Combat Patrols that I know I have, that I'm going to have quickly. Two copies of the Quick Start rules, and something else, and that folder is filling up pretty quick. Um, but like I was saying, but one of the things that they're saying you have to buy is the Leviathan card set. And here in the US, it's going for 20. Oh. That's why we brought glue. Yeah, here in the US, that box set is going for $25. Okay? Um, and 25 bucks. Okay, let this be a lesson, guys. Whenever you guys are painting minis, always keep a tube of glue. Um, Always keep an unclogged tube of glue. Where is that stick pen? We'll deal with it. Oh, there we go. We have a staple. Yeah, always keep a tube of glue on your painting table because some things might not be glued down as well as you thought. And I have a special problem because in my head, I'm still the fat kid. Um, and I was the fat kid before I was a bass player, and the fact that I've been playing bass for 3.5 decades means my hands are a lot stronger than I realize. Okay, and that is kind of a pain. Okay, so as I was saying, you got to get the card box or the card deck, for Leviathan to get mission packs, and my guy was mad, so he was like, "Arr, arr, arr," and I'm like, hold up, I think you have to get that to get your detachments as well. And I'm like, I don't know what a detachment is, so what is so wrong with that? And he was going off because Games Workshop said that that it was free, and then they released something that you evidently need to play the game. And I'm kind of going, hold up, I have a question on that. When they said that it was going to be free, did they mean free for everyone or free for new players? That is a new question. Because one of the things I noticed, and I talked about this in regards to privilege not that long ago, is again, when I talked about why I can't be a game tester, and I've never been able to be a game tester because most things that I've ever found wrong or incorrect or not working or not fun has always been written off as error on my part. So I don't know if it's ever a game design problem or me just not doing stuff right. So we talked about it because I don't tend to get that kind of infuriated over stuff like this. Because here's how I look at it. And I when I was talking to him about it, I'm like, I want you to realize who's talking. Because one of his things was bringing in new players is good and it's free, but competitive players will bring in they bring in the competitive culture, and they essentially hijack new players and turn them into these spikes, these WAAC players. I think it's Win at All Cost. And I'm just kind of going, okay, but is it the game company's job? Is it their responsibility to facilitate like a casual play area? This is something that I have been wrestling with for 30 years. Because if you guys have been watching the show for a long time or know me in the real world, know me IRL, y'all know I can't stand tournament culture. Um at my at my most cutthroaty, okay, at my most cutthroaty, I'm casual. I'm a casual player at my most cutthroaty. Um I'm just like, "Oh yeah, this is fun." And you know, but I notice my friend, again, my ride or die, is the dude that cut his teeth in the tournament competitive scene. So he and I always have to stop him when he's talking because he'll use nomenclature and language. And that's one of the things that kind of makes me go, dude, pull it back a bit because he would say over and over again, well, organized play is the way to play, and organized play is about the only way you can get a game, and organized play this and organized play that. And I'm like, okay, do you mean tournaments? Because by definition of that term, outside of the hobby, and yes, I make fun of it being called the hobby because I'm like, wait, the Warhammer hobby, the tabletop miniatures hobby, the wargame hobby, which hobby are you saying the on the hobby? I'm like, okay, so you're talking organized play. All right. Well, one of the things I noticed about Games Workshop is they do hijack language. So he's going to organized play, and I'm like, hold up. When you say organized play, do you mean a tournament that will give you a rating that will have an effect on if you qualify for their nationwide or worldwide tournament championships? Or is it a quote tournament that's more like a league where there's nothing official, nothing on the line? I'm like, what do you mean by that word? Because, he was talking about Games Workshop, the stores, and I'm like, yeah, you already lost me because I don't go into Games Workshop stores again because of the stiff walking Games Workshop store manager in Orange County, California, that turned me off to everything Games Workshop for 20 something years. Okay. Um, and again, inside the Games Workshop store, yeah, you got to play by Games Workshop rules. You're in their house. All right. And again, this is me talking. But when I was working at game stores, I learned a lot of stuff from the standpoint of the store. Okay. Like when you go to a game store, some game stores have now started charging like $5 to use their table for the day. And though it was free a year ago, I'm not mad at them for it. In truth, I think it's a fair deal because you're in their store that they're paying rent on. Um, and yeah, they're responsible for the rent. They pay the electricity bill. And while you're at that table, I don't care if you're at a game store or a Starbucks, you are taking up space that somebody who will spend more money could be sitting. That's the sociopathic business point of view. This is why restaurants are designed the way that they are and they don't have comfortable seating because that family that's there for 2 hours is taking away seats from the family who'll be there for from 4 families that'll be there for 30 minutes and order the same amount of food. Okay? So that's a big thing. But I had to ask the question, is Games Workshop wholly responsible for creating a casual gaming community outside of their own stores? Because I talk about this a lot, so I'll talk about it again. Um Hang on. I don't like the way that that looks there. Let me make this a little bit brighter. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hey, look at that. That's better. Okay. So, um now I've only ever worked at friendly local gaming stores, and I was the guy that put together casual play. Because this Leviathan card set thing, what was this? Oh, okay. Yeah, this Leviathan card set comes with stuff that you evidently need to play the game, and I'm like, why do you need it? I don't understand. Um, and one of the things that came up in the video was something that kind of irked me, okay? Which is according to the pricing of or the point costs of of the gear and the figures in this game, you know, um a unit of Space Marine flibbity hoojits will cost like 20 or something points. Um but the way it used to work, and the way it works in a lot of other games, and I'm not coming at this with nostalgia, okay, is you pay the X amount for the base unit, and then you pay extra to give them gear. So, hey, look, I have a bolt gun, but I want a flamethrower. Can I have a flamethrower? I can have a flamethrower. Okay, then that flamethrower cost X amount of points. Okay, cool. And again, if you're playing like 1,000 point games, you have 1,000 to spend. So, you do the math. It's all about the budget. Um, but the way it's looking for Warhammer 10th edition is you pay the base price for a unit in the game outside of combat patrol, okay? And and then you can kit them out with any gear for no extra charge. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And a lot of competitive players are angry about that, because why should I pay the same amount? Um, if I don't want to take the optimal gear and don't really kit my guy out to the win at all cost thing, if I go against someone that plays the win at all cost things, I'm being punished for not taking the best stuff. And I'm like, are you? Because I'm like, this is why I brought up the not tournament, but still organized play. I told him a story. Story was when I was running Lord of the Rings card games. And when I was running those at the stores, as the tournament organizer, I could throw any theme onto the tournament that I wanted to, especially since they weren't Decipher sanctioned official tournaments. Okay. My favorite one was called The Secrets of the Shire, where everyone, all right, cool. That's all 5 of them. Where everyone playing the game had to play the game in silence. Okay? That was the theme. It's like, can you play the game without saying a word? You're hobbits and you're hiding. So, communicate and do the thing. And that was actually a pretty fun thing. Um but he was in a mood. He's like, "Oh, that sounds like a pain," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Oh, you're just cranky face." But I'm like, yeah. So under that same premise, couldn't somebody that's doing organized play at a store say, "Okay, in this game, um, optimizing your kit is not an option. Okay, in this game, in this tournament, let's see what you can do with um all basic weapons, but one one member of each unit can upload with the following upgrades. Since it all costs the same, why not?" And he brought up WYSIWYG, the what you see is what you get. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. But if this is just a non sanctioned thing and you're not at a Games Workshop store, then why does that matter? And it's like, well, players thinks it matters. And I'm like, so this is a player problem, not a Games Workshop problem. And again, I hate Games Workshop. If someone made a shout, did I shout fool of a toque? I did not. I totally should have, but no. Yeah, you could signal and whisper to the you could whisper to the the judges like myself what your question was, and if it was a yes or no question, the judge could nod or say no, unless there was a rules clarification question, and then the judge could talk. But if the players talked, yeah, they were disqualified. So, and it's interesting. So get excited and play a game, and try not to be like, oh. But anyway, um, but yeah, I had to ask that question because when I look at stuff, and this was kind of a lesson in disenfranchisement. Um, I hear a lot of people saying, why am I charged the same amount for the optimal thing as I am for not taking anything at all? Like, if I don't take the optimal thing, I feel like I'm being punished. And they don't say I feel like I'm being punished, they say I'm being punished. And I'm like, I don't. Do you mean you feel like you're being punished, or you think like a British guy dressed like an orc is going to show up at your house? Hey, look at this dude. So red. So red. Let me turn down this red. Oh my god, it's all blah. Um I'm like, yeah, you really think that turn the contrast down just a little. Turn the brightness up. And there we go. Yeah, you think a dude like that is going to show up to your house and like hit you with a piece of braided rope? I mean, I don't understand the whole punishment aspect. Um, but he said something. Did I lose one of my Apex Warriors? Let's see. Boom, two, three, four. Oh yeah, here he is. He's hanging out over here. So yeah, all right. Um, and I'm like, yeah, I don't look at it like being punished. I look at it like, hey, I get a bonus for this thing here. You know, I'm getting a discount on the best, and I may not take it, but I have that option. I think that's pretty cool because, again, I don't come from a place of aggrieved entitlement most of the time. So it was an interesting conversation. But what do you guys think? If if there's no penalty for not taking the optimum loadout, is that a bad thing with game design? Too good of camouflage, right? Um, is that a problem with the game design or a problem with sportsmanship? Because I take a look at the sportsmanship thing, and that's where my thing goes. I'm like, dude, who said, like, a friend of mine said something in regards to the X-Men that really resonated. And this is, again, speaking from the standpoint of who I am and where I come from. He said with the X-Men, the big problem with all the mutant hate is that capability is not the same as intent. Okay? Um, so just because someone can cause a nuclear explosion doesn't mean they're gonna. Doesn't mean they intend on it. Chances are they'll be happy working at a coffee shop. You know? But the whole Friends of Humanity and all the stuff that comes down in the X-Men books are based on the fact that these mutants can do stuff that we can't, and that makes them dangerous. The if they go nuts, then we have no way to defend ourselves. And I'm like, I live under that every day, guys. Because if a police officer isn't a good police officer, then I'm kind of screwed. Um, if a store clerk doesn't do their job properly, then I just have to deal with it, you know? Um, one of my vehicles this week was vandalized pretty hard. I had no recourse, so I had to fix it. and it's fixed. So yeah, game has too obvious an optimal option, then it's a bad design. Okay, if something is just mildly better, then it's okay. All right, that's a good way to look at it. So yeah, so if the opti so you're saying if the optimal option is just too easy to see. All right, I get that. I definitely get that. Um, cause yeah, I know it's the well. Then why not just do that? And I'm like, well, why not? Maybe that way gets boring. Why not switch it up? You know, um, I mean, I don't play WYSIWYG, so I don't have any. I have no incentive whatsoever to take a specific loadout. If I don't like the loadout of the thing I played, then I change it the next time I make the list. I don't change up the mini. I just change up what's on the paper, you know, and that's it. But I don't come from that school, but then I also come from a school of miniatures neutral games. So, anybody else have anything to chime in with? I'm genuinely Xanathage, you play this stuff. I'm genuinely curious. Like, I got the point cost thing that came down, and I'm like, wait, you pay this much for these, and then you don't pay any extra, so I can kit this out with as many flamers as the list lets me. Cool. I like flamethrowers. You know, I would play salamanders. I'm just sick of painting green because I really started cutting my independent teeth playing painting miniatures, painting up, um, yeah, painting up, stuff for fantasy games. Lots of elves, you know, so lots of green, so much green. I got so tired of painting green. Okay, and then what I do? I made an orc army. I'm full of contradictions. So let's see here. Yep, still painting. And I'm sure you notice I'm just treating my brush like crap. Base coating takes forever. Had I been thinking, I would have been like, this is the perfect opportunity for me to bust out the airbrush. But I didn't. Because, yeah, with an airbrush, this would have probably been done by now. And then we would have moved on to the next step. That's okay. We are at, what, model number 9 out of 13. So, there we go. Do 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 do. And see, after this, we're gonna go with a straight up wash. Okay, we're gonna wash this whole thing with Mo Red. That's why I brought out the Visceral Red out here. Okay, and then we're gonna do a quick dry brush on top of the wash, and that should get us a good shade, a good distinct Blood Angels color that isn't red, but still very much when I'm on the board, people will know, hey, that's Solar's team. And then they'll be like, hey, what are you playing? And I'll be like, I'm playing Blood Angels. And they'll be like, okay, cool. I might do this shiny green because I really like metallic colors. I don't know what it is about them, but I like them a lot. So you ordered Minnie this week and you're going to make her a necromancer and modify her books to look like the Necronomicon? Very cool, man. Very cool. Yeah, that will be super neat. You got to put pictures in the Discord. Cuz I know you're in the Discord cuz you always put the invitation to the Discord up there. So yeah, put pictures. That would be awesome. That would be super cool. So yeah. See, we're going to do all this infantry, and then we're going to take a bigger brush, and we're going to do that tank. Okay. Now, since I'm kind of using speed paints, along with a metallic. Yeah, speed paints with metallic. Okay, yeah, there we go. Get all that stuff in there. All right, now this is a bit chunky, so I'm going to smooth this out just a little bit so I can get my shine back. All right. Ah, see, missed a spot. Inside there. All right. Huh. This would have been an okay theme. All right, and number 5. Yeah, this would have been an okay theme for my elves as well. Now I'm not going to be doing some of the detail work here today because I don't want to be in this chair all day. It hurts. And I didn't preload with ibuprofen. I was going to, and then I had a bunch of freaking reboots and restarts. But yeah. And see, we've also got a little bit of a secret weapon that we are going to use. Okay? And it's going to be really neat. Okay, but we are going to use that secret weapon. And yeah, it's going to be really neat. But yeah, I want some shine on this fit. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to playing. I don't think I'm going to win, you know, but I'm playing this game to understand. You know, I really do like the idea of a quick game. You open up the box, you do the thing, and I'm like, huh, that's interesting. I had to keep reminding my friend, like, you know, well, it just feels like you're getting punished if you're not taking the optimum loadout. I'm like, I'm not loading anything out. I'm like, so take the optimum loadout. But what if I want fluff? Then you're going to have to play differently. I'm like, I finally asked the question, okay, what do you want them to do? Okay, what is the better way? Because a lot of people are like, this is broken, this is broken. And if y'all are new to the channel, you'll notice over time, if you keep coming back, please keep coming back. Please keep coming back. I don't go off about what's broken and what's not broken and what's not cool. I don't do that very often. Because 1, I'm about positivity, and 2, I'm about solutions. Okay? And solutions are really important to me. Hey, look at that. We've got 1 set, 2 sets. Now, let's get these aggressors. Now, I want to check my reference material because I don't know. Okay, yeah. All right. There's like no gold or copper or anything. I can paint the Blood Angel symbols yellow, or I can paint the little drop of blood here yellow if I want. But outside of that, it's gunmetal. Neat. And yeah, so we're going to do some interesting things to bring this stuff up to par. Okay? Because, yeah. Oh, what am I thinking? Taking forever with this. Now I'll get that on there because we still got to do that tank. Here we go. Yeah, these plastic models feel different. Really different. So let's see here. So yeah, but my thought process is this, guys. There's this idea that if you do something a certain way in a certain place under a certain circumstance, that's how you have to do it all the time. I disagree. Okay. I made it very clear to my friend that I'm not going into a Games Workshop store. Okay. I don't like, if I end up ordering or if I end up ever giving Games Workshop a dime of my money, it's gonna be through a friendly local gaming store like Guildhouse Games in Bellflower, um, or Lost Planet Games in Torrance, or the Tribe in Austin. But it's not gonna be at a Games Workshop store. Primarily, they have too many rules that are set up in a way to say, spend money here. Not just spend money here, spend all of your money here. Spend a lot of money here every time you walk through the door. So if you walk through the door and you spend, say, $1,600 on Games Workshop stuff in the Games Workshop store, and then you go and you put that $1,600 worth of stuff in your car. If you go back into the store, then they want you to spend another $1,600. And I'm going, yeah, no, no. So, um, but I'm like, okay, well, just maybe, if there's no official way to do the thing that you want to do, you might just have to do your own, you know? Um, if I get this right and this is successful, hopefully there'll be leagues of folks out there um that'll be like, "Hey, let's just play Combat Patrol." That would be cool. Hey man, you want to meet up at this store, play some Combat Patrol and then go get lunch? And then I'll be like, "Yeah." In opposed to, "Hey man, you want to hook up at the store, play some Combat Patrol and then call up your newborn kids to make sure they haven't graduated college yet?" Games take a long time. you know, um, because, I'm middle aged now, so I'm all about simple rules, faster play. As much as I want to play like a full sized army of a game, I'll use one page rules because it goes a lot faster than 40K from what I can see. But, um, but the people I play with, tend to prefer skirmish games. 5 to 10 models, which I actually get. I get the 5 to 10 model thing. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. I get the 5 to 10 model thing. I really do. Because a lot of people got to paint that stuff. Now, I'm a all occasions type guy, so as you guys can see, I have a bunch of minis that are just laying around, you know? Um, I get the stuff. I got stuff from Puppets War. I printed up a bunch of it. I made my Imperial Fists. Um, and then I put them in a box. I'm taking some of those Imperial Fists and I'm making them into um, Blood Angels for Combat Patrol. Neat. Um, because I have just been I've just been donated into printing that Dreadnought. That means I'm doing the Dark Angels too. Cause Dark Angels have that Dreadnought, so I'm gonna use that Dreadnought. Why not? Dreadnought. Um I know, dad joke, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Um so yeah. That's a big thing. So I got stuff laying around and you know, I'm a big fan of stuff like Carnivale, Stargrave, whole bunch of sci-fi stuff. Um Heck, I'm really, really happy with Dead Zone, and I might use some of this stuff for Dead Zone. Like these guys look like big old enforcers. Like, yeah, um, these were the guys I was gonna use for Terminators. You know, and then Puppets War released the Terminators, and I'm like, okay, so yeah, but I So there's just a whole bunch of stuff. I don't mind using counts as armies. Okay. I am not so far gone into late stage capitalism. Oh, sorry. That I can't play a game unless it's with um factory condoned stuff from a factory, from factory town, you know? Um cuz I mean, I understand it when I was a kid. Even now when I make my own terrain, there is a neatness and a cleanness about the stuff that you buy, you know? There really is, and I get it. I also get the dopamine rush of spending money. Okay, I really do. I'm like, hey, this feels good. Um, when one of my vehicles was vandalized this week, I had to get a repair kit. And even though I hate spending money on responsibilities like repair kits, when I bought the repair kit, I'm like, I bought a thing, you know? And I was even super happy that I could without any complications. So I did, and that was neat. That was really, really neat. Um, but, well, let me tell you guys a story. Years and years ago, about a decade ago, I was a regular at this thing in the desert. Okay. It's called Burning Guy or something like that. Either way, I'm a fire performer and I do fire performances. Now, there was a dude, okay, now in that community, okay, in that scene, because it's not really a community. Well, I wasn't in the community because, people there are kind of basic. Um, know what? If I can't reach it with a brush, probably won't be able to see it with the eyes. Moving on. Um, there was a dude who was super. Oh man, I broke it. There was a super super cocky dude who was there, and that cocky dude, he was good. He was talented. Okay, but he only played with, or he only ever performed with a whole bunch of different stuff. Okay. He went out with all this different gear. Like he took more safety gear than is actually required. But the safety gear that he took, okay, um, it definitely kept him safe. However, he crippled himself in the idea that if he didn't have the gear, he couldn't do the thing. Okay. Um, Now I'm way older when it comes to the stuff that those folks do than they are. Okay. And I didn't have Duvetine or Kevlar or anything like that. I literally had like cotton, wires, leather. When I was first given a Duvetine safety blanket to put out stuff, I'm like, oh, that's cool. I was using a fire blanket, the kind that you get from Harbor Freight, or and that was after I became an adult. When I was a kid, and I was fire breathing on the beach, for money, because I was a busker. I had a leather jacket. That's what I used to put stuff out. Leather jacket and a bucket of water. And if nothing else happened, then I could run over to the sand and bury my stuff in sand. So all of that professional gear was neat, but as soon as he no longer had the gear, he couldn't perform. And we had a performance to do on Saturday night, okay? And the dude lost his gloves. Okay, just lost his gloves. Now, I don't perform with gloves. Okay, probably should, but I figure if I get burned, then I did something incorrectly. So I got to keep an eye on not getting burned. All right, moving on. But he lost his gloves on Wednesday, and he was looking for his gloves all of Thursday, all of Friday. Okay. And he finally found them on Saturday morning. Turns out he'd gotten really, really drunk and put them someplace safe, and they were so safe they were protected from him. Okay. So this guy wasted 2 days of hanging out, partying, rehearsing, because he became so dependent on the gear that he couldn't move without it. You know. Um. Hey, look, we're totally out of paint. And we still have a couple of spaces, so we're just going to use a little bit more of this paint. Okay, let's see what this just looks like flat out. Hey. Man, this color correction here is just not doing great. Um, boop. Okay, that's a little too much. There's got to be an in-between. Saturation down. There we go. About there. Yeah. So, boop, 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 boop. There we go. Yep. See, that's just the straight up paint without the silver. So, let's add a little more silver. Where is my silver? My silver is here. Now, let's see if I can get the right. Hey, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that is so much cooler. Okay. Yeah, let's get in there. Where are those couple of places that I missed? Ah, in here. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. There we go. Yeah, see what we got here, guys? Ooh, yeah, look at all that. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, now that we got that. Okay, yeah, let's just get that in there. You know, yeah, I want this nice and red. Less pink, more red. Okay. Yeah. Less pink, more red. That's good. Boom, there we are. There we are. Yeah, look at that. Look at that redness. Yeah. See, that says, "Are you Horus? Are you him? Yeah." Ah! You know, that's what that says to me. Again, if you know the lore, you know the lore. All right. So yeah, look at that. Isn't that fun? That's great. This is some good stuff. Yeah. Look at that. Okay. And now we got this guy. Now we're going to start with the turret. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, we're starting with the turret because the turret is about the same size as the brush that we're using. Okay? So we don't really have to switch up anything, and that's important. Okay? Because, yeah, we're just slapping this stuff on. Just slap it in. Slap, slap, slap. Cut a plow. Slap it down. Okay? Yeah, look at that. Slapping it all down. Okay? Sorry, hit the camera there. Okay, yeah, slapping it in there. Again, that first coat, not a big deal. Okay. Now, see, on camera, you guys won't really be able to see a lot of these brush strokes and stuff like that. But they're there. They're in there. But I'll be cleaning those up later on tonight after the show and before the photo shoot. So that will be neat. Okay, yeah, so there we go on that. And now, oh man. Thank you. I could really use a fresh cup. So we're going to have a fresh cup of coffee. And let's take a bit of a break here. So yeah, I was thinking about that, guys. Um really should have brought out brew now. Really should have brought out the thing. Gotta move my leg a little bit. Huh, now they look a little Tony Stark. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad way to put it. Let's see who's here. Who is here today, guys? Wow, we got a lot of folks in here. Hey, Sofa King. What's going on? And William. Quap. That's cool. Um, ooh, glow up. Okay, cool. Not quite sure how to pronounce your name, but it looks like Glow Fantastic 4. Oh, anomalous Daniel. That must be you who got the who hooked me up with the stuff to get the 3D printer resin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh man. Ooh, oh, yo. I guess. Oh, yo, yo. Okay, I thought that was up, yo. I'm like, what? What'd I do? That's like make 7, up yours. All right. Let's see who else is here via the YouTubes. Look at the YouTubes, the tubes. All right, cool. Hey, what's going on, you guys? What's going on? Thank you for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, do all those YouTube things, all that stuff. So yeah, so the main colors that we're doing are going to be again, that red, and we are going to bring out a red. We're going red. All right, so did I pull Slaughter Red out? I'm pretty sure I pulled Slaughter Red out. I just don't remember where I put it. Fascinating. So, but we're going to do something real fun. Okay, real fun. Now that we got these guys going, and we're going to take a bit of a break from all these straight lines. But we're going to get back in there with a big brush. All right, big brush. But first, I need to doctor up my coffee. Please, that's what we call it in my neck of the woods. Oh, gotta doctor that up. Oh, there we go. Doctoring up. Got my sugar. Yes, I do my coffee sweet and creamy. Sweet and creamy. So, in order to really cheat in here, we are gonna make up yeah, that'll do it. We can do a little less. Yeah. Now we're gonna make up a wash, but we're gonna make it a red wash. Okay, that's why we brought out the gory red. So I'm gonna mix up this red wash right here. Here we go. Okay, and we want that red wash just in there. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna put that red wash in there. Might have to add a little bit more water. Okay. And with that red wash, we're going to add just a tiny drop of black. Okay. Ah, there we go. That's a fantastic sound. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah. All right. Okay. So yeah. So let's head back. And really get this stuff going. All right, so got all that stuff. Let's push some of this stuff aside. Push some of this stuff aside. Okay, because I want to do a compare and contrast as well. There we go. Ah, so much better. So much better on my hand meats. Yeah. Okay. But what I want to do is I want to take this. Okay. And we're just going to go back in there and I'm just going to paint this thing hard. Okay. There we go. Okay, now when you're doing colors like red over white, you're always going to have to do multiple coats. Okay, always. You know, so don't worry too much about that first coat. Okay, that first coat is going to be like all stroke orders and all strokes, and you know, it's just going to look terrible. Okay, unless you're using an airbrush, it's just going to look bad. Just bad, okay? So don't worry about it. The important thing is to get the stuff in there. Get it on. Good. Yeah, just get the stuff on, because that first layer, that first red layer is going to be sort of a tinted secondary primer, you know, and that's cool. See? We're just putting it in there, getting that red on, making sure we're not missing any major spots. Okay. Ah, so much filigree. That's okay. Sanguinius was a filigree fool. If I were to add a little more purple, then I would be talking like this the entire time, because this is what I feel like Fulgrim sounds like. Not that I watched a lot of really creepy anime in the 90s. I did. Yes. Yes, we would make the children fight for our own amusement. Ooh, now watch me eat this cherry in an amazingly suggestive yet creepy way, because I'm looking at high school children. What is up with that? Ah, well. Not my circus, not my monkey. There we go. Now see, I got two techniques that I use with stuff like this. Okay, technique one for that first layer. I get it on there really quick. I don't really care about leaving brush strokes. I just want to get the paint on there. And then I'm going to come back over with a bit of a dry brush on top of all that flat space. Okay? Because flat space sucks. But we dry brush it with a pretty... I loved Sailor Moon. Yeah. Well, my work here is done. But you didn't do anything, didn't I? Yeah. I mean, I like Tuxedo Mask because he's easy to cosplay. You know. One mask, or one Zorro mask, one top hat, one tuxedo, and a cape. And I always get my capes from Denny's when I order the Super Bird, because it's the middle finger with a cape. There we go. So yeah, like I said, don't worry about a lot of this stuff. Just get on in there, get the paint on, move it around, go for decent coverage. Okay, and know that on that first layer, you're not going to get decent coverage. Okay? That's why all the paint channels and stuff are like, too thin coats, too thin coats. You know, they're not wrong. Okay. Make sure we don't miss a spot. Or miss too many spots, you know. Oh, yeah, getting underneath there. Did that? Yeah, that did bust. That's okay. We'll fix that later. All right. As you guys can see, we got most of the base coat on here. Oh, did I miss anything? No. All right. And so now we got that second layer because that top layer is mostly dry. Okay. And some folks are like, you got to put like 7 layers. Now, on the following layers, okay, what's important is lighter brush strokes. Okay. Much lighter brush strokes. Ooh, I'm going to have to thin this down just a little. Okay. Got to re-wet your paint when you're not using a wet palette. Sometimes. Now, I'm not too worried about the rest of this because we have a turret. Okay. All right. There we go. Now we're going to get in here. Okay. And notice I'm pushing this deep into all that filigree in those crevices. Okay. And I'm making circles. Okay. Circles are important. They help me not miss too many spots. I use synthetic brushes that I get from places like Michael's or the Dollar Tree or the not quite Dollar Tree. I've never seen this place anywhere else in the world. Let's go in and find out what it looks like. Place. Yeah. There we go. And see, yeah, here we are. Almost with our base coat. Almost completely done. Oh, we forgot to do the back. Okay, let's see if we can get enough of it in there to really do some of that work. Don't worry, with this much filigree, we might fix it up with a metallic. I guess since Blood Angel's colors are like gunmetal and red, we'll probably hit that with a dry brush of gunmetal and call it a day. All right, so now we can move on from there. Yeah, I know. But see, if you take a look, someone's like, oh, you missed a spot. Oh, did I? Did I really? Yeah, I did. All right. So we're just going to go back and now we're going to take that wash that we made up. Okay, look at that. Oh yeah, look at that wash. And now we're going to take our figures and we're just going to slosh them down and wash. Slosh them all the way down. Just let that stuff get in there. Okay, this is the first of like 3 washes we're going to do. Okay. Yeah, first of 3 that we're going to do. And again, I'm using this like the old Army Painter dip, which was essentially just a can of wood stain that you would just dip your model into. Yeah, see, there we go. And now we have a before and after. You guys see the difference? Yeah, look at all that. And that's just getting in there. All right. But this isn't the last wash that we're going to do. Oh, no. Okay. because we are going to take the Army Painter Speed Paint Color Palette Bone and go in there. That'll give us a little bit of brown on this, yes, but it will also just soak all the way into these crevices and recesses and really make them pop. All right. So now, again, when you're doing washes, there we go. Oops. Beep. Put them in there. Sloshy, sloshy. Sloshy, sloshy. We're going to have to make up some more. And that too is fine. Let's just get these guys all the way out here. What? Do you think your paints will just... Oh, yeah. Seriously, I thin them with just plain tap water. Okay? Just plain. Sometimes, if I'm using Army Painter Speed Paint, no, I'm not sponsored yet. Please sponsor me. I'll use the Speed Paint Medium. Okay? But real talk, I use the same coffee, or I use the same water that I use to make my coffee. Not even distilled water. But see, I'll let you know right now, since I have to stir and drink. Let's see. Yeah, Glow. Okay, so you've been on the channel quite a few times before. You know I am not going for a golden demon. Okay? I'm not that kind of competitive painter. I'm painting toys to play with. Okay? That is what I am doing. That is what I design all this stuff for. That is my purpose. That is my method. That is my madness. Okay? And the real talk on that is, since that is what I do, and that is the whole reason that I do it, I don't get too caught up in those details. Okay. Yes, there is madness to my method, and most professional painters will look at me going, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm painting my toys. I paint my toys the way I want, because I'm playing with my toys. So yeah, like real talk. Oh no, you had it right, Bobicus. Oh, it's Bobicus. Cool. Wait a second. Is your dad that Kid Icarus guy from Captain N the Game Master? You know. Yeah, I told you I'm old. Because he ended everything in Icus. You know, except for Bigus. He's like, wow, we've got a Runicus. And you, my friend, are Bobicus. Okay, so, I want a little bit more pigment in there. A little bit more, because, yeah, I'm making up a whole bunch. Okay. There. Now, ooh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that will get in there. And again, I just want to put a little drop of black in there. All right, so that I darken it just a little. And there we go. Now that I've made up this much, and as you guys can see, it's about the right consistency, which is good. So like I said, Ooh, we're speed painting. So there we go. There's our wash. It's in there. Yeah, just a smack of black. A little smack of black. Or sorry, Babacus. A smackicus. Yeah, smackticus of blackticus. Yeah. Which will probably be the name of the mixtape I'll be dropping on SoundCloud that no one will listen to. Tie-dyed Space Marines. Oh, man. If there was a way to do it without doing it with a brush, I so would. There we go. Yep, my Space Marines got tie-dye. Good. 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 And now, can you see how red that came out? Yeah, look at that. Okay. So that's going to happen. And yes, yeah. I really hope that laughter was at my comment about dropping a mixtape. Yeah. I'll probably end up sounding like, yeah. I paint the minis. Wait. Turn that beat up. I smell like smoke. Yeah. If y'all are wondering, no, I'm not a rapper. I'm not that guy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, turn it up. Yeah. 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 Shout out to your Aunt Penny. I put the paint on the mini. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Look, man, I'm just from the hood, okay? My mom made me read a lot of books. She was like, you can be in it, but not of it. Yeah. So, if I ever find out you try to be a rapper, I'm gonna shoot you. And I'm like, you know what, Mom? You threatened to shoot me a lot. I shot your father. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then I'm gonna learn the bass guitar and start playing devil music. Haha, it's not gangster. Yeah. So I'm like, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, be nice. Da-na-na-na-na. You know, that was my version of punk. Because most punk rockers I knew at the time were just jerks. And I'm like, you're not anti-establishment. You're acting like everybody else. Here's one. Da-na-na-na-na. The old lady. She needs some help. Grab her groceries. Take them in. You know, that was me. I'm man enough to take in your grandmama's groceries. Don't make fun of your brother because he's a fatty. Or I'll find out what your mom is doing, and come Monday, you'll call me daddy. Yeah. No rhymes. Yeah, sorry guys. The only bars I drop are called Xanax. Anyway. So yeah, now we got that red. Okay, Red Rover. All right, now we got to clean up this serious mess. Look at this thing. So we're going to take our tank, move it out the way. And now I'm going to do this. Okay. Ooh, yeah, just soaking that up. Ooh, wrong one. There we go. Okay. We're just going to soak up the excess with a towel. Okay, because all the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Now see, a lot of folks Ah, there we go. All right. There we go. Okay. And see, now we're getting that red coming back. Okay. Less pink, real red. Okay, now we're getting some blood angelin in there. All right. And then we're going to take some red. We're going to put a dry brush. Oh, we're going to put a dry brush on this afterwards. But first, we've got one more sort of wash, but not quite wash to do. Okay. And that sort of wash, but not quite wash that we're going to do is we're going to take Pallid Bone. Okay. That's the bone color from the Army Painter Speed Paint Starter Kit. We're going to thin it down a little bit with the Speed Paint Medium. And then we're going to run that over all these. Okay. But we want to make sure that these things ain't drip, drip, dripping. You know, drip, drip, dripping. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Trying to get the drippy drips. So there are those 5. Now let's get these 5. Okay. And now these 5. Cool. Okay. Yeah. They're coming along. See, yeah, when you're doing this kind of thing and you're toweling off, you just want to dab. You never want to rub. Okay? Rubbing just gives you bad stuff. You don't want to rub. Just give it a bit of a dab. Ooh, that's not good. Had a little bit of chipping happen. But, we'll call that battle damage. Okay? Because, see, what's really important is how they look from 2 feet away. All right? Again, anybody that looks at my minis and picks them up and starts pointing stuff out, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Do I look like Basquiat? No? And you don't look like an art critic. Let me get, well, real quick. Are you assessing my minis because you're thinking about buying them off me? Well, no. Then shut up. just hold your forked tongue behind your freaking teeth, and I'm gonna get on with my damn day. All right? That's what I'm gonna do. There we go. My poor Matt. Okay. So back to this, and we're going to take our Pallid Bone, okay? Now, Pallid Bone over white gives this effect right here. See, we got the white, and we got that. Yeah, so we're just going to add that little bit of tinge, and then we're going to go over it after it dries with a dry brush of the straight Carmine Dragon, and then a second dry brush of a second dry brush of the silver. Kind of making this up as I go along. Now, we're just going to rinse our brush really quick. All right. Now, we are going to have to go back over the faces, and then we got to take our steel and all that stuff. But we will burn that bridge when we get there. All right. What I want to do right now is I want to bring out these details. Now, I could do this with, say, the Greylord Gray. Okay, and really get, see how I'm just sloshing it on? But we're going to use the Greylord Gray on the areas that are black. Okay? Just the Greylord Gray on the areas that are black. But you see what we're trying to do here? Get that in there. Okay? Yeah, get it on in there. Okay? As you can see, that little bit of yellow that's in that kind of brings out some stuff. But we just want it to get in there and settle into those cracks. See, now you can see the contrast, can't you? You can see them lines. Okay? Whoa, wrong one. This one. See the difference? I know, it's like magic, right? Okay? Yeah, palette bone, no palette bone. There we go. And that is not going to take very long. Okay? So, yeah. Now, some folks would do an oil wash or they'll use something like Nuln Oil, but I didn't think to refill my inks when I had money in my bank account. So I didn't. And that was kind of dumb on my part. So you take what you got, make what you want out of it. That's what you got. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. There. Yeah, so one thick coat. Okay. I'm just going to do these next three real quick. And I have so much of this palette bone because one bottle goes like forever. And again, these designers out nowadays are like, hey, that's a really nice model you got there, but you know what it's missing? It's missing nooks and crannies. Let's do some of these nooks and these crannies. Look at that. Nook, cranny, cranny nook. Okay, yeah, look at that. That's just in there. Okay, doesn't take too long. We've been at this for 2 hours doing a whole battle box, or 2.5 hours rather. So I'm actually looking to get done with this whole thing in about 3 hours. And then I can finish up my orcs. And then I can do another photo shoot. I'll be posting like all the battle box pictures on the Back in the Deck site. Or not on the Back in the Deck site, but on the Discord server and on Deckers on the Book. And the battle reports are going to be going up, or the battle reports and the interviews are going to be going up on the Patreon, guys. So Saturday will be like one of the first ones. I got my cameras worked out, thanks to one of my donors. I'll be able to use the Vox mics, which is going to be awesome. So yeah. So that'll be good stuff. Really good stuff. You know, I'm really looking forward to it. You know, kind of excited, but I'll be playing the game against people that I generally play one-page rules with. So they also know I'm new. Oh, again, when I told one of the dudes that I'm finally taking the plunge and learning 40K, he was like, "Oh my god. You know, are there demons walking the earth because they were able to escape the abyss because it froze?" And I'm like, "Nah, they finally did something." Like, I always had this thing in my head that said if they do it this way, then I'll give them a shot. They did it that way, and I'm giving them a shot. So, giving them a shot. Let's hope they are not like Aaron Burr. I'm not gonna start singing a song that features my name over and over, 'cause I saw the musical, and if one more person had said Alexander Hamilton, I was really going to like throw something at the screen. I'm like, okay, I know who the main character is. Jeez. 'Cause man, you know, I mean, can you imagine like, can you imagine like reading a current Superman comic where he's featuring his son, and every other page is Superman and Jonathan. Superman and Jonathan. Ugh. God, just on my nerves. You know. And it's weird because tonight would normally be the D&D game I'm in, but the GM was like, "Yeah, I'm not running tonight." And one of the players is like, "Well, I'm still showing up," and he's like, "Do whatever you want to do, bro. I'm not gonna be there, but you could be there. You sitting in the Discord all by yourself, singing songs by Green Day about being all by yourself. You know that's all on you. You know. All right, getting there. This guy, we're just gonna put a little bit of palette on. He's gonna get some white. And if you can see on this Puppets War guy, he's got like a little falcon here. You know, because every company that sells STLs always has this is the distinguishing mark for the leader of the crew. Because if you play a game that has snipers in it, they need to know who to shoot at. And you know what? I'm all for that. Okay, there we go. Here we are. Now, I'm sure there's a metallic red out there I could have probably ordered. You know. And if I decide to repaint these things, because you guys have seen me like experiment with candy coats and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm like one of the only people I know that like my models in high gloss. And people are like, "No, you gotta make them matte because they're miniatures and you're recreating." And I'm like, shut up. I don't got to do anything. And if you tell me that I got to do something, then I will do the opposite just to spite you. You know, see if I don't. You know. So, fun story. When I first got married back in the 90s, my mom didn't like my ex-wife. Well, she's my ex now, but my mom didn't like my wife. And my mom did the thing that black mothers do, which is pull the girl aside and be like, "So, you're with my son, and you are a little messed up." And, you know, my ex-wife tried to do the suburban thing of like, "Oh, no, blah, blah, blah." My mom's like, "You know what? I'm not going to have this. I'm telling you this right now. You are getting more and more upset because you can't control my son. No one can control my son. I'm his mama. I have never been able to control him." You know, but instead of trying to control him, why don't you just talk to him? Just tell him what you want. And if he says he can't do it, believe him. Because he don't say can't the way y'all say can't. When he says can't, it's because he's not capable, not because he's lazy. My son is a lot of things, but lazy ain't one of them. So when he says he can't do it, it's probably because he doesn't have the resources or the know-how. And you need to get that through your head. And my ex-wife was like, "Well, my mom always told me that, you know, if a man loves you, he'll give you money." And my mom is like, "Girl, I will tell you this. You don't believe that. Because if you did, you wouldn't have fallen in love with a poor man." And I'm like, "Wow, you said that to her?" And my mom was like, "Yeah, I said that to her." And I'm like, God, no wonder I haven't been able to sleep for the past 4 days. You know? And I mean, that's the me. That's the how I do. That's the way I be. Primarily coming from the standpoint of this, guys. I'm here to tell you guys that your toys, your hobbies, your games, they're yours. Play them however you want to play. Now, if you're playing with other people, there are some compromises that you need to make, and trust me, I have gone through a good part of life not making those compromises. And that has been a lot of work because instead of having people to play with, I've had to start my own communities, go out there and teach people who ain't never done it before to do it, to tell them what communities are actually available and the ones that I wouldn't recommend they go to. Okay. But since I'm not one for control, and that's a big one, you got to leave people, you got to let people know that they have a choice in what they do. And then you have to respect them enough, especially if they're adults or if they're adolescents. Respect them enough to let them check out those choices on their own. It's a tough one. Now, when I say respect them enough to check out the choices, that does not mean protect them from consequences. You know, the ways that I've been a father and a mentor is I always believed in natural consequences. I did my best to teach those who look up to me certain ways of thinking. Mostly use your reason, come up with a theory, test your theory, and then refine the theory based on the results. I'm very scientific. However, I always do my best to pick up someone when they fall. Because the biggest frustration I see people have is they will have an idea. And the idea will come from a place of this has got to work. This is almost guaranteed to work, and then it doesn't. And then they get mad, okay? And that goes for parenting, teaching, whatever. Never be afraid, ever be afraid to reassess your methodology if it is not achieving the desired results. Because I'm not going to say there's always another way. However, what is necessary may not be within your wheelhouse. And that's okay. Not everybody can do everything. I can't concentrate long enough, or should I say, I can't exhibit the patience required long enough to do something that's worthy of, say, a Golden Demon Award. And the truth is, I don't want to. That's not on my wheelhouse. That is not one of my ambitions. Okay? All right. Refilling the palate bone, and then we're going to do one quick sloppy wash of this stuff. And then we can get to our dry brushing. And that is going to be so fun. Okay? Yeah, that's going to be so fun. Here we go. So, because I need some validation. Look at that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Look at all those details coming out. Look at that red pop. Oh, yeah. This makes me feel like I know what I'm doing. Because, the results don't tend to. Here we go. It's like I heard a really sarcastic kid say to a comedian, "Hey, I really like that you signal to the audience to laugh because your punchlines really weren't doing it." And I'm like, whoa, that's harshness, super harsh. Okay. Now I only made up so much of this wash, so I'm doing all of the parts with the most detail first before I make up my next batch. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it's coming out so hard. Oh, so pretty. So pretty. So pretty. Oh, it's like Wesley Snipes playing basketball. If you're alive in the late 80s, you know what I'm talking about. All right. And now, one more small load. And then we can get to dry brushing. Now remember, guys, you guys know when I do batch painting like this, um, yeah, when I end up doing batch painting like this, by the time I get to the end of the line, the beginning of the line is dry. And that helps. There we go. Yeah, look at that. See? All them details just coming out. Okay, and now we just go over the top. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, just right over the top. Now, what I'm noticing is that the dark, or the Blood Angels colors are steel or gunmetal. So gunmetal and red. And that's going to be cool. Okay, that's a really cool thing. Yeah, let's wash this out real quick. Washa, washa. And now we're going to go straight up with some of the gore. Okay. Now, a lot of you guys might want to know, hey, how do I get my red brighter red? And the answer will surprise you. Okay. If you want to brighten your red, the answer is not what you think. Most people think, all right, if I want to lighten it up, I'll add white. But that's actually not the way. Okay, it's a little weird. Hang on. Yeah. That's actually not the way to do the lightning. It's a little weird, okay? But the way to lighten up red and to really keep the color saturated is yellow. Okay? Kind of give it a little bit of oranging. Okay? And though I bleed myself dry. There we go. So we're just going to add a couple of drops of yellow to that deep, deep red. Okay, I'm going to leave this out just in case I need to make up another batch because I'm dry brushing a lot. Okay. And see, when you do that, okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah. It almost looks like blood, which is cool because it's supposed to. Okay. So now that we got that going, okay, you guys see all of these things in there? Oh, that is great. Let me check something. Yeah, you guys see all those little things? Okay. Now that we got that, we brightened up our red. And now remember, when you dry brush stuff, make sure that you go from the top down. Okay? We're essentially doing object source lighting, which is weird. Okay? But yeah, light touch. Call it a day. Okay? And if you guys see, it's like night and day, isn't it? Yeah. Okay? So yeah, there we go. And that's nice and red. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. Oh, yeah, that is the jazz. Okay. I know we did a lot of undercoating and stuff like that, but your patience shall be paid off. Okay? There we go. And some people are like, "Yes, it took me all week to do this." Yeah, I have to work tomorrow. So I can't be up all night painting these things. Looks like we got to get a little bit more on there. Okay. And see if you notice that undercoating of silver that's in that pink adds almost a semi-gloss. Now, you might ask, why not just cover it in semi-gloss paint? Because not everything is going to be super shiny. Okay? But we just want that red to hit the brain and go, hey, that's really freaking red. You know, there we go. Yeah, look at that. Now, here's the upsides. When I come up with a lot of these ideas and concepts to bring on the shows, I don't do any research. And I've never taken an art class. This is just years of me doing things. Because I'm not really the type of guy that has a plan. I just do things. And again, this is a journey, you know, not a destination, a journey, you know. As long as I don't stop believing that I'll get to where I want to go, I can keep doing this. And see, guys, you see the difference between the models? These things are just so, ooh, yeah. And we're going straight up stock, you know. Soon, these little things will be looking up and they'll be saying some, they'll be quipping. Mm, I don't want that. I'm a team cap guy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Oh, oh, yeah. See? And now moving on. Just continuing to move on. Yeah. There we go. Because, see, we're going to have to do paneling and stuff like that in that steel gray, or in gunmetal, rather. So that's going to be a thing. See, this guy has a half mask, so he's going to be all fleshied. There we go. Moving on. Almost done, but guess what? We'll be doing, we still have a whole tank. A whole butted tank. Okay. So, then I got to do the guns and the heads. And I think that's where we'll wrap it for today. I mean, I've only been on for 3 hours. Yeah. And again, the dry brushing is really, really important in the sense of it only covers the top of things, and it's smoother than an overbrush, because an overbrush will get your stuff in there, but it'll be all chunky chunk. And if you don't know what chunky paint looks like, just hand one of your minis over to a kid in elementary school, Give them some paints and tell them to paint it. And you will discover what Chonky Chonk is. Oh, yeah. There we go. Mm. I broke up his cables. I might put some thread or something there. Who knows? Oh, yeah. It's actually funny. This is a lot closer to what I wanted the Pokebot to be. And that's cool. Yes, all of this madness. But now these Dark Angels are coming out angelic and dark. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah, I got his face, but that's okay. That's going to be steel. All right, look at all that. Now, while these guys dry, we go back to the tank. And this should take up the rest of our paint. Well, first we'll start with the turret. Okay. Mm. So, since I cut my teeth painting terrain, I actually prefer painting bigger things like tanks and buildings. You know, these little guys, yeah, not my speed. Hmm. Although I may have to put a little guy in here, be like, yeah, tank, but da 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 da. You know, I think I have a couple of turret tops or a couple of hatchways. You know, I don't know. I'll figure something out. Cool. And now, here we go. Oh yeah. Y'all see how red that's getting? So this is just gonna be like red, and I'm gonna be like, yep, red. Okay, because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for red, you know. Oh yeah, like if I were to take this outside my house right now, I might get shot. I don't know. Kidding. Folks don't do that no more, to my knowledge. Yeah. Got to thin this down because this red is starting to dehydrate a bit. There we go. Ugh. Oh, yeah. This is coming along, ain't it? Yeah, coming along a lot. No, I didn't put the bottom in. Yeah. Paint up his little butt. A little butt there. Oh, it's got a little butt. Okay. And now we can just do the top with the rest that's left. All right, get this just a little bit moister. I guess moisture is a word. I know moisture is a word. Yes, a little bit more moist. Moist is one of my favorite words. I know a lot of people don't like it. Oh no, I think it's a cool word to say. Moist. There we go. There. All right. Yeah, these things are red. Oh my god, there's so much red here. You know, I'm going to show you guys this red, or the amount of red that's sitting here right now, because this is madness. But yeah, I definitely have to take a break from the painting, because when you work yourself too hard as a painter, you end up becoming what I learned was called a painting bunghole. Okay? And what that is get to a place where you're like, oh, I'm just going to fix this mistake. And then you try and fix that mistake and you make another mistake. And then you try and fix another mistake. And then you make yet another mistake. And then you make another mistake on top of that. You see, it never ends. You just always end up making all these different mistakes because you just can't get out of your own way, you know? And the only way out of that, to tell you the honest truth, is to just knock it off. Like real talk. Sometimes you just got to knock it off, you know? Get up. Go away. Do some of the other stuff that you would normally do. You know, but either way, you would need to stop doing the stuff that you're doing. There we go. Now, but you know what? It looks like our work is paying off. We went from stark white. Red. So red. Oh my God. They're like used books. Ah, so red. There's so much red down there. That is just so much red. So much. Just look at all that red. Now the next color that we are going to be dealing with is going to be gunmetal, which I have here. Gunmetal from Vallejo. And this gunmetal we're going to use to do, well, the stuff that's in metal. Now, we might do some overbrushing for the filigree and stuff, but that's later. We need to get those tank treads done. A lot of the faces, okay? We got to get those faces done. And with that, though, we're also going to be doing guns and the little areas in the elbows and the back of the legs, you know, accenting. We're really going to be accenting. And again, we're using the gunmetal to keep that shine, all right? Because I really want Jermaine from Flight of the Conchords to look at these things and be like, hey, shiny, you know? Oh. But yeah. But what I got to do first is I got to find my tiny, tiny brushes. Where are my tiny brushes? Okay, my size 1s and 2s. Because that is the stuff that we're going to be using. Okay? Little guys. All right, my 1s and 2s. Because once we got those, yeah. And we might end up doing just a little bit of pin lining. Mm. To really bring out details and make that stuff pop, you know? But yeah, but we definitely, like, no questions asked, we got to paint them guns and them flamethrowers. And with the aggressors, we got to paint the faces. But we're almost done because I didn't realize that these guys, oh, they've got yellow knees? Huh. Not today, they don't. Yeah. There's like, look, I got a yellow knee pad. Look, I got a little knee pad with a skull. Yeah, guess what? I don't care. Let's see. Do I have anything here that I might be able to use? Yeah, kinda, but yeah, nope. Don't care. Uh, so that's literally where I'm leaving it. I'm not dying. I'm not gonna kill myself over this. I only do stuff tabletop ready. Let's see here. Mm. God, I'm giddy. Cause yeah, I should have another thing of resin by tomorrow when I get home from work. That should be awesome. And if you guys are wondering about my day job, so it comes down to this. I live 30 miles away from one of the largest international ports in the country. Okay, I'm 30 miles from Long Beach. So I work at a logistics company, and these guys get the cargo containers from the ships that are packed to the gills. And then they look at me and they say, "Hey, Wizard Man, how you doing? We need you to take all the boxes out of there and palletize them and then put them on this box so we can send them to their distribution centers." And I go, "Okay, just pay me money." "Hey, Captain Steve, 1972, what's up?" "Wait, are you the Captain Steve I think you are? If so, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Just type hello if you are that Steve." Hopefully you are. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow from 9 to 5. The crap part, and this is one of the reasons that the show was so long today, is when I get home from work, I am not going to be able to do a show. If you guys think I'm flighty right now, oh my god. Um because I think, let's see, outside, what's the temperature right now? I'm not sure what the temperature is right now, but I will say that the temperature in and of itself is way, way too hot. And it's only gonna get hotter. Um, yeah, it's only gonna get hotter inside that container because the container is all metal. So I'm essentially gonna be lifting weights in a sweat box all day tomorrow. So when that happens, ha ha ha, ho ho ho, he, I am absolutely not going to be fit for a show. Not at all. Mm. So let's see here. Ooh, that's fun. Let's check the Discord real quick. All right, because yeah, I've got this going. Let's check the Discord. And no, don't switch. Because yeah, literally, like I said, we're taking a break. This is exhausting. So now that we're taking a break, um, let's see who's there. Who is still going? Because this is where I send out an invitation. Oh yeah. Mm. Okay, because painting and all that stuff, this stuff is fun. This stuff is really fun. But it would be even cooler if there were some folks to talk to. So this is my chance to talk to you guys. All right. So leave me a comment if you guys want me to send you a Zoom invitation and you can be on the show right now. Okay, and I'm serious. I am dead serious about this. Serious as a heart attack. And y'all can keep me company. Um, y'all can keep me company while I finish up this paint job. Okay, so who else is on? I'm gonna check the other place that I check. Because, yeah, soon I'll be getting a bunch of phone calls and things like that. But, yeah, actually, no, I know a lot of you guys are making dinner for your kids and stuff like that. Um, I know who to reach out to, though. Because, yeah, again, we're painting minis and stuff like that. I got to get this stuff done tonight. I got to get this stuff done. So, okay. Yeah, that's my dude. Hang on, you still on TikTok? On the TikToks? Ah, yep. So, sometimes I know it gets a little weird um watching somebody go at this stuff, but I'm like, I'm right here too. I'm right here too. Oh, yeah. Now, I might need to get a new phone one of these days. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. The new Star Trek thing is up and going. I do a show with Nerd Soul, that's NERDSOUL, and do 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 boo boo. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a thing. An old friend from high school looked me up and I'm like, "Oh, hi. I think you're you. What's up, you? All right. That's good." Don't you guys love it when you get messages on social media, right? And it's like the person, well, I've got this thing where, real talk, I look almost exactly the same as I did when I was 16 years old. I've barely aged at all. Okay? I finally got the dad bod, which is cool. Um, oh, there's my dude. Hang on. Malum. That's who I'm looking for. Let's see if he's in, because I know where he's not, but let me double check to see who showed up to that game. Voice channel, blah blah, general. Nope, no one's there. Okay, good. Um, so I am going. Okay, yeah, I am going to send an invitation out to one of the gamers that were here. That I would normally be on with. There we go. All right, yo, pop. Oh, okay. All right, cool. It's so fun that my other friends are getting popular. Uh huh. So, guest on the show. There we are. There we are. Yeah. Now this dude, hopefully, if I can get him in the TikTok conversation, or not the TikTok, but yeah, the other one, because you guys haven't said anything, so I haven't had to send out a thing, but I am fine having a group chat. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Great. I'm like, sweet. Nope. I'm not a toxic male. Oh, okay. Yeah, I try my best not to be a toxic male, but I end up, but it still gets a little weird when you go sweet and you mean, or when you mean to go sweet and you end up going sweetie. All right, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Mm. So let's get back to the painting. Yeah, let's get back to some painting. Like I said, sometimes you got to take a break. And when you take a break, it's really important. Um, there we go. I'm painting blood angels on my show. Uh, right now, would you like to be a guest? Guest? English is weird. Yeah. All right. So, okay. Now I'm just queuing up everything real quick. Aha. Okay. Mr. Barajas. Okay. There we go. That's going to be fun because this guy is actually a much longer player of this game than I am. So that's going to be fun and interesting. So he's like, let me get set up. All right. So let's get back to painting faces and helmets. All right. And now that we got some company, it's like we are rejuvenated. I was juvenated before, I might have lost it, and now I'm juvenated again. Rejuvenated. All right. So now I'm going to take some of my black water. Okay, just a little bit of wash here. And I'm going to thin out these metallics just a tiny bit to make sure they don't dry out entirely. Okay. Boop. There we go. All right. And let's head, while I'm here, self-screen, chats, ninja, and let me add this real quick. Add the scene, add that, and add that. Hey, that's fun. So we're just going to make that smaller. And we're going to cover up the chat right over here for when our guest gets here. Cool. Now let's head on back. Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, how you doing? All right. You know, I think I'm going to do something a little different here. Okay. Let me head back to, I think that was a beep. Beep, beep. I'm not sure what that was. But let me check because my waiting room is not enabled. And now it is also not enabled. So let's head back. I don't know. There's so many things here going beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. All right. So I want to add some light. So, let me go here real quick. And I will be right back, guys. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Always a bit of a Facebook announcement. I'm like, what's that beeping? I don't know. Okay, I'm back. So, just setting up this other thing here real quick. Because I want to make sure I can get some better, a bit of better lighting down here. That ain't working. There we go. No, that ain't working either. Let me put that there. That'll work. No, that's not working either. Nope, still can't hear you, man. If you're talking.
Nope, I was checking. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. Sweet. Oh, but you're not what is the term?
I don't have video.
Yeah, you got no video, but that's fine. I'm glad you're here, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So everyone, this is Ernie Barajas. I believe it's Barajas. I'm terrible at pronouncing names.
Yep, close enough.
So yeah, as you can see, let's head back over. Yeah, let's head back over to there we go. Yeah, let's head back over to hang on, let me just do one more thing here. Oh, nope. Just trying to set up the lighting good and proper. There we are. And there we go. All right, let's head back over to the game gallery. So yeah, so I'm using some minis from a company called Apex Tabletop, because I'm getting ready for my first game of Combat Patrol, which I will be having this weekend. So I told the viewers well, first off, where can they find you, bro?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I've been kind of lagging on getting the stream back up, but Decker_Bloodclaw on TwitchTV.com
Good old Decker
or
Bloodclaw.
Twitch.tv. Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, I have now. Ooh, you know what? This silver is really silver, so I'm gonna add a little bit more black. Tattooed everything. There we are. So yeah, I told the viewers your reaction when I told you that I was finally learning this game. Because I know you and I have been talking for years about this.
Aye.
You know, but you know, I had to say out loud, look, they finally did something I approved of, which was the new model. And hey, look at you. Now you've got your paint stuff set up.
Like if
so
there's gonna be a paint stream, we're gonna make it a paint stream.
All right. Now let's see what we can do here. Bada zinga. There we go. Ah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, look at that. Okay. So yeah. I literally started painting these at the beginning of the stream today. Because we're doing the whole Combat Patrol. Now, I use miniatures from a lot of different companies. Because I'm still not willing to give Games Workshop any money. Although, if I like what I see,
their plastics are really well done.
I'm not going to lie, they look really cool. Okay, and if I really like how this game turns out, I might recommend someone that I know because I'm starting. All right, so here's the thing. This whole week one is turning into this whole bloody month um of me as a new player learning Warhammer 40K for the very first time. Okay, but I'm only doing
Mm-hmm.
combat patrol. Only doing combat patrol.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else. Um, Primarily because I'm not a big fan of tournament culture. And in my experiences, even people who think they play casually, um, their brains may be saying I'm playing casually, but their habits are playing as though they're at a tournament because that's really where they learned, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going, all right, this combat patrol thing, there's no list building, there's none of that stuff. So, all right, I'll learn this. That way I don't have to worry about building the right list or losing before I hit the table or winning before I hit the table. I can just play the game. What are your thoughts on the battle patrols?
I mean, honestly, between that and Kill Team, it's one of the easier ways and faster ways you can get acclimated with the game.
Okay.
I haven't had much experience with combat patrols or kill teams, to be honest with you, mainly because when I started back in fifth edition, there really wasn't any of that stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So it was just skirmish games. It's like, no, just get a 500 point list, then that's your combat patrol. That's your kill team. That's go play with this.
Now you're
So,
now you're here in Southern California.
mhm.
Have you actually found a place? Because when when I was playing War Machine, I listened to a lot of folks who was playing 40K,
Mhm.
and I believe it was when Eighth Edition dropped. Um, a lot of folks quit 40K and they went over to War Machine, and they essentially tried to turn that skirmish game into 40K. They came in with the culture, and that made me get out of the game. I was done. Okay.
Mm.
Um, but my friends who do play, they tell
Yeah.
me they have a hard time finding people other than like the SoCal Crusaders, who I'm gonna meet one day, and I probably will have them on the show. That are willing to play a game that's less than 2,000 points. So that hasn't been your experience
As far as 40K
playing.
goes,
Yeah, as far as playing 40K, you've been able to find people that'll play.
oh
Uh,
yeah, I've had a crew for like the entire time.
oh wow.
Yeah. So I started playing fifth edition down here in OC, and I was always going to the what used to be called as the LA Battle Bunker, the old LA Battle Bunker out in Westminster. And
Okay.
then I made friends there, and then from there we've gone to location to location. One of the older ones was the replacement to the Battle Bunker, which was out in Lakewood. I went there for a hot minute, and then
Um,
once
Wait, are you talking about Guildhouse Games?
no,
Oh.
no. It was actually called the Battle Bunker out in Lakewood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I went there for a hot minute, started talking to people there, and then when that store got ended up closing in stores, I ended up coming over to Brookhurst Hobbies
Okay.
in Garden Grove.
Oh, you
So
play
I
at
just been
Brookhurst.
Brookhurst Hobbies. Yeah. I've been playing
Okay.
at Brookhurst for like a hot minute.
Okay. Now I was
So I meet up with friends there all the time.
okay. Now see, I was hanging at Brookhurst Hobbies a lot because I made friends with the HeroClix guys,
Mm-hmm.
and then they all went to 40K. Well, they went HeroClix to Gunpla
Mm-hmm.
to 40K, and I'm like, well,
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll be back later. You know, because don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, I do love Gunpla.
Uh-huh.
I do love Gundams, and believe it or not, there is a tabletop minis games for your Gundams.
I believe it.
You know, I found it. I kind of tested it out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I've talked to you about this, but like I play Grimdark Future from One Page Rules,
Hmm.
which is a free version of a tabletop miniatures game that's set in a grimdark, futuristic setting.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and from what I hear, it's like 40K stripped down. But what I do like about it is that it's quick. You know,
Okay.
it's really quick. I'll show you how to play sometime because, yeah, actually, I can tell you how to play. Um, there's no to wound rules, so they cut that out. There's no stratagems in the basic game, and it's alternating activations instead of I go, you go.
Okay.
Those
So
those are the main differences.
so similar. Oh no, I can't even say similar to Warmer Hordes because I didn't even play that one.
Actually,
It kind of
again, it's a lot like 40K, or should I say, inspired by but legally distinct from.
right, yeah. Because with 40K, obviously one player takes all of their turns to do something,
It,
and then they do their stuff, and then the second player goes. But I could have sworn with the War Machine or Hordes, it was like you got both players were taking alternating turns to activate their,
oh no,
their
no,
whatever's.
War Machine and or Warma Hordes, as it came to no, that was always I go, you go.
Oh, okay. I never played that one. That was just more rules for me to like. I don't want to learn more rules. I just got into 40K. I don't need to learn more rules. Like
No, I
40K
get
is
that.
already complex enough. I'm like, I don't need any more rules. I already got plenty of D6s. I don't need to buy no D20, no more D20s. I'm more playing D&D. I already have my polyhedrals on the side. I already had to set this aside. I don't need another dice collection on the side.
Well, I'm a gamer junkie, and
Uh,
War Machine was my miniatures game. That's what it was for 15 years.
okay.
I was there when it first came out, and I'm like, wait, I won't need any more than 4d6s? Sweet. Um, and it had a lot of stuff that I really liked. Hey, there we
Okay.
go. See? And see, guys, if you're still watching, a little bit of silver goes a long way. And this guy is tabletop ready. So now we move on. Because we
Three
still
color
have four more
minimum?
guys. Huh?
3 color minimum?
I'm not playing at a Games Workshop store.
Well, I'm just saying battle ready is 3 color minimum.
um, by Games Workshop rules, yeah. For casual stuff, it's
Eh, fair
I can
enough.
tell the difference from 2 feet away. I thought about adding
Ah.
a third color, but one, according to the Blood Angels art, um, even if I did add a third color, I wouldn't be able to notice it.
Ah.
you know,
Sergeants have yellow helmets.
huh?
Sergeants have yellow helmets.
Okay. Yeah,
Yellow helmets and some of their tour decals, like some of their drops can be yellow just for how many tours they've been on or whatnot.
gotcha. Now you're a veteran player,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just now learning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you bring up some of the stuff in the culture,
Mm.
like the 3 color minimum, the decals, the stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, help me understand like the importance of that stuff.
So the standard is the 3 color minimum. That's battle ready as far as you're right. Games Workshop rules are concerned. But yeah, I mean, um, one thing I can say is I do remember a lot of people that were playing 40K jumped over to Warmer Hearts for a hot minute, and a lot of the tournaments were filled with armies that were just not painted at all, just like gray plastic metal, just metal models as far as the eye can see,
Nice.
And exactly, just like the gray armies are everywhere. Um, and when you're gonna be playing, like if you play Warhammer like full size, like competitively or even casually, you're playing an army, you're playing a game with another person for a bare minimum of 2.5 hours if you're at the 2000 point level,
Right.
you know? And if you're going to dedicate that much time into playing the game, you might as well dedicate a little bit more time to make sure your models look good for the game. Kind of give you like a cinematic experience, like as you're playing the game, like, yeah, my squad's gonna come over here and like totally wreck these guys, but oh man, you just, fired Overwatch. So as my guys charged in, you just blew them off the table. Like, oh man, that sucks. And I mean, there's plenty of comics around. There's plenty of strips of people like showing like, oh my god, like the Gray Army is approaching. Oh, everybody run! Like it's Gray Army, It's like It's just a whole bunch of models. They got purchased. They got slapped together. They may have been haphazardly placed, like put together, or maybe like are in sub assemblies. So maybe something that has wings doesn't have the wings because they're not glued in yet because they want to be painted right. So you just see just tons and tons of people with like gray armies, and like, well, like bro, like other people have done the same thing you have. They've bought the art, they've bought the miniatures, they've bought the rules, they've gotten everything they need to go play this in a competitive manner. And if you're at a competitive, in a competitive arena, I guess you can say you're kind of expecting for people to be on their game,
Okay.
pun intended. um, that being the case, if you're already pouring this much energy and effort into your models, go their extra length and get them painted. 3-color minimum is like at least battle ready. You can see the main body color. You're accenting like some of the parts in between the armor, so that's 2 colors. And then if you throw a wash on it, you get some of the crevices to pop out. That could count as your 3rd color because at least you're showing some depth, some definition to the models.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, this is battle ready. I've done 2 washes on this episode.
Okay, so you have red washes on there, correct?
A red and a brown, actually.
Okay, so when you have a chance, if you wanted to get a little bit crazier, I would recommend throwing either another brown wash or a black wash all over the red, so as for uh all the little nooks and crannies on the armor like pop out.
Noted.
Also on the gun.
Yeah, that was
So,
probably on the thing for the gun.
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sitting up here with a
So,
bowl of black wash. So
oh,
so yeah, so the
so yeah, I
next,
mean,
yeah.
it just kind of like it's a little bit of the feels bad, like here some people are who may not be complete gamers, but more hobbyists, and they have an awesome looking army,
Mm-hmm.
and then they just want to have fun and have a casual game, and then here comes Billy Badass, who's like all about the meta chasing, who barely got it together, and is just playing his army just all gray, and you're just out to hobby stomp people, like why? And like you guys aren't even, army's not even painted, and like kind of the feels bad, like.
Okay, so that's the
That's my
part.
take on it.
Well, that's kind of the stuff that I want to talk to people about because most of the information that I've gotten, most. Ooh, cool. We're bringing in another guest. Sweet. Oh, this is gonna be a day. This is gonna be a day. This is cool. Hang on. Uh huh. Let's see. I think he's 3 hours ahead. So he is
Oh
free
man.
until 9. Sweet. Um, so yeah, see there was a thing with the culture, okay? Because as
Mm-hmm.
you know, my channel is for casual folks and folks that didn't grow up middle class white guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um now that doesn't mean I don't have middle class white guys on. Actually, one of my ride or dies is like an angry middle class white guy, and we talk about this stuff all the time. Um, and there's a certain part of the culture that I don't get. Like when I was, I have been, just for the record,
Mm-hmm.
I have been studying the lore of
Mm-hmm.
40K for about 2 years now.
Yeah. Good
You know,
luck.
hmm?
Good luck.
And I mean, just
It's so much.
it is, but I just mean like the basic overviews.
Mm-hmm.
Enough of the lore for me to get what's going on. I know, I know about the Horse Heresy.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
and I'm not gonna say Magnus did nothing wrong, but if the Emperor wasn't the worst father ever, Magnus probably wouldn't have messed up. But I still blame Aramon more than I blame Magnus. So,
All I'm
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
all I'm saying, and this is coming from the perspective of a Space Wolves player. So, um,
Ah, okay.
so from the perspective of a Space Wolves player, he was
Mag.
told not to push the red button. He pushed the red button. He done fucked up.
All right, that's fair. That's
He
fair.
said
Yeah,
they
yeah.
told him don't push the red button. What was the first thing he did? He pushed the red button.
Well, honestly, the way I figure is if the Emperor was the best psychic ever, look, I'm 46 years old, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I have known for the 23 years that I have been a breeding parent
Mm-hmm.
that if I ever want my child not to do something, the last thing I'm going to do is tell them not to do that thing. Cuz that's the first thing they're I don't care how old you are. If either of my parents were still alive today and they said, "Hey, don't do that thing." There would be a huge part of me inside that'll do the thing and tell me later.
They're like, well, I'm gonna do it anyways because he told me not to do it. So
Uh,
now let's piss him off.
Actually, no, it's more like, "Oh, wait, I did it? Crap. When did I do it? Ah, I
Okay.
was sleepwalking."
Uh,
You know, yeah, the easiest way
subliminally
to make sure
implanted,
that
huh?
your kid does anything is to tell them not to do it.
Like, oh, now, if I do, I'm gonna piss you off. All right, let's see see how much I can get away with before I really piss you off. In some circles, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, had my mom learned that when I was 12, all she would have had to say is, boy, I'm telling you, I will have had it with you if those dishes are clean by the time I wake up for work tonight. You bet not
Yeah.
wash those dishes. And I'll be like, but why? Why didn't you want me to wash the dish? You know what? I'm gonna find out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not to
It's
piss her
that.
off, just to understand.
It's part of that. Mess around, find out.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So, but studying the lore and stuff on my own, I haven't been reading all the novels. Don't get me wrong,
It's a lot of
but
novels.
a lot of the stuff that I find players do, especially when they're talking about stuff,
Mm-hmm.
is they leave a lot of confusing things. Like, um, the lion just came back into
Mm-hmm.
continuity,
Correct.
and one, I make fun of all the time the gaming conventions of Games Workshop
Yeah.
because I took Latin in junior high.
Are you talking about Adeptus Astartes?
Um, Adeptus Astartes, Corvus Corax.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
I am the leader of this. I am Crow Crow.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Ferris Manus is still one of my favorites.
Yep.
But um, when I talk to other players about the Primarchs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They talk as though the Primarchs aren't awesome characters. I'm like, okay, the lion's coming back. Like, who's the lion? They're like, oh, Lionel Johnson. Yeah, he's just a knight. And I'm like,
Um.
why are you playing this down? I took a look at his lore and I'm like, dude, this guy is awesome. Like, really awesome. And I'm not saying that to be like contrarian. I actually try and like things. Like, I genuinely feel bad for Perturabo.
Mm, mm.
I'm like, all the guy wanted to do was make Legos. That's all.
I mean, pretty much.
And then he became good at his job. Like that's a really interesting thing. It's like,
Mm.
yeah, you know what? I'll show you I can build stuff. You'll see. Look, I built some stuff. Yeah, still not as good as Rogaldorn. Well, Rogaldorn's in the
Yeah.
back going, no, it isn't.
Mm. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
Pretty much. Sounds about right.
So, but yeah, so listening to the folks talk and do the private jokes, I just didn't understand what I was getting into, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like, well, who's good? Who's not good? And I see that a lot of players take their factions very personally. Because I'm not going to lie, my favorite color is blue.
Mm.
You can see it in my hair, you can see it in my channel's logo, you can see it
Mm-hmm.
all
Mm-hmm.
over the place. So when I first thought about getting into Warhammer 40K, which faction did I want to play?
Ultra Smurfs.
Of course. But it's like, oh, you're playing Ultra Smurfs. Urgh. And I'm like, can you not give me crap? I'm a new player. you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't
Hey,
know. Like,
you know what? At least you get the Smurfs. I got the furries.
hmm?
I ended up going to Space Wolves.
That was an interesting. Well, actually, instead of picking the Smurfs, I got tired of being made fun of. So, with my main Space Marine faction that I picked,
Uh-huh.
um, I actually picked the Imperial Fist. I
Ah.
picked the Yellow Boys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Angry
because
Marines.
yellow's hard to paint. And I'm
It
like, I
is.
just got these Army Painter Speed Paint starter kit. Let me see. So I'm still experimenting with stuff because, um, again, I played since I played War Machine for so long, that was where I cut my teeth painting miniatures.
Right, right.
But their color schemes are pretty straightforward if you do box art,
Mm-hmm.
and there's not nearly, or at least when I was playing, there wasn't nearly the raw tonnage of miniatures to paint.
Fair, fair.
You know, and I actually played I played a swarm army. Um, so I had a whole bunch of infantry because my warcaster could bring people back from the dead. And when they
Okay.
died, he got more focus points. Just to give you a point of reference, your commander in War Machine was everything. It was
Mm.
everything. Um, and they told the robots what to do with focus points. Think command points, right?
Okay.
And they had a set amount that refilled every turn. So
Okay.
if you wanted your jack to run, jump, climb trees, that kind of thing, all of those actions took a focus point. So at
Okay.
the beginning of your turn, your warcaster would distribute focus points throughout their battle group, which was their robots,
Mm-hmm.
and there you go. Then your robots could do the thing, but your robots could only do the thing up to 3 focus points. So they could
They can only
walk.
do only up to three things.
Yeah, they could walk and punch for free. If they wanted to run, focus point. Charge, focus
Mm.
point. Headbutt, focus point. Extra attack, focus point.
Focus point. Okay.
Okay. However, your focus point was also your spell fuel as well.
Oh, okay.
So it was a resource control game. I
Mm-hmm.
had the
Mm-hmm.
Warcaster. Oh, and your focus rating, the maximum amount of focus points that you generated on your own per turn,
Mm-hmm.
was the radius in inches of your control area. So if your
Okay.
robots left that area, they were just on their own.
Oh, so
And
you
when
had to
you
move your controller along with the robots.
exactly,
Okay.
um, and there was no pre-measuring in the game,
Oh shit.
but
Okay.
you could always measure um, focus point. Your Warcaster kind of knew what was going on. You could always measure your Warcaster's control area, which was double. Yeah, your control area was double your focus point rating in inches.
Okay.
So yeah, so that was kind of the thing. Well, my Warcaster had 5 focus points standard,
Mm-hmm.
so he had a control area of 10 inches, right?
Nice.
10 inches of a circle. It was the lowest in the game,
Jesus.
primarily because his special "Look at me, I'm a Warcaster" ability
Mm-hmm.
was he would collect the souls of his infantry when they died and turn them into focus points.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I took a bunch of grunts. I was essentially a soul reaver taking the Astra Militarum out there. So when the bodies
Nice.
hit the flow, I got more mana,
Nice.
you know. And that mana, again, extra attack, cost focus point. Spell, cost focus point, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So essentially, and every Warcaster in that game has a once per game ability called a feat. And it
Okay.
was a stupid ability. And everyone had one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like, I don't know if Warhammer has like a knockdown rule, but actually, wait, you've been studying 10th edition?
Yep. I had my
Oh,
first game the other day.
oh, nice.
Eldar definitely broken, and the recent FAQ totally like kind of helped tone it down.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I don't like elves in general. Just in fiction, I'm like, oh, great, you're better than everyone else, and you're prettier, and you've got all that stuff. I hate you. Um,
I
but
mean,
I do have a soft spot for Eldar.
like in their defense, they've been around for long ass times. So they've had some time to like refine some stuff.
Well, you're talking to a potential Necrons player, so
So again,
um,
well, Necrons and like Eldar are like created by the old ones and all that good jazz.
yeah.
So
But um, but what I saw, because I watch a lot of battle reports. I
mhm.
mean, a lot of battle reports. It's almost unhealthy.
I mean, if you're gonna get into it, you might as well deep dive into it.
Well, I watch them for company, really.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know. So but yeah. So when I every time I looked at an Eldar battle report, right? The
Yeah.
Eldar would just get raffle stomped. And
Um.
don't get me wrong, I love all the factions. And in Grimdark Future from One Page Rules, they
Mhm.
have all the same factions, and their
Okay.
lore is a little bit different. So I got all these Space Marine STLs. Hey, pretty
Mhm.
beard. I was wondering if you were going to show up. Ah, so with me today is Ernie Barajas, a veteran 40K player, and we're talking about the lore and kind of my experience, and I'm asking him questions. Hopefully, the Khan will show up. The Ruthless Wonder, the Ruthless Wonder, not a Ruthless Wonder. Um, so as I was saying, yeah, I always saw the elves get raffle stomped. Now, I love the orcs in principle. And in
Orcs are
Grimdark
great.
Future, from One Page Rules, um, I gave my sister the 40K orc lore, and she's all in.
Oh yeah.
Except
Oh yeah.
for instead of soccer hooligans, she actually she codes them as corner boys.
Fair enough.
Cause we grew up in the hood, and she's like, "Oh no, those guys, yeah, they just kicking it by the liquor store," and they're like,
Yeah.
"What? We
Yeah.
rolling? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we got to roll." You
Yeah.
know. So when her
Yeah.
boys go up and swarm something, she's like, "Break yourself, fool!" And I'm like, "Oh, this is great. This is exactly what I wanted, actually."
That's the best way to like get someone in there.
Yeah, and one of my ride or die friends is like, the orcs are the epitome of fun,
They are.
and
It's Mad
according to
Max
their
turned
lore,
into
I'm
11.
like, dude, these guys are living their best lives.
Oh yeah.
You know, I love it. What do? We fight. Where are we going? We're going over there. Why? Because that's where the fight is. Oh, okay, the
Yeah.
fight's over
Yeah.
there. All right, cool.
Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
we do
It's
after the
great.
fight?
We
After
walk some
fight?
more. We're gonna
and
walk and then we're gonna walk some more. And now we're gonna walk in a different direction.
and I'm like, okay, all right, that works. You know. Um, but yeah, I
The
came
lore
up
is
with this
great.
experiment because since I've been playing Grimdark Future for the past 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
and I've been part of their Patreon for the past two. Their
Mm-hmm.
Patreon comes with STL files for all the factions every month.
Oh, okay. So they've been filling out the faction
Oh
roster.
my
Okay.
god. Yeah. So
Cool.
I've got a bunch of counts as Necrons
Mm-hmm.
and Battle Sisters and Orcs
Okay.
and Tyranids and Custodes, which was the army I wanted to play. And then one of my people were like, yeah, good luck finding someone to play with you. And I'm like, really? So,
As
and
far as the
again,
custodians are concerned, or who are the Necrons?
on Custodes, because
Yeah, those guys are hard. They're
they're,
tough. They're tough.
you know,
It's tough. I mean, they are a very elite army, and they will kick your teeth in. They give no shits. I mean, they are the Emperor's protectors. So,
I see that in fiction, but one of the things I've noticed in fiction is whoever the book is about is the one that is the most powerful in the universe, kind of like reading a Marvel cosmic book,
mhm.
or at least the most powerful in the universe until the Space Marines show up.
Right.
So,
So then you know about like all the Primarchs are genetically
oh yeah,
badass human beings and whatnot.
yeah, the Emperor made a
Leaders
mess in
of
a cup. Yeah,
leaders of the chapters and whatnot. Um, uh, People are saying Lionel Johnson, yeah, he's just a knight. I mean, if you go through the entirety of the lore, like half of the Dark Angels faction, which is who Lionel leads. His is the first faction to be found, and see they're pretty much like the first go-to guys, almost like the poster boys for like, all right, there's no rules, we're gonna give them to you, see how it works, and then if we don't like it, we'll modify other things with it.
Okay.
All the chapters got their own little flavor as far as like kind of what they represent, where Games Workshop got their ideas for them. Lionel L. Johnson. There's I think there was a poet by the name of Johnson L. Lionel or something like that. Or
Really?
Lionel? Yeah. So it was a play on words for him. Rubu Gilliman was actually, I think, the only Primarch that like grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He ended up growing up on a essentially a Roman style Roman style planet where, yeah,
Actually,
McCrag. So he was a son of a senate or some stuff like that. Like I'm not too completely sure on his background, but he had like a
oh yeah.
pretty decent life. He was raised pretty well.
So was
Um,
Dorn.
yeah, so was Dorn. I think Sanguinius was found, and he happened to have like actual wings protruding from his back. So he was like the blood drinker, but yeah, he was still like the awesome of the awesome.
Yeah, it was funny because the first Primarch I fell in love with. Hang on. Let's see. We got Lord Prettybeard, and then the dwarf stepped in and try and tell elves what's up. I totally don't have stake in that game. I mean, Knife Ear's legit in both fantasy and 40k, and I actually had a WFB Wood Elf army.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Thank you. That's what I needed to know. I'm like,
Yeah.
WFB, I don't get all these. I don't know what that means. I feel like Gamora arguing with Star Lord about Cheers. Um,
Oh yeah. Warhammer Fantasy before before the reset.
but yeah, like the first Primarch that I really liked was Vulcan.
Volcanistan. Yeah.
Not for complexion reasons, but what I heard about with the lore was that one, he likes people.
Yep.
Two, he gives his Space Marines vacations.
Yep.
And I like that idea of like, okay, well, we're not doing a crusade right now. Go home, see your family. What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
kind of like that one skit from Monty Python. Today we're gonna be marching up and down the square. Does anyone have any better things to do than march up and down the square? Actually, sir, I'd like to go home and spend some time with my kids. Oh, all right, off you go.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
I think
And
the
I'm
first
like,
one I
yeah.
was exposed to was Jagatai Khan.
There you
Hey,
go.
what's going on,
Khan.
Ruthless? It is the
Hey, what's
Ruthless
going on?
Wonder. Not a Ruthless Wonder, but the Ruthless Wonder. Writer, poet, counselor. Ruthless, meet Ernie. Ernie is
Hey,
one of
Ernie,
my
nice to meet you.
guides into
Sup?
the actual playing realm of Warhammer 40k. You're joining us here as I'm painting up my rendition of the Dark Angels Combat Patrol box.
Dark
Okay.
Angels or Blood Angels?
Oh, sorry, Blood Angels.
Okay, I'm like, I see red. Dark Angels or black?
Black. I thought they were green.
Actually, green. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The original color was black.
Yeah, because those guys are Monday. Because one of my viewers actually was like, "Dude, I want you to make that dreadnought from Puppets War," and I'm like, "I don't have the money, but I'll tell you what, I'll just put the donation tab up here, and if we get enough donations to get me another bottle of resin, then I'll print it up and we'll paint it next week." And I got one donation
Nice.
for everything I needed to buy a new thing of resin. So I ordered the resin on the air, and I'm like, it'll be here tomorrow when I'm at the warehouse.
Nice.
So
Nice.
now, Ruthless, do you play 40k, the miniatures game, or the video games, or just read the books?
I don't play the miniatures anymore. I did kind of early 2000s ish
Okay.
for a little bit. More do the tabletop actual role play games, and then obviously the video games, and love the books.
Okay.
So you need to find the Fantasy Flight one. Only Total War or Only War, something like that.
Well, there's the
Because that was the tabletop one I remember. I know there's a guard version, and then they have like the Death Watch. That's what it was. I'm sorry, Death Watch.
Death Watch, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the Fantasy Flight board game, if I recall. I remember the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay game from Games Workshop.
Mhm.
That came out when that was, or should I say, that was out when I was working down at the Game Castle. And I'm
Yeah,
like, hey, Warhammer has a role playing game, and my boss was like, yep, we have to carry it.
and the fantasy game does have a really great grand strategy computer game. Just it's Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. And they're really great if you know you want the army battles without the needing to buy miniatures.
I want to
Okay.
say they're up to 3 now, aren't they?
I think 3 is about to come out. Maybe I don't think
Oh,
Paradox,
Okay.
because Crusader Kings 3 just dropped this past year for Paradox. So I think they're probably waiting until next year for
Okay.
or later this year for Total War.
So I have a question, kind of
Go
today's
for it.
subject. All right. Um, so Warhammer, or for not Warhammer, but Games Workshop,
Mhm.
literally, literally, released the mission decks for Leviathan,
Mm-hmm.
and that's causing controversy. Now, gamers are gamers, so gamers are going to complain. We
Yep.
know that. Okay.
Nothing's ever good. Nothing's
Hmm?
ever perfect.
It's true. It's true. Like, way back in my day, I remember when Advanced Dungeons and Dragons came out, and people were like, no, I like rolling for my stats. I'll let that decide my character class. I don't want to choose on my own. And then I
Mhm.
remember when third edition came out saying, what? There's nothing wrong with Thaco. What are these feats? Every single one of my characters I've ever made has feats. They got 2 feats right at the bottom of their legs. We don't need these feats. You know.
Mm.
Um, but I've heard a few gripes, and this is one of the things that I am questioning again as a brand new player. Okay,
Okay.
or at least as a brand new player to Warhammer 40K. So I
Mhm.
need an explanation. So they released the index cards.
Mhm.
Love them, love them, love them. I'm like, hey, they're finally catching up with every other gaming company in the 21st century.
Mhm.
Good job, old man. You can learn something. Points for them. Okay. And then they dropped the point costs.
Mhm.
And I looked at the point costs. And their method for this one, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, you pay for your core thing, and your upgrades are free.
Correct.
Okay. Now, some folks are complaining because they say it's not fair to punish people for not taking the optimum loadout since it doesn't cost anything. Now, I put this out there all the time. Okay?
Mm.
Of I come from the disenfranchised factor of the United States.
Okay.
Meaning, when I lost things, it was never a gaming problem, it was a me problem. I turned down a job at a pretty famous gaming company as a game tester because when I play video games, I don't assume that what I'm doing is broken. I assume it's error on my part. Okay? So, this is to explain how I don't go into things with aggrieved entitlement.
Mhm.
Okay? Because the consensus. All right, guys, we're doing the Puppets War things, and as you can see, I'm doing the pipes and stuff on their back. I told you we weren't leaving them red. Um, so the thing I'm seeing is yes, you can have your optimum loadout um, for your faction for free. Won't cost you a dime. Or you can have one that's flavor. Won't cost you a dime. And there are players that are saying it's not fair to punish certain players for not taking the maximum loadout. Now, my question is how is that punishing them? Isn't it just every player gets a discount on what's amazing, and you can take it if you want to, or you can play, say, a narrative game against someone else who's super powerful. So I really don't understand the um players who don't take the maximum loadout are being punished. Can someone explain that to me? Because I genuinely don't get it.
Um, well, I mean, seeing as I am one of those people that liked going to tournaments and like tweaking my list as much as possible, like it already comes down to customization of the army.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, like one of the challenges, one of the things that people loved about the previous editions was the fact that you were able to customize damn near every unit down to the model.
Right.
So in a unit of a 10-man tactical squad, for we'll just throw in your the ever present tactical ultramarines, you have 10 guys, one sergeant who can be kitted out with some sort of power weapon, some sort of special gun. Then you have, for every 5 guys in the troop, one guy can take a special weapon, special gun. And then when you have 10 guys, then after the 10th guy can take a special heavy weapon, heavy gun. So that was part of the figuring out, okay, do I want this squad to be a full 10-man squad so I can get those 2 special weapons along with the sergeant loaded out with whatever he's kitted? Or am I just going to take the one like half squad size at 5 guys, have the sergeant with his stuff, and then one other guy with the special gun? So
Well,
that kind of got thrown into the mix. Not only that,
well, before you
uh,
move on, my question
yeah.
is, um, the weapons, like the loadout for the armies, don't
Mm-hmm.
they still come with the same restrictions? They just come at a different price?
Right. So now you are just paying for the troops at
Mm.
full strength, half strength. You
Right?
are no longer throwing chips in for like, okay, well, now let me shave a few points off here and throw this in there. Like now you're either buying the troops in clumps of 5 or 10 or whatever the unit size may be. And from what it looks like, they've modeled the points cost to reflect the box size, the units in the boxes.
Except for the
So
Death Guard, but well,
they got that got FAQ'd recently, actually.
really?
Yeah, that got fixed.
Okay, so
Yeah. They got fixed as well as the Eldars. I was saying they were earlier a little bit broken, and so did towering for some of the bigger units.
okay.
Well, some rules got fixed, but as far as like the points goes, is like, yeah, I was one of those guys who were like, well, I don't really want a full 10-man squad. Let me take at least 6 or 7 guys and my special weapon and this and that.
Okay.
So, but now you can pay, you can still take 7 guys, a 7-man squad, but you're paying the full 10-man squad price.
Okay.
So if you're doing that, you're literally leaving points off the table,
Okay.
you know? So
Well, what's the disadvantage of taking the whole 10 instead of 7? Like, I don't understand why a player wouldn't, unless it was just plain flavor. And if it's just plain flavor, then what does it matter? Like in the grand scheme, that's the part I don't understand. Well, before you answer that question, Ruthless.
Yes.
Okay, so you are my dude that understands the rules to everything in a deeper and more complex manner than I do. What are some of your thoughts on this?
Actually, I haven't taken a look because, like I said, I'm not a miniature player, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it sounds like, just from my perspective, that they're trying to standardize things so that even if you were to go undersized, you're still, um, I would say, equal in presentation, which sounds more like a competitive play thing as opposed to a casual game thing.
It very much
Um,
is a competitive play thing, from what I can
yeah,
hear, because mostly competitive players are talking about it.
yeah,
But in the realm of this particular hobby, the competitive players seem to be the most vocal.
that's usually how it works.
Okay.
Uh, but Unfortunately, I do need to make an exit because my fistula will not stop gushing at the moment. So I'm going to need to rewrap it up.
Did you say your fish won't stop?
Fistula, where they stick me with the needles for dialysis.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. You got medical stuff.
Yep. I will either be back or I will catch you all next time.
All right,
Great to
well,
meet you,
we'll
Ernie.
be here. We'll be here. I'm going to finish up this squad since what we normally do is not happening tonight,
Yep.
which is fine. Which is fine. Our GM needs a break. And besides, who am I to complain about someone not showing up to game? All right, let's see here. Don't know about newer lore, but Lionel was an Arthurian or maybe even more Mabinogion inspired hero back in the 90s. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so continue, please, Ernie. You left off at yeah, you're paying the same price but leaving points on the table. I think he might have muted me.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you left off with the leaving points
Yeah.
on the table.
So it's a little bit of flavor as well as fluffiness, but yeah, because if you pay, there are certain weapons that have the special rule known as blast.
Mm-hmm.
The blast special rule allows you to add more hits depending on how many models are in a unit.
Right.
So for every 5 models in a unit, you score 1 additional hit.
Right.
So if you're taking a 5-man squad, that blast weapon is going to do whatever it's going to do plus 1 additional hit because there's 5 models in that unit. Now, if there's 10 models in that unit, that's going to do whatever it's going to do, how many hits plus an extra 2 hits now. So
Okay.
there is a little bit of going back and forth. Like, well, do I want to give them, that extra blast, like two extra blast shots, or do I not want to give them 2 extra blast shots?
Okay.
So there goes the saying, like, well, I'm gonna pay for 10, but there's only 8. So you'll be able to get that 1 extra hit, but you won't be able to get the 2 extra hits because I have, I'm not at the 10 model mark.
Okay.
So there is that aspect of it.
All right. So now is that like game ruining? Like is that
I mean, look at it this way: like you're paying. I'm not quoting any points numbers off the top of my head or anything. Just standard 10-man unit. You're gonna pay 200 points.
okay?
Cool. I don't want all those guys. I just want 8 guys. Well, you still just pay 20 points, and you're living. You just want a McDonald's. You bought yourself 2 cheeseburgers and some fries, and you left the fries at the home.
Okay.
So essentially, is what you're doing.
All right.
It's like you're leaving stuff behind. You just paid for it. Use it. Don't just exclude it. Like you have resources at your disposal.
Okay.
But yeah, that's some of the thing that the tournament players are more like vocal about, like, yo, why can't we completely customize the squad as we see fit? Obviously you can kind of gather from the point system that they're using for the units, for the models, how much they're worth.
Right.
So from there, if you really wanted to get super customizable, then you can totally play a completely points-based game as you see fit on the side. The only thing is, if you're going to go to competitive play will probably not be following the rules you set,
Right.
even though it's kind of a given that everyone can see that 10 models, 200 points. Each model is worth so many points. It's about 20 points a model. You can do the math from there.
Right.
It's not set up that way. GW did not set it up that way.
See,
So
that's the one of the things I talk about a lot, and I do complain about tournament culture because I wasn't a big fan of it. Is that kind of entitlement type thing. Like, again, coming from where I come from, I was taught very securely that you dance with the one that brung you. It's the only game in town. If these are the rules, these are the rules. If you don't like it, don't play. Right? That's just
yeah.
where it comes from. Um, and I'm going at this new. Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
I'm only doing combat patrol.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and a lot of people that I talk to about it are like, well, a combat patrol is about 500, and what if you want to play a combat patrol against another 500 point? And I'm like, no, I'm not going there. Okay. I'm literally doing the dance with the one that brung you game.
Mm-hmm.
So the part that I don't get into on that are, the math involving the budget and all that stuff. Um,
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm a new player. And for me personally, not anyone else in particular, but me personally, my own experiences over 30 something years of gaming, that turns my hobby into work.
Mm. Mm.
you know, um, like one of the Warhammer podcasts I listen to, Poorhammer,
Okay.
they released an episode today all about Math Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't watch it because I'm learning Warhammer now,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all statistical analysis and dealing with like the bell curve of the probability of rolling. Now,
Yep.
much like the captain from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I love that stuff, but
Okay.
not in the context of playing a minis game.
Mm.
You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're like, I just
Um,
want to have fun with this.
yeah. So I skipped the episode, but it is a lot of people's jams. I'm trying to find that place where everybody can game together and have fun. Because I play 9 tabletop role or tabletop miniatures games,
Okay.
9 different ones, but I play all of them casually because what I learned from years of tournament culture is I don't come from the financial background to keep up with the meta.
Ah.
You know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
so I'm like, yeah. And I also don't like being raffle stomp turn one, like no one does. I don't
Yeah,
mind
yeah.
losing, but
Those alpha strikes are tough.
yeah, my ride or die, my number one gaming buddy, said it best when he said there is one thing to win a game by winning a game. It's another thing to win a game by not allowing your opponent to play.
Yep.
Although a major cutthroat competitive tournament where you get a standing to try and make the nationals,
Mm-hmm.
I can see that as the time and place for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I compare it to playing basketball because I'm from the hood.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, not everybody is going to go for an NBA draft pick. I just like playing pickup games on Saturday mornings. Just go
Gotcha.
to the
You
park.
play it for the love of the game.
Yeah, just play some b-ball, and then go home and do my chores type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, but from what I could see, and this was something that also turned me off to 40K for a while. At least I've come to learn that it's mainly Southern California that has my ire. Um, there was never a place to play casually. There are a lot of people that thought they played casually. They say they play casually, but their list are just
Hyper
as,
competitive.
yeah, they're hyper competitive. They're either built to tech what won the championship last year,
Mm-hmm.
or they're hoping that it will be the championship thing this year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so what's casual about the way you're playing? you know, I'm like, this doesn't feel like a pickup game. This feels like an audition. Like, is there a scout? Is there an NBA scout in the audience?
I can feel you that on the whole casual game versus like competitive game.
Uh huh.
Especially like from competitive players are like, oh yeah, let's just have a casual game. Like there it is minute, but it is a strong minuteness, and it is very apparent when it's a minute casual game amongst competitive players.
Okay.
It's there is a little bit of rules lawyering as well as making sure both people are playing at the same level. So there is that aspect to it, and even though it's a casual game, like okay, even though it's a casual game, let's make sure we both know the rules as they should be played.
Oh, that
You know,
part I get. Yeah,
you
no,
know, so maybe the casual gamer isn't as nuanced with, you know, like the you know, using a specific type of unit to wrap another unit so that they can't get out and they go dead. You know, that's yeah, that is hyper competitive, but at the same time, you're learning other tricks about the game that you can have fun with. It's a different type of fun, but it's still a fun thing,
oh no,
you know.
that I've always considered fine. That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about when I say like the hyper competitive tournament things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there was a game of Magic the Gathering I played with a friend of mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had, God, 11 different types of decks.
Okay.
So she played the deck that I later named Kick Solar in the Taint.
The
Okay, because the entire premise of her game of her deck, I think it was like a red and black deck,
mm-hmm.
was land destruction.
Oh, okay.
So I put down a piece of land turn one, and she
Mm-hmm.
was nice enough to destroy it.
Oh, nice.
And then turn two, and then turn three. So there was a whole bunch of direct damage being done by her deck
Mm-hmm.
to my resources and then to
Oh,
me.
okay.
So not only did I lose the game by taking like 4, 5+ direct damage hits, but every time I put down a piece of mana or a land to tap for mana, she would destroy it, either as an instant or during her turn.
Land control. Gotcha.
Okay. And I'm like, okay. It was nice not playing against you, you know,
Yeah.
and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's putting together stuff like I have fun with, say, the Magic the Gathering blue cancellation decks.
Control decks.
Oh yeah, control decks are so fun
Yeah.
to a point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To a point.
It's
However,
like, are you gonna let me do anything, bro? I'm like, all right, then I just fold.
yeah,
You know, at that
exactly.
point, like, are you gonna let me do anything? Are you not gonna let? Okay, cool. Then let's just rehash, and I'll just get a different deck.
Yeah, exactly. Or hey, you know what? I'll grab the Uno cards because evidently you didn't want to play,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
and
yeah.
that was what I meant. That's what I'm talking about, like that cutthroat thing. Um, and understand this is something that a lot of people don't see in me. I don't ever really play a game to win. Um, I
Okay.
talked to you a couple of days ago when I told you, and I told you about the Johnny, the Timmy, and the Spike,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
or as
mm-hmm.
you called it, the casual, the fluff, and the whack.
Mm-hmm. Win at
Yeah,
all cost.
yeah. And yeah, I'm very much the casual, the Timmy, that guy.
Yeah.
Um, and when I play against people, um, even when I say, look, I'm just playing this game to play. The when it all cost culture, tended to infect a lot of people. Like back in my
Mm,
days of War Machine, right?
yeah.
Um, I was in that game from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, from day three, because somebody taught me the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I was like, yeah, this is cool. And every time a new thing for my army came out, I was jazzed.
Mm-hmm.
But when I went to play that new thing after saving up my money and putting together the warjack or the infantry unit or something, I would put it on the table, and my opponents would focus their entire army of blasting it off of the table turn one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, well, why did you just focus on that guy? Oh man, that guy's really, really powerful. How do you know? I just put him down. And they're like, well,
Mm-hmm.
I did all this reading on the internet and all this other stuff. I'm like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. So I never
Um,
got to play with the thing that I saved up money for, bought, um, painted, all that other stuff.
gotcha, gotcha. So it was yeah, yeah. See, because I do remember hearing that Wormhole Hordes. Well, I can't really say, but like I do remember Wormhole Hordes getting a little bit more of a cutthroat like demeanor when it came to like the tournament play because of the rules wise and whatnot, and how activations work and everything.
Well, that was after the 40K players got there. Before, there were gentlemen's agreements all over the place.
Well, I mean, 40K is you're also making a gentleman's agreement to the degree because you're deciding to play with this other person for upwards to 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours. You know, there's that gentleman agreement. Like, hey, let's talk about rules. Let's talk about terrain, how it works. This is this type of rain. This is that type of rain. Like this right here, that's only 3 inches, so these models can go over it, but these guys can't. You know,
See,
that's
that's
standard,
why I want to play with you,
role.
because I was never able to find Warhammer players that did that.
Mind you,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not completely a win at all cost type of player, but it is a competition. So the best army is going to win. So there is always a winner and a loser.
Oh,
Having
of course.
fun is great, but like I will do my damnedest. And if I can't win, I'm gonna give you the hardest time getting that win.
Oh, that's fine. As long as I get to play.
Yeah.
That's where I come from.
Yeah.
You know, because if I play and I win, better. If I play
Exactly.
and I lose, I played.
Yeah.
But if I lose and I don't play,
Mhm,
and then I
mhm.
go, okay, how did you do that thing? And they're like, oh, you're just going to have to practice. You know, that was the stuff that I came about.
I mean, not gonna lie, like the whole practice the rule sets is a big portion of it. Getting the repetition on the units. What can I do with them? Where can I place them? How should I place them? How do their rules interact with other rules in the army? Like that also has a lot to do with it. So, like you mentioned, you just got this new guy in Warmer Horde. You just saw that he's like badass. Like, all right, cool, I'm put it down. I just got him. This is gonna be awesome. Like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, I've been reading up on this guy. That guy's dangerous. I don't want him on the table. Oh fuck, you know. Like, well, Buck me, just like shit. Like, what am I gonna do now? Like, all right, then. Well, now I need to know. Now I know from just like that one interaction, which gives you the feel badge, which no one wants to feel bads.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's one of those like learning things. Like, okay, well, now I know as per other people that this guy's a dangerous unit. So that means I need to give him a bubble wrap. I need to like protect this unit. So maybe place him somewhere else and just kind of like maneuver him through the field. So that's where the gamer mentality of get good noob comes into play.
Yeah.
Casual or not, like it's still like, okay, well, I want to play this and have fun with it. Let's learn how the mechanics work.
That part, all down with, if it were something that happened a lot. The experiences is get good, noob. Okay, well, what do I read? Oh, read the rules. Okay, I don't understand this rule. Can someone explain it to me? You'll figure it out. You see, yeah, it's
you got a whole
that.
bunch of those. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's been the experience.
Yeah.
And that's the experience of a lot of folks.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that
You know.
does happen.
Because, again, to tell someone to get good,
Mhm,
that's a thing, you know?
mhm,
Um, and there are like different cultural differences that come in with it. When I was really playing Warhammer Hordes and Lord of the Rings,
mhm,
most of the people I played with were from Asia.
mhm.
And this is not me being like that guy, okay?
Mhm.
But the Asian teaching technique, and I learned this when I was in Kung Fu, was keep punching the person in the face until they learn how to duck.
Sounds like Kung Pao enter the fist.
Pretty much.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
And when I talked to my friends that were like willing to teach, I'm like, okay, hang on. I don't understand how you always set yourself up to get the right dice rolls going.
Mm.
And they would say something to me like, "Oh, it's the shui." Now,
It's the shui.
yeah, they use the principles of feng shui with their team building.
Oh! I'm like, I thought you said the shui. I'm like, the shui. What the hell is the shui? Oh, feng shui.
Okay.
Okay.
But here's the thing:
Mm.
they knew what they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't understand that I didn't. You get me?
You gotta ask those qualifying questions.
Oh, I do.
Oh no,
But-
no. Let me rephrase myself. They needed to ask the qualified questions.
Yes. It's an understanding that not everyone speaks the same language.
Mm-hmm,
Like I've been teaching my sister how to play Grimdark Future.
mm-hmm.
She is better at AAVE, which is African American Vernacular English, than I am.
Okay.
Okay. And that is a particular dialect that has a lot of assumptions with it.
Okay.
And the normal answer to a question of what does that mean is just to repeat oneself.
Ah.
Okay. So, it's like, no, man, you got to use game. What's game? Game. Yeah,
Game
but
is
I don't
game.
understand what game is. Game is game, bro. You got to get on it.
Game, understand game. And you looking unfamiliar, granddad.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like sitting up going, I don't know what that means. Talk to me like we were in English class in 8th grade, okay? And but a lot of folks when they're teaching don't quite understand that the language that they're speaking is a different language. When I teach games on the channel, the very first thing that I do is try and make clear that every game has a lexicon.
Very true. Very true.
And most people communicate in the lexicon of the hobby that they're in. So I'm like, dude, I'm a new player. You need to slow down. I just learned what ballistic skill is.
Yep.
I haven't quite wrapped my head up. Like, I put myself through a practice turn. I think it was Tuesday.
Okay.
And now I understand why so many codexes were sold. Because I'm like, wait, in order for me to know what I have to roll to damage, I have to know what their toughness is? Oh, that sucks.
So, like, I mean, yes and no. As far as like to shoot, like what you need to hit with, you
That's
do need to
standard.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
that
I
actually.
mean, to damage, I'm like, I need to know their toughness so I know what to roll. So if I go, all right, I hit him 4 times. Now I'm rolling to damage. I need what?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, at that point, you just need to ask your opponent for the toughness on the unit.
Yeah. Or
So
yeah. Or
at-
have your own codex.
Well, right. But I mean, if you're fighting against an army that you don't have a codex for, then obviously you would ask your opponent, like,
Yeah.
okay, what kind of toughness does this guy have? Okay, so that toughness is under the strength of my gun, which means I need to roll on the low end.
Right.
Oh, this guy is tougher than my gun, then I need to end up rolling on the high end.
Right. And
Um,
see, that was with all the battle reports that I've watched, I'm like, how do they know? Okay, how do you figure that out? And then I looked it up in the quick start guide.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my god, this is like trying to calculate Thaco.
I mean, I never got to play with Thaco. I got into D&D with 3.5.
Okay, yeah, right when they right when they got rid of Thaco.
Yeah.
But yeah, to hit armor class 0, you needed a lot. And
Yeah.
that was a lot of math on the DM side.
Yeah,
And
so
I'm just kind of going, I don't get why do I have to roll for this? And what
yeah,
yeah. But
So, I
again,
mean-
I'm learning 40k, and
Mhm.
that's the rule to 40k, so dance with the one that brung you. I'm not going to
Mhm.
complain about that. Because that is part of the game, and it's been an intricate part of or intrinsic part of the game since it started. Okay.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
fascinating.
Yep.
And I'm still kind of wrapping my head around that stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. And I find it
Yeah.
fascinating. Because when I try and teach my friends other games, they're like, yeah, no, I can see why people get burned out in learning rules if they cut their teeth on 40k, as it were.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, it's a lot. And
there's
then,
a lot of nuances here.
honestly, just like the rules, the way they're written kind of throws it off a lot as well. Because it's rules as written, then rules as intended.
Yeah.
So, like, which way is it that you guys meant for us to actually use this rule? Like, in what manner, you know? And then depending on your opponent, you either, as mentioned earlier, you're either gonna have one of those whack opponents trying to get, you know, every single like aha moment out of you, like, aha, I got you to do this, so now I can do this and that. Or like, no, bro, it's like, it's okay, like this is how this gets done, this is when this happens, and so on and so
Right.
forth. So yeah, I mean it really is like just getting your rules, going over your rules over and over and over again. Army listing, army building, and or list building, I should say. As you're building your list, you're looking at what the units do, and then as you learn what the units do, you're like, oh wait, that's right. This unit's rules interacts with this one, which gives them an edge in this situation.
Right, that's
And
where we start coming up with combos and things like that. And
mhm.
that is an intrinsic part of most minis games.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah.
um,
Marvel Crisis Protocol is the same thing. You know, certain characters interact well with other ones. I'm pretty sure you can put either with Colossus and Wolverine together, and make a fastball special or some crap like that, right?
exactly. And heaven forbid you take an all Wakanda or all Asgard team.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
So I'm like,
so yeah,
okay,
I
well,
mean,
someone's gonna
themes are
get wrecked at that
themes.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I total and again I get that. So I'm kind of starting to see where the fun is. But one of the things I'm trying to push people to understand as well is it's not just what you play, but it's who you play with.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh
know,
yeah. Oh yes. I can definitely attest to that.
because you know, I've had some pretty messed up players over the course of my life. Most of the worst ones were 40k players. Most of those really bad 40k players were at the Block and Orange, but I try not
Oh,
to
that
relive trauma.
one. Okay.
You know. Okay, so you know.
Well, no, okay. So like the only reason I laugh is because I remember swinging by that shop like maybe once or twice because by this time I knew maybe one or two people went into it. And I remember, trolling the block before and telling other friends, like, man, you have to be a complete nerd to go in that shop. And then, a few years later, like here I am going into those shops buying all these little like
All these toy
things
soldiers.
and models and like getting all into it and like painting, making bases,
Oh,
giving
you were the
myself like
cool guy, huh?
epic challenge. And not even the cool guy. I was still a nerd, but I just wasn't that big of a nerd to actually go out and buy models and like paint them and shit. And it's like I am not gonna be freaking what's his face, Steve Carell from fucking 40-Year-Old Virgin. You're like, oh my god, like, oh, we're now you're gonna have yellow pants and blah 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 blah. Like, no, no, I'd never do that.
You're like, no, I'm not gonna be that guy. And now it's like, you know what? We had something to do during COVID. Nah, nah,
Yeah,
nah, nah, nah.
yeah, no, yeah. I was joining and got the stream up and going and running and yeah, I just need to get that back up and running again.
So, but yeah, this is all right. So, have you looked at the combat patrol um I don't want to say codexes, but you know,
The rule sets.
yeah.
I have not, mainly because I'd rather do the Strike Force rules, which is like the 2000 plus point rules, just because I want to get into tournaments more. And that
Okay.
was one of my goals when I first started getting into it, like as a skirmish, like oh yeah, we just make a skirmish game, 500 points, blah blah blah. All right, yeah, sure, whatever, you nerds, I'll play with you guys. And then
And
you
then you
know,
were hooked, huh?
and then I just went all into the deep end.
You were like,
Yeah,
all right, fine, nerds. I'll just do all this stuff, but don't
yeah,
expect me to enjoy myself.
yeah, exactly,
3 hours later. What do you mean we're done? No, set those things back up.
Yeah, like, ooh, I can go kicking and screaming. Yes, please.
Mm.
Pit fighter style, like, no, yeah, no, yeah. It was, it was,
Well,
it was, it was great.
I am pulling up the Blood Angels. Yeah, I'm pulling up the Blood Angels codec or the Blood Angels.
Their index
Um,
cards right now.
yeah, the combat patrol thing. This is what we're painting today, or something that counts as. So, isn't that fun? And
Nice. Okay, so you got 3 Terminators. You got
those are
the
aggressors.
oh, the aggressors. Oh, okay, flame aggressors. You have a Chep, Liberian. Looks like a 5-man melted gun guys.
Let's take a look.
Right above the cursor.
We're heading up. Previous page. Cause my computer is good, I swear. It's not like I'm running 7 different subroutines that take my entire video card. Here we go. Coming up, coming up. Oh, come on, load. There we go. So you get,
Marcello's.
yeah. You have Librarian Marcellos, a 5 model intercessor squad, a 5 model incursor squad, and 3 model aggressor squad, and an impulsor.
Oh, okay. So
Because
five.
Games Workshop loves pushing that impulsor.
Actually, the vehicles are actually pretty good now.
Yeah.
The vehicles are back. They actually give them a good little toughness score, a good toughness boost. So
Well,
it's not bad.
I'll see what that's like. I laugh because I see that and the Rhino in almost every single box set.
Yeah, I mean, they need to push that plastic somehow.
And I'm like, okay, well, and don't get me wrong, I love two things. One of them is really popular to make fun of, but I don't know if it's good natured ribbing or if people think it's stupid. But I love the baby carrier of the Grey Knights.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty beastly unit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, yeah, look, he just strapped a few construction pieces to himself and he's doing it. Sweet. And I love the Invictus warsuit.
Ah, yes, gives you the aliens vibe, doesn't it?
Exactly. I'm like,
Yep.
okay, where you want it?
Yep,
know.
yep.
And considering that, I do come from the school of having a 3D printer farm, I've got a lot of stuff.
Nice.
So, but yeah. And so I'm figuring, I'm guessing the intercessors are the one in the standard looking,
Yes.
armor.
Standard looking armor. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
The intercessors, I think, were the ones on the bottom below the aggressors, and the incursors or the inceptors. Those are more of like a scout style like unit. They were on the top, I believe. Yeah.
All right. Cause yeah, Oh, there we are. I forgot it does that. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm very happy with a lot of the editing
There you
of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So currently, I'm using my Puppets War figures as the intercessors.
Okay.
And my Apex Legion figures as my incursors. So
that works as long as you can distinguish them apart. I mean, that's the main thing.
Exactly. I'm not a WYSIWYG guy because most of the games I play are miniature neutral or mini agnostic. Which is good because I only sold half of my Warma Hordes collection. I couldn't sell the other half.
Yeah.
But I run sci-fi RPGs.
And it helps having some of these guys around.
Hmm?
It helps having some of the models around.
Oh, dude. I mean, look at these guys. This guy here. Did I not? Oh, no. This is a Puppets War. This guy. Look at this guy. This guy is a cool looking model. I'm like, yeah, this guy is just plain cool. So I'm going to be just plain cool with this guy.
Okay.
And, but I noticed one of the Space Marine sets in this looks a little thinner, a little more agile.
Yeah, that's the scout unit.
And I'm like, hey, these will work. I actually painted up my originals as my rendition of the Thousand Suns theme.
Oh, nice.
Because I love using metallics.
Ah.
And I have a really cool metallic light blue that I painted them up in, which are very close to the Space Wolf blue.
It's not a Turbo Dork paint, is it?
Huh?
It's not Turbo Dork, is it?
No, actually, I mix most of my own paints, primarily out of the Army Painter speed paint stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because I do not want to be as good a painter as you are, let alone better.
Why not?
Because I like playing games. The hobby aspect was never one of the things I liked. Like never.
I can feel that. I can feel that.
It's the hood in me. I'm like, I'm paying 5 times as much for these toys. Why do I have to put them together and paint them?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's like paying $30,000 for a car kit. I just want a car.
Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair.
But again, it's just a perspective thing. I get why people like modeling. I just always like toys a little better. And that's how
I
I
mean,
approach these things. I'm like, these are my toys.
oh yeah.
They're
I
my
mean,
toys.
I didn't want to be like a whole like prolific painter or anything like that. Like I feel like I'm still like Bush League compared to some of these other guys, but that's fine. You know, it makes I get the point across that I'm trying to get convey with my model.
So I've seen your
So
stuff. You're good. But I looked at yeah, I looked at these things and I'm like, yeah, I just want to play combat patrol boxes. And if I'm very, very lucky, they'll release more combat patrols and this will become a regular play style. Because one of the things that got me out of playing a lot of miniatures games was what I hear about 40K from other players is this game is determined in the list building and the deployment. If you don't get those two right, you're going to get raffle stomped. And I'm like, that doesn't sound very fun. At least, it would sound fun if the models were cheaper.
hmm.
You know. So,
Um,
I mean,
yeah,
is that like your experience there?
I mean, I view that as a challenge of playing a tactical army game.
Okay.
You know, because like, yeah, wars are going to be settled within the first few, you know, moving bits. I mean, chess is a war game.
Mm-hmm. It's the third.
You know, you get a few moves in, like, okay, I already know where this is going. If you play chess enough, like you start recognizing the patterns and where the pieces are going to go and where they can go. And if you study up on your opponent, you're like, okay, well, he's, you know, this person is known for this, or this. So let me avoid the combos that can easily get me swept when he uses that, or they use that, I should say. And you know, just go from there.
Okay.
It really is a game of like kind of like rock paper scissors. Like, okay, you're gonna use this move, I'm gonna use this move to counter it. Oh, you were expecting that counter move, so I'm gonna use this move to counter it. Oh, okay. And, you know, it's that cat and mouse back and forth.
You
So I
mean
mean, yeah,
unless the enemy has studied his Agrippa, which I
yeah,
have.
yeah. But I mean, yeah, I mean that's part of like for people that are like turn off at competitive play. I'm like, that is one of the reasons people get into competitive play, because you don't know. It's like playing a game on random. You don't know what the CPU is going to be. You'll understand what the CPU is going to do, but do you know what, you know, an actual human is going to do? The CPU, you can kind of see the patterns coming up, and then against an actual human, well, humans are random, so we'll see what happens, you know, unless you're an orc, in which case, you know, just, you know, hold on and have some fun.
If you're playing against an orc, it's just a matter of make sure you know when to pull out the earplugs.
Yeah, as soon as you start seeing them inhaling air, like just plug your ears, because then it's gonna set off a whole chain of wogs.
Which, don't get me wrong, I almost went to the Vegas Open this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
I was gonna go to do some interviews because, as I said, I watch an unhealthy amount of battle reports,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the Canadian players that actually got me interested in checking this out. Folks like
Okay.
Tanya the War Mistress, who is just her stuff is really great. She's a good painter. She's a cool person.
Okay.
Um, and the guys at Play on Tabletop
Mm-hmm.
look so much fun to play. Now they're good. They're really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they have one dude named Nick. Like every time they bring up someone, they give them a nickname. Their new guy is Damn It Mubin. And and it was like, yeah, how'd you get that nickname? Just people used to keep looking at me going, Damn it, Mubin. Um and my favorite two guys at the table are Tycho, who doesn't have a faction moniker. He's Tycho, but
Okay.
he's the demon player.
Okay.
And Nick. Nick has enough monikers for everyone. He's normally Tau. He's like, yeah, it's Tau Nick. And the dude actually made a Tau close combat team,
Oh,
primarily
nice. Okay.
starring the Farside Enclave.
I was about to say it sounds like he went Farsight.
Yeah. Um, but he also plays Imperial Guard, Tyranids, and Space Marines from time to time.
Mm.
He's like, I don't know who I am anymore. And if he ever sees this, happy birthday, because his birthday, I believe, was the 4th of July.
Oh, happy belated.
Yeah, and they had a long stream thing. Although their production for their battle reports is just, oh, chef's kiss.
Nice.
I would
nice.
kill for that kind of production, but I would need a crew of about 15 more people.
Oh my goodness.
I'm exaggerating. It's more like 6. But yeah, because their battle reports take 6 hours to film and about 40 hours to edit.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm just a guy in his own studio. That's
so are they doing like a whole cinematic story as they're playing the game as the edits, or is it just like the back and forth and the?
It's more like sports.
Oh, okay.
And they have like a 5-camera setup with a dice cam, an overhead. The steady cam is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one camera for each person.
Okay.
And yeah, it's really well put together. I'll send you a link.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's stage presence or what. But or should I say I don't know if they're playing characters or what. That's right, guys. We're almost done with the Puppets Wars. This is the last dude, I think. Yep, last dude in Puppets War, and then we can get to these aggressors. But yeah, they do a really cool thing where they laugh. Like, Nick loves I forgot the name of the new thing I forgot the new name of the effect, but he loves when the big stuff gets taken off the board, but they blow up first.
Oh yeah, Deadly Demise.
Yeah, Deadly Demise, yeah. He loves Deadly Demise. He even spends command points to reroll Deadly Demise, hoping for that 6.
To make sure it goes kablooey, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Even if it's still in his battle line.
Oh, yeah.
And they make all the fun noises that I do. Like, when they're using their tanks, he's like...
Yep.
Calling in the airstrike. And I'm like, this is how I used to game. But then I met too many people that were just like, okay, now I'm doing this, bang. Now I'm doing this, bang. Now I'm doing this. I'm like, I'm not having a lot of fun here. Come on, where's your fun noises? No, this game is about numbers. It's about numbers and math.
Pew and pow and skibbity bop.
Yeah. You know. So
yeah, it really is just finding the right crowd to do that with. It really is finding the right crowd to be able to act like that with. I mean,
so, and yeah, matter of fact, yesterday they released a battle report with the combat patrols. It was Imperial Guard against orcs.
Nice.
I finally got to see what the standing artillery does, and I'm like, wow, these combat patrols seem pretty balanced. I guess I have to print up artillery. Because I like the concept of the guards, and I do like tanks.
Yeah, leaf blowers can be a thing.
You know. So yeah, I never asked. Like, I know you play Chaos.
I play Space Wolves. I play Tau. I play Space Wolves is the main. I also have Imperial Knights, and I have a pretty decently sized Dark Angels army.
Ooh, you've got Kniggets.
Yes, I have Kniggets.
Now those are fun. Have you ever played a Knights game that was just like a Knight and 2 Squires versus a Knight and 2 Squires?
Mirror match, I have not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we have to do that sometime with both 40K and Grimdark Future.
Okay.
Because I've got quite a few Knights. I've got one standard Knight, not the Paladin, but the standard one.
Mm-hmm.
But for my sister, she wanted an Orc Walker that comes in Grimdark Future, and I found one called Orctimus Prime.
Stompa.
Nice. And let me see if I can. Yeah, let me see if I can look this guy up because he is so awesome. He really is. And I may print one for myself eventually.
Just look so
Um,
dang cool.
hmm?
They just look so dang cool.
They do, and they're great big robots. And if I really wanted to, I could add articulation,
Ah,
and it'll be
see,
an actual G darn toy.
some of the well, the Imperial Knight models from GW have some articulation. But the only real articulation is at the elbow and a little bit at the shoulder just to move it up and down.
Yeah,
Not a lot. But
and I at least want it
but
at the hip so I can like turn the stuff.
yeah, but if you magnetize those models,
Oh yeah, then it's all articulation all the time.
then you have every single Knight model you want out of one kit. Like, nope, I am not logging myself down for $100+ You only make this one guy. They're all getting magnets. They're all gonna be every single night, and whenever I need it, whenever I want it.
Bruh.
Boom, done.
Real talk.
Like, I am not going to pay all that money just to make it into one solid. No, just no.
So, real talk, even with the 3D printing, okay?
Mhm.
My nights cost about $25 to make.
Nice.
But that's still like a day long of printing with my
Mhm.
ride or die machine. I magnetize.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
totally
No.
magnetize.
Yeah.
Yeah, so check it out. This is Orctimus.
Oh, okay. Okay. A killer can. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, but he's 7 inches tall.
That's a killer can. Yeah.
So okay, see the only orc walker I know is the Mega Stompa,
Oh, okay.
the guy in a
So
dress.
this Optimus Prime is he's probably a cross between Gazgul Thraka and just a killer can.
Okay. And see what we have here is him next to a standard knight. Cause why not?
Okay, so that is a Stompa then. Okay. Just model design. I see what they did. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude,
Okay.
these guys are so talented. There are so many talented 3D modelers out there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I will give you money. Give me your designs.
Yeah.
Because it still costs less than actually doing it. And the more I print, the cheaper they get.
That's fair.
So, and yeah. And I did make, I made some stompas about the size of the squires. So I'm like, yeah,
Nice.
this will be fun. So I saw that there's a knight index card deck.
Nice.
So I may check that out. Cause yeah, it definitely looks fun. Oops, wrong one. I'm not giving them those knee pads because I still got to give them the yellow. So, oops, yep. Hey, that happens.
It
There we
does.
go. Boop 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 doop boo. Last one from Puppets War, and then we can do the aggressors, and then we're almost done, kids. We're almost done. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. Let's take a look at the chat. Hey guys, if you're still there. Khan, Sofa King. What's going on, guys? I'm so glad that my phone has stopped ringing. I am on Monday through Friday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and without fail, at 3:10, I start getting all these scam calls.
Yeah, that's what happens.
I'm just like, dude, really? That's a thing. So, okay. So, yeah. Thank you for helping me understand a little bit of that stuff, because I cannot wrap my head around it. Like, the point costs and how much this stuff is, I'm like, I just make thing go boom boom.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
making thing go boom boom.
It's easier now with the plug and play right now during Index 40K, and it's called Index 40K because not all the rules have been fleshed out just yet.
Okay.
You know, it's still pretty much 40K 10th edition beta.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm
You know?
waiting for the DLC.
Yeah. So some of the DLC already dropped. Knigget's got a price increase because of their towering rule on Titanic models,
Mm-hmm.
meaning they can see above buildings and beyond and all that stuff. So it's mm, like they increase their price points just because they're towering. They're not blocked by stuff, but at the same time, they don't also benefit from it.
So
So
don't they
they
come
need
like stock standard with like 30-inch cannons or something?
depending on the unit, on the variant of knight that you go with, yeah, they can.
So if they can
Um,
see over buildings and they've got essentially weapons that can shoot across most of the board if you're playing long ways, I think that's need for a price increase.
yeah, but at the same time, they can still be seen and still be shot at.
Yeah,
So it's like, yeah, they can see over buildings and beyond that, and they can shoot guys back there, but those guys can also see this guy and shoot them.
if
Only
they have
problem
a
is
30
most of the
inch cannon like
yeah,
artillery.
yeah, I was gonna
Um,
say the only caveat to that is like, well, the model that's shooting back better have a nice distance gun in order to be clapping back.
yeah. And if
So
they don't, then we know why the knights cost so much now.
yeah.
So I'm like, oh, the poor comedians. Like I can see Drew Carey um being shot by the Imperial Knight. It's like, dude, we just want to get in there and hit you with our whips. It's like,
Yeah,
no, you
yeah,
can't
yeah,
hit us with with your, well, you can if you
yeah,
can get there.
yeah. Eldar have been toned down. They have these things called the Strands of Fate dice,
Oh yeah, yeah. We
which
went
allow
over
them.
those yesterday.
Yeah.
They're
So
like miracle dice, but they happen before you fail.
correct. So now they actually put a limit as you can only use one per phase.
Oh,
So
good.
yeah,
Because
that
again,
that was.
cheating at dice in a dice game is a little broken.
It's like, oh man, and you're like, hey, we got a cheater over here. Like, what is he doing? He's playing Eldar. Like, what? Oh, he's legal cheating. Like, yeah, he's legal cheating.
But couldn't the same
um,
be said about yeah, couldn't the same be said about custodians?
I mean, I don't know much about custodes other than that they hit like a truck.
Oh,
But I mean, they're not modifying their rolls with a nice little pull of dice that have already been pre-rolled. And so, like, well, I really need to make this charge, so I'm just gonna pull this 6 to guarantee I get the charge in.
that is
Like,
true.
and once I get the charge in, your face is gonna be pink mist.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Um,
like, Eldar had that ability, so that got toned down to once per phase. So that happened with that, and I think indirect fire also got a little bit of a nerf, or I think what ended up happening with indirect fire is points went up as well for units to have indirect firing.
good,
So
because
so
indirect is kind of a broken thing.
so yeah, instead
It's
of
I
like
don't have to see you, but I'm still gonna shoot you.
mm-hmm.
So yeah,
So
all
yeah,
right. Well, you say you don't know what the custodians do? Let's take a look.
let's find out. No.
Because I've got all their index cards right here. So they've got the martial katas.
Yep.
Capteris is subtract one from the to hit roll if they're in that kata. Um, Dakatarai is all of the models get sustained hits. And Rendax is lethal hits. Now hang on. At the start of your phase, select kata. It doesn't say whether or not you can choose the same kata twice. Now, Aegis of the Emperor, their special rule. They got Feel No Pain 4+ against mortals.
Nice.
Their stratagems. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack, that target gets the monster or vehicle makes an attack. Wait, until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack that targets a monster or a vehicle unit, add 1 to the roll. Cool.
1 to the wound roll. Nice.
Let's see. Avenge the Fallen. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attack the attacks characteristic of melee weapons. Um, do do do. Equipped by models in that unit. If that unit is below half the strength until the end of the phase, add 2. Now, I like this a lot because it reminds me of something that I played in War Machine. There was a unit in my army called the Knights Exemplar.
Okay.
They were a 5-man unit.
Mhm.
And in the first couple of editions, you couldn't add to this unit,
Okay.
like at all.
that's-
Because,
5 and that was it.
huh?
It was only 5 guys and that was it.
Yep, 5 guys and that's it. And the reason for that was because every time you lost one member of the unit, the attack and damage characteristic on everyone else in the unit went up by 1.
Nice. So they got stronger as it died.
And the last one hit like a warjack.
Sounds about right.
And I'm like, all right, cool. So I like that. Unwavering Sentinels. Until the end of the phase, your unit has fights first. Arcane Genetic Alchemy, as they would say on Tabletop Tactics. Yes, Arcane Genetic Alchemy. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is allocated to a model in your unit, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. Oh, there's more. Oh, these are for the shield hosts. Okay. Vigil Unending. 1 destroyed model, excluding character models, is returned to your unit. It's a resurrection. You cannot target the same unit with this stratagem more than once per battle. Thank God.
Yeah.
I've got the bikers. No, really, I've got the bikers. I'm using... no, I'm bringing him back. Now I'm bringing him back. He's not leaving. And let's see. Sword Guardians, that objective marker remains under your control if you have no models within range of it until your opponent controls it. It makes the objective sticky.
Yeah, sticky objective.
That is the part I'm going to have a little bit of a thing adapting to in this game. Because every other game I play, the objectives are sticky. Every other game.
Not this. Yeah, not these games. Like, you have to be on the objective in order to be yours, unless you have a rule like the one you just read.
Yeah. So let's see here. The Shield Host, Unstoppable Destroyer. Oh, these are enhancements of the guys. Let's take a look at a unit card. Yeah. Because again, I printed up a bunch of them to use with Grimdark Firefight. Okay, just the standard guard with the really cool spears. So help me make sense of this. Movement 6 inches, which is kind of standard, I'm noticing. Toughness 6. Is that big?
Toughness 6. These are the guys on bikes?
No, these are just the standard custodian guard.
Yeah, so remember how I was telling you how depending on your weapons, it's either going to be easier or tougher or whatever to wound the creature you're shooting at?
Yeah.
The 6 is pretty decent because it's at that point where not many small firing arms are going to be able to wound them very easily. So if you have the standard bolt gun, is strength 4 AP dash 1 damage.
Ah, okay.
So if you hit it on a 3, cool, you hit it, but now you have to wound it. And in order to wound this guy, you need to roll a 5 or better.
Okay.
Because your strength is 4 versus his toughness of 6.
Okay, so you're wounding on 5s because you're picking on a bigger guy. You're
Correct.
you're not a Chihuahua against a Mastiff. That would be more than double.
Now, if they happen to be toughness 8, then you would need that 6 to wound.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I figured that out yesterday, and I came up with the bullying and the dog analogy to help me remember.
Yeah.
So if you're being a serious bully, you wound on 2s. If you're being a standard bully, you wound on 3s. If you're picking on someone your own size, you wound on 4s. If you're trying to beat up the bully, you wound on 5s, and if you're a Chihuahua versus a Mastiff, you need 6s.
Yeah, essentially David versus Goliath.
Now, I actually have a question since I have you here, because I was trying to remember the question and look it up.
Hmm.
What I could tell from the battle reports was if you needed more than 6, then you don't roll. That was how it was in ninth edition, because you're gonna fail because you won't get a 7. Is that still the way? Because they said 6s always succeed.
Correct, correct. But sixes also is like, on the other end. Like, oh, sixes always succeed, but you do need that 6.
Yeah.
I need to double check the strength versus toughness chart, but for the most part, even if it's a low grade gun, you need a 6 to do any sort of damage.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
mean, if they hit, but I'm saying like to dodge. So if
What do you mean to dodge?
or to soak the save, if your
Oh,
save
the
is
save.
over, if your saving is over 6, most of the things I've seen just skip that roll. Is that a rule or is that like a house
Oh,
rule?
oh, okay, so the save rolls. Yes. Okay, so orcs and crew are a perfect example. They have t-shirt saves is what we call them. They just have a 6 up save. So like if they get hit with a gun, they have to roll a 6 or better, which you can't really get better than a 6 on a 6-sided die. So they
Right.
either roll a 6 or they die.
Right.
Or you get that unit into cover, which I think gives them either a +1 to their armor save, so they have a 5 up, to save on. But yeah, if let's just go with the heavy bolter. Heavy bolter is strength 5, AP -1, 2 damage. You shoot that at an orc. Orc only has a 6 up armor save. That AP -1 means it deducts from that armor save, so it
Mm-hmm.
makes it harder. So if it was going against a um
I mean,
uh,
I get the whole AP thing,
yeah.
but my question is, let's say you do the orc and it is against an AP1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now the orc needs a 7.
Yeah,
Does
you
the
can't get
orc roll?
no.
Okay, so we still
Yeah,
just skip that. So if
yeah,
the orc did
it's
a saving
skipping.
throw and they got the 6, even though 6s succeed on everything, they succeed on everything but that. Okay.
So they succeed on everything but that, because at that point, that minusing of the armor penetration means they have 1 higher to roll on.
Right.
So
Okay.
it pretty much tears a hole through his shirt, and then he can't save against that.
Yeah. See, that's what I wanted to know with this new edition. Because I know
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
old editions it was, yeah, so you need a 9 to save. So we're going straight to invulnerable. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. If you have invulnerable saves, obviously, yeah. Like so, thank you for reminding me on that one. So if you have an invulnerable save, here, let me see how I can go to do this.
Yeah. Now, if you have
Okay,
invul, then
Knigget,
it's they get
Knigget.
through the t-shirt,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
they now got to
So
get through the skin because that's the boss,
correct.
and
Well,
the
no,
boss got tough skin.
Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights have a 3 up armor save, and they
Mm-hmm.
also have a 5 up invulnerable save against shooting attacks.
Right.
Okay, so let's just say a unit with the multi-melta comes up to him and fires a multi-melta and hits and wounds.
Because that's what you
Well,
do with a multi-melta. Yeah.
correct. You're just giant microwave gun, just like molten lava coming out, and it goes at his knee. Well, because the melta multi-melta has a -4 AP, that means my 3 up armor save goes up to a 7 up armor save, which pretty much negates it. So since I have an invul save, I would automatically take the invul save, the
Right.
better save.
It's a
So
yeah. It's a second. It's a second chance. It's a lot
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
regen rules and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if it blows through your regular armor and you happen to have an invulnerable save, then you can take your invulnerable save because you have an extra cool shield that's protecting you from whatever damage is coming into you.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
gotta say, from what I was watching, with the battle reports in ninth edition, I
Mm-hmm.
very much like the way the regeneration protocol and the Necrons work now. They work a lot. They work a lot more to how I imagine them during gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
it's, aha, I was hit, invulnerable save. Yeah, how's that? And I'm like, that doesn't feel right. But it's the beginning of the turn. Which one of my minions stands up? I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, that feels better. Probably plays worse.
Well, I mean, it's the Necron special ability to be able to stand back up, right?
Right.
So it's like, well, how are we gonna make this happen? Yeah, it's just protocols. It's just the T2000 just getting right back up.
Yeah, and I really dig that. Um, okay, so back to this Custodes card. 2-up save. That's a pain.
Yep. That's a really good save. That's Terminator save.
Let's see here. What else we got? We got 3 wounds. Oh.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
3 wounds. All right, so it'll take 3 last cannons rolling nothing but 6s, and this guy rolling nothing but 1s, to be taken out of the game.
No, it could initially take 1.
Mm-hmm.
The last cannon can do D6 damage.
Oh yeah.
So as long as that
I
one
meant,
shot goes through.
I just missed the flashlight, not the artillery.
Oh, the last
piece.
gun.
Yeah, the last gun. Just do with the
Okay.
last gun. Yeah.
The flashlight gun. Yes.
Yeah, you know. Let's call him Steve. Good old Steve. You know, Steve gets a lucky shot off on a Custodes.
Yep.
You know, and then everybody buys Steve a beer because Steve killed a Custodes and lived more than 20 minutes in a battle. Steve is about to become a commissar.
Yeah, the joke amongst my friends is always like, "Oh my God, you blinded him!" Like what? Like you blinded him in the eyes with your las guns, bro. Don't get me wrong, it's a strong flashlight, but you're still a flashlight gun.
You know, let's see here. Leadership is 6+. Oh, that's fun. So that comes down to a little more than 50-50 for a leadership test or battle shock at that. That's cool. And objective control 2 per model. So if you have, how many of them are in this? Is this a 3 or 5? 4 to 10. Oh, so once they get an objective, it's theirs. Okay. Now the spear, assault, range 24, 2 dice attack. They hit on 2 ups. The strength is 4. So, what's the standard toughness? Or, what's the toughness of, let's say, a Chaos Marine?
Toughness of a Chaos Marine, standard should be 4.
Okay.
Terminator is toughness 5, and I think Possessed are toughness 6 or possibly 7.
So generally these guys are wounding on 4s. Oh, AP 1, so they're wounding on 3s. And 2 damage. Okay. Okay. The blade, 12 inches, has the pistol thing, can be assaulted. And pistols can't be used by the same character that uses their other range weapon. So, all right, get that. Can't use a shotgun and a pistol because
Correct.
game balance reasons. Let's see. 2 attacks, 2 up, same stats. So their pistol shoots as good as a shotgun, or their shotgun shoots as badly as a pistol. All right.
Well, here's the thing. You can use the pistol in 12-inch range, but you can also use the pistol if you happen to be locked in combat.
True.
So shotgun can only be used outside of combat.
Okay. So the Guardian Spear, 5 attacks, hits on 2, strength 7. AP minus 2. So they're always wounding on 2s or 3s.
Essentially.
And the dice save is going to be 4 for really tough guys and 6 for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so these guys hit like a truck. Now,
Yeah.
oh, they have Deep Strike.
Yep.
That's stupid. And they also get their katas, which I know stack with everything else. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. Okay. Let's see. And each time a model in this unit makes an attack, re-roll 1s on the wound rolls. So they're wounding on 2s, re-rolling on 1s. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And while this unit is in range of an objective marker you control, I'm guessing that's 3 inches.
Yep.
You can re-roll the wound. You can re-roll the wound roll instead. Okay, just re-roll the whole thing. Screw it.
Yeah.
And Sentinel Storm. Once per oh god, this is a feat. This is a once per game stupid thing. In your shooting phase, after it gets a second shot. Okay. Oh, and let's see. If you give them the shield, they get an additional wound. I like that. I like that. So you have to break the shield before you break them, unlike Cadia. Um, and the Vexilla, I'm guessing that's the flag,
Vixilia, yeah.
adds one to the objective control in the model's unit. So that would take it from 10 to 11 if it's a standard unit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Love these guys. Love the way they look. Love the filigree. Love it all. That's my big thing.
Yeah, and that once per battle game, that's for as many units as you have. Every one of those units that you take can do that once per game.
What? Hang
You were
on.
reading their
Looking at
abilities,
the
right? Once per
wardens.
battle.
Huh?
The rule said once per battle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you can take in a single list, you can take up to 3 of the same units.
Right.
So you can do that same ability 3 different times with 3 different units.
Okay. And the wardens. Let's see. They've got the axe, which is just like the spear.
Mm-hmm.
At least at range, except it's not a pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Um, melee, the axe has a 4 attack, and the guardian spear is a 5. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, the axe hits harder, but it's harder to hit because it's a weapon skill of 3 instead of 2. However, it's strength 9, AP 1, damage 3.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Um, Resolute Will. While a character is leading this unit, each time an attack targets this unit, if the strength characteristic of that attack is greater than the toughness, here we are with the legalese.
Mm-hmm.
So if the party of the second part attacks the party of the first part,
It's
and
a
the
thing.
party of the first part has a character leading the unit, leading the party of the first part's unit, when the party of the second part attacks the party of the first part's unit with the party's leader, attacks against this unit, if the strength characteristic of the attack is greater than the toughness characteristic of the party of the first part's unit, subtract 1 from the wound roll. So if this guy has a leader with him, or if this unit has a leader with him, and somebody stronger than them hits, they hit softer?
Yep.
Okay. And let's see, once per battle. Oh, another one. At the start of any phase, this model, or models in this unit, have feel no pain 4 up. Oh, and they have 4 up invulnerable. Do the other ones have invulnerable? I don't know. Oh yeah, the other ones have a 4 up invulnerable as well.
Yep.
Okay. I'm kind of seeing it now.
Yeah. That's why, like, again, going back and reading those index rules and data cards, seeing what the units do, that's where the get good noob aspect comes into it, and also knowing what you're playing with. And like, okay, well, I should be able to do this, and that with this unit because of this rule, this rule, and this rule. Cool. Back it up. Here's my card. Oh, okay, cool. Let's have at it.
Right. And again, once they did that, I'm like, okay, I'm in. I like this. I like how they're doing this now. I can mess with this. That's one of the reasons, because given all the gear and all the books I had to buy in the first part to play with people that either didn't want me around or were just not very cool people. I wasn't willing. And then you put GW's business practices on top of all that, and I'm like, no.
And I'm out. And I'm out.
I'm like, that's 5 strikes, man. 5 strikes.
Oh, jeez.
You know. But they released combat patrols. I have the index cards. They did the stuff that every other miniatures game is doing.
They're catching up. They're catching up. They're like Internet Explorer, but they're catching up.
Yeah. So I'm like, you know what, old man? You learned a new trick. Everybody deserves a second chance.
Touche.
You know? So that's where I'm at. Everybody deserves a second chance, so I'm giving them a shot. Okay. However, I'm still learning. Haven't played a game yet. That's coming Saturday,
Mm.
which is why I'm painting these up because I have to work my day job tomorrow,
Ah.
so I won't be able to do that. And now let's paint this guy's face. Face painting.
No, I hate doing faces, I'm not gonna lie.
So, well, fortunately, the aggressors are mostly metallic in the face.
Oh, helmets. Oh,
Yes.
helmets. Okay.
Helmets.
Yes.
Faces, I don't mind because of the Army Painter paints. And because I've surrendered myself to never, ever doing eyeballs.
That's fair.
I'm like,
That's
oh,
fair.
eyeballs. Yeah, that's cute. No.
No, not today, Satan. Not today.
Exactly. Like, yeah, not today, Satan. All right. Yeah. Oh, it's blue. Well, it turns out I might have blue. I do have blue right here. And it's even a metallic blue. Hooray. So I'm going to do this blue, and then I'm going to lighten this blue up with a little silver. Or maybe I don't have blue. Okay, back in the box. We're going back in the box. Oh, hello, box. You're getting a lot of use today, ain't you? Yeah. Here we go. Army Painter Speed Paint, Master Set. Thank you, sister. Oh, I'm seeing Beowulf blue. What is Beowulf? Nope, that's Periwinkle purple. Come on, Beowulf. Come on, I'm looking for the blue that'll just tell me how cool it is. Come on, Braggin' Blue, Braggin' Blue. Tidal Wave. Ah, there we go. That looks like Beowulf. Nope, that's Royal Robes. Tidal Wave, Satchel Brown. That's
Royal
my
robes might work.
Caribbean Blue, Ashen Stone, Grim Black.
All
Oh,
the color names.
Battleship Gray. Is that? Oh, it was right there in the very first one that I opened up. This is what happens when you've been live streaming for 4 hours straight. Yeah. There we go. Beowulf Blue, everybody. Beowulf Blue in the face. We're gonna Beowulf Blue this guy right here in the face. All these guys right here in the face. But these are the speed paints. So we're gonna have to rebase them. And that will happen really quickly. You could use primer. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna white out their faces. Yeah. So here we go. We're just gonna white out.
Oh, is the speed paint more of a contrast?
Huh? Yes, speed paint is contrast, but cheaper.
That's what they did.
Huh?
That's what they did. Oh, I was just wondering how they were getting that speed paint going. I'm like, how's it a speed paint?
Oh, dude, I swear by them.
Oh.
A lot of people were saying, "Oh, they have reactivation problems," but then 2.0 came out where they fixed it,
Ah, okay.
and the complete set with like, God, how many paints are here? The speed paint mega set
Yeah.
was about 200,
Oh, okay.
and this has, come on, just give me the number, 50, 50 paints.
Okay.
So
It's not bad at all.
that's $4 a pot.
Yeah. It's about standard price.
So I thought speed paints were like, or everywhere I saw contrast, they were 7.
Well, I mean, for the pot size, for the paint pot size, that's about standard.
Yeah. So There we go. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Yeah, just get that in there. Hello, overbrushing. Make sure we don't get it all chunctified. There we go. Leaving the chunctified. Doing the faces, and then I gotta find the rest of my gunmetal because the stuff I was using just ran out. There we go. So I guess we'll be using broadsword gray on the rest of these figures, which is okay because broadsword gray coupled with the broadsword gray on just those three, because yeah, the speed paint set came with metallics. I hear they're okay, but I try not to listen to too many reviews, you know? Because I don't know who is qualified for what and who's just talking out of their ears.
Yeah, that's good. That's fair.
And I didn't go to art school. I went to film school.
All right.
Here we go. Broadsword gray, broadsword silver, everybody. So let's take a look at this. And is it as silver as the other stuff? Nope. This looks to be a gunmetal. Good. Good, good, good. Now we can get this going, because we still got to put the treads and the symbols on this rhino, or on this tank, as it were. So let's get this done. Yeah, look at you. It's really thin, but then it's supposed to be. Okay. Fix the killer. Fix the... Yeah, that guy there. There we go. Look at you. I'm foxtailing. Probably need to clean this brush. But, don't care. You know, while I'm here, I will take some of this white and block out the stuff that's going to be yellow. There we go. And a yellow knee pad. Boop. Boop. Yeah, just get a little more runny. White is such a thing.
It sucks. I hate it.
I hate it, but not as much as I hate yellow.
I hate it. Oh my god. I did a commission for a person we got recently, well, not recently as in right now, but like they had just gone into the hobby and they ended up buying a Thunderhawk already pre-built from someone, and funny enough, it happened to be from one of the people that I knew from one of the old Warhammer crew. And I saw how it was put together and the state of it and everything, and it was in a sad state. So I ended up completely tearing down this Thunderhawk, this giant, just big old chunk of resin that any wrong move could probably pretty much like crack it in the wrong way.
Oh, it was from that one company.
Forge World.
Yeah, it's a Forge World one.
Yeah.
I almost wanted to call it a Craft World, and I'm like, no, that's the Eldar thing.
I mean, close enough. But yeah, so like I took this thing apart and put it back together and fixed the some of the issues it had with it, as well as painted it for him. He wanted yellow. Oh my god. I had to coat that thing twice.
Was that the first time you ever painted yellow for somebody?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I was, it was a learning process. I'm like, all right, man, like, look, like I'm gonna do this. And
Because yeah, the real question.
mainly because it's a Thunderhawk and because you already put so much money into it, I'm gonna do it for free, mainly because I don't want to charge you for something and then you be unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm gonna do this for free because this was actually something that I've wanted to work on. So I'm just gonna make this clout, type of deal. Like, look, you can show your friends that, I painted this for you. Like, and I'll even post up like the befores and afters, and like the befores and afters are just like night and day. Like there was some like bad like gluing. There's some gaps. There was a lot of issues that I ended up going through and like ended up fixing and making it look as its best version as possible.
Well, aren't you
So
great? Because
I was like, I'm gonna do this for free because if I mess it up, I don't want you to get all pissy and be all like, man, you charged me this much for this. I'm like, no, 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 no. Like, look,
gotcha.
this.
Because yeah, having painted a bunch of yellow.
Yeah.
One, I don't do commission painting. I'll do commission printing, but I won't do commission painting. But if
Mm.
someone came up to me and said, "Yeah, I want you to paint this thing for me. I want it yellow," I'm like, I don't care
Right
how
out.
behind on my mortgage I am. No.
You can go right out. You can go right out the door.
I'll tell you what. I'll teach you how to do it.
No. I primed it, Wraithbone, beige
Okay.
or whatever the color is.
Yeah.
And then I went over it with lament. No, not lamenters. I still have some of that stuff. Paint. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I was using it the other
There we
day.
go.
Oh, there it is. Contrast Yandon yellow.
Oh, okay. Yan yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, and as a contrast, and I've never used contrasts before. So the first time I tried it with the paintbrush, oh my god, it looked horrible.
Yeah. You got a lot of
I'm
that
like,
redness in it, huh?
it was an extra nice dark golden brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, the nice dark gold. I was like, oh man, all right, I'm gonna have to do it all over again. So I primed it all over again, and I used an airbrush. World of difference.
Yeah.
World of difference.
Yeah. That's real talk on that one.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I after I started today's episode, I'm like, I should have just pulled out the airbrush
For quick batch painting, yes,
for the base
absolutely.
coating and stuff, and I'm just like, you know what? I won't be broadcasting tomorrow, so I'll do some makeup on that stuff. But
Mm.
let's see here. There we go. So yeah, pulling these things up again because I've got the photos of my combat patrols. They're not great photos, but they're photos.
Mm. All right, so one unit of Vespid's done.
Oh wait, that's not the ones I was looking for. I was looking for that one. Doop doo doo
What am I
doo
gonna do
doo
with
doo
this
doo doo.
beast?
So yeah, so the real talk, with the 40K stuff,
Mm-hmm.
um, are you leery about what GW is going to do in the future? Because I hear that a lot. I hear a lot of people going, "Yeah, but I don't trust Games Workshop. They're going to figure out a way to make this not fun." And I'm like, could you define fun?
No, the people that aren't gonna make it fun are all the diehard win it all cosplayers. Those are the people that don't make it fun.
Okay.
Um, GW is going to do what GW does and try to put out a product. And now that they're actually been more, um, they've been more open with what's going on, more upfront about things. As far as the rules go, so as far as rules wise are concerned, like they've actually been paying attention to the crowd. They actually
Right.
have been paying more attention to the crowd. Hence why you see them unleashing free rules for everyone to like download and use, at their discretion. So they're listening. But if you're talking about like Primaris Marines being the way of the future, like yeah, pretty much. Like, but that goes with just about any game. Like that goes with any sort of like entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Look at video games. Started with the Atari, moved up to the Nintendo, moved up to the Super Nintendo, the Dreamcast. Like, they just Stuff
Dude.
gets better. You know, things are gonna change.
Dude, if I knew that you had this attitude about games, we would have been playing together a long time ago.
Oh yeah, no, like I want to win. Don't get me
So,
wrong, but I'm gonna be a silly bastard about like winning things.
by the way, yeah, I painted about 30 of these.
Oh,
That was when
oh,
I first got the Army Painter Speed Paint starter kit that came
oh,
with a yellow.
oh man.
And I'm like, well, since I'm not doing the Smurfs, because everybody makes fun of me for liking Smurfs, and I'm not good enough at any game to be like, yeah, well, guess what? I Alpha Strike you off the table. La 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 la, bitch. You know, I wasn't that guy.
I get made fun of having space puppies.
Yeah, so I'm just
So
like,
I'm like,
I'm
nah,
just
dude,
like,
whatever.
all
I don't
right.
care. This space puppy don't care.
I'll go for the Imperial Fists because they're the Space Marines I like second most,
Mm-hmm.
specifically because of TSS
Oh, okay.
or TTS. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Talk to speak.
because I was initially drawn to the Thousand Suns
Ah.
because I like magic,
Yep.
and the one-page rules pastiche for Grimdark Future has Thousand Suns. Okay, and a friend of mine, when I taught him how to play, pulled out a Thousand Suns army, and I got the wonderful, wonderful experience of fighting horrors for the first time.
Oh, fun.
And I'm like, okay, cool, those blue guys. I'm just gonna shoot those guys. Cool. Now they split into two pinks. What?
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry, what? And now those two pinks split into two yellows each. I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah, the brimstones.
I'm
Yep.
like, yeah, could you I'm like, okay, so you're just I gotta kill those guys like 5 times? And you brought 10 of them on the board? I'm glad I packed a lunch.
Mm-hmm.
you know. And then I heard all the Magnus did nothing wrong, and I'm like, okay. But I hadn't studied the lore yet.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm saying. Like he
I
pushed the
thought
red button.
Vulcan was perfect in every way, unless you were an Eldar baby.
Um.
And then I remembered there's no good guys.
Yeah, there are no good guys.
You know. And,
Because hell, even I remember one of the lore bits was there was a flotilla of imperial imperial men or like some survivors from a
mm-hmm.
planet that was infested by demons that the Grey Knights made it onto planet and ended up like just exterminating the entire planet just to get rid of all the demonic presence.
No.
But because there was a whole bunch of there was a huge refugee flotilla getting away from it, the Grey Knights wanted to get the flotilla and kill everyone on the flotilla. Luckily for the flotilla, Space Wolves roll around. They're like, no, the hell's wrong with you? These are good people. Like, how do you know? We know. What, can you smell it? Yes, we can smell when fucking people are tainted and when they're not. Like, leave these people alone. They're fine people. No. And so Space Wolves ended up losing some ships to the Great Knights, finally to the point where they held them back long enough to the point where all these Imperial citizens finally made it to their new home planet. I think they ended up taking them over to the Fenris system.
Mm.
But Logan Grimnar, chapter master of the Space Wolves, went on to the Grey Knight ship, wanted to parlay with the Grandmaster, and come to an agreement. And so there he goes, Trump. I'm gonna go over. Let's talk. All right, cool. Are you the headmaster right now? You're like, yep. Oh, excuse me. I'm like, okay, cool. He grabs an axe off his hip, chucks it, hits the guy square in the head, goes now, and gets teleported out.
Wow.
And the rest of the Grey Knights are just dumbfounded at the fact that Logan Grimnar, chapter master of the Space Wolves, a chapter known to hate teleportation because it's chaotic tendency to do things, literally came on board, threw an axe at our chapter master, killed him, and then just teleported out.
Bailed.
Yeah, and just bailed. Like, nope, fuck you. I'm done arguing with you. You did not listen. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are the new guys on the block. We know better.
He yeeted out.
Yeah, he's like, yeet, whoosh, I'm out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's some of the fun fluff you get to hear from everywhere. It's like, holy shit, like that happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, that goes to show you that even the good guys that are the Grey Knights that are there to defend humanity against the the evils of the warp don't give a fuck if you're not tainted. They will get rid of you to protect everyone else, even though there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah. My ride or die, the main guy I'm probably gonna end up playing with, he's a massive Grey Knights player. And when I first
ask him about that. Ask him about that one.
And when I first taught him Grimdark Future, like the very first models I ever printed for tabletop wargaming were bugs. Okay. Because I don't care what space game you're dealing with, a bug alien works. I don't care if it's Starship Troopers or aliens or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, bugs, fun.
What could go wrong?
And I used my bugs against his Grey Knight equivalents, the Knight Brothers. Okay. And he was like, what? This was a named character. I'm like, dude, I'm attacking you with 36 dice.
You're gonna feel some pain, bro.
Yeah, well, as I said, with Grimdark Future from One Page Rules, they're literally keeping the game super simple. Okay? It's you can move and you can shoot. You can stay stationary or you can shoot. Or you can charge. But there's no charge phase, there's no psychic phase. They don't have the phases. And again, it's alternating activations. So I had the Termagant equivalent in
little
charge
gribbly
range.
Dude. Okay. Little gribbly dude?
Yeah. Little gribbly dudes. And I only had 5 left. But they all had weapons. They had barbed claws.
Yeah. Which
were they used the same stats as 40K. So it was A6 hit on 4 up.
Okay.
And they had a thing called Furious in this, which is if the unit is furious, it gets +1 die to its attack roll on a charge.
Nice.
Okay. So I attacked him with 35 dice.
Oh, man.
And I needed a 4 up. And again, there's no to wound roll. There's just hit and dodge.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, his dodge roll was like 24 dice that were 2 up.
Oh shit.
And his character had 4 hit points. He rolled poorly. And he was mad.
Yep.
And he's like, it's a named character. He should be lasting longer. I'm like, really? Oh.
Oh, man. Odds were not in your favor.
Odds
were not in his favor.
No, they were not.
See, that right there is Dice Hammer.
Now, yeah, speaking of hammers.
Yeah.
I've heard Dice Hammer. I've heard Math Hammer. I've heard Hero Hammer. Why is there so much mockery around the different playstyles?
Dice Hammer
is it mockery or is it just good-natured rimming?
Good-natured rimming, because if you're doing Hero Hammer, then your list pretty much revolves around central units, much like Wormhordes with your casters. Your casters are the be-all, end-all for the armies, correct?
Yeah.
So
or
that's
like
pretty much
Crisis Protocol, where everyone's a solo.
Okay, so where everyone is a solo, that would tie in more to Kill Team. Because although it is a unit, it's every member in the unit acting solo. But in a standard game of 40,000, where it's like 1,000 to 2,000 points, you have your HQs, which are the ones giving out all the buffs. New edition, 10th edition is now giving you the ability to take pretty much as many heroes as you want, as many characters as you want, obviously within reason. And they all do different things. So you have Hero Hammer at the head because you'll have your Gillimans, your Tigurius, your head tiger for the Ultramarines.
Even your
You have your
Sicarius.
Yeah, your Sicarius. You have all those guys. You can have them in your list, and they're all doing something, and that'll be Hero Hammer. But can heroes actually hold down the fort and get those objectives without the troops?
Right.
So, and then when you go with the troop wise, then you're looking at Dice Hammer because you're just looking at inundating your opponent with a bunch of dice rolls.
Pour one out for Cadian shock troops.
There it is. So the Dice Hammer part is like, oh yeah, you're just making the opponent roll dice, and hopefully, with all those dice that he has to roll, he's not gonna make all of his saves.
Right.
Math Hammer, then that's just you looking at the probability of how many 6s or 4s or whatever you need to roll to make sure this unit gets their points back for whatever thing they're supposed to be doing.
Right.
So not so much like it's not necessarily a bad thing to use those names. It's just a style to describe what kind of things you're looking at. Again, Dice Hammer is more of the probability game, or Math Hammer is more of the probability game. Dice Hammer is like, okay, well, I'm gonna roll this many dice, which means you're gonna have to roll this many dice. And Hero Hammer is like, how many characters can you have in there, giving you all the buffs to make your guys all super cool, and is that really gonna do anything for you, type of stuff.
Okay. So it sounds like I've been taught these things by people who were like, you shouldn't have won. Or I feel bad because I lost, so I'm going to make this joke to cut the tension.
A little bit. I'm like, you were just doing Hero Hammer. Like, well, yeah, look at all the characters I have. I'm doing Hero Hammer.
Okay.
Like, you shouldn't have won because of rolls. I'm like, okay, so now that person is doing like, Math Hammer. Because like looking at the probability of like this one unit surviving 5 fusillades from like, your entire army and having a 10-man unit get whittled down to one dude after 5 different units of heavy ammunition going into him is improbable. You're like, that shouldn't have happened. Matt says that should not happen. How are you guys rolling? How are you still alive? It's
and it's like, well, because we're here. You know how we do.
Yeah. It's the dice giveth and the dice taketh.
Yeah.
So
the guys in Canada say dice tell stories, and I'm with that.
Yeah. I'm a huge proponent of that rule, especially when it comes to D&D.
Oh yeah, bro.
anytime anybody in the party, including myself, makes a bad roll, I'm like, situational dice. I'm like, what? The dice knew something needed to happen. The dice knew something needed to fuck up. It happened to be me. That's where I fuck up, and that's what makes this game interesting.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
It's like dice
it's
tell
situational dice
and critical fails. Critical fails take work off the GM shoulders.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why it says it's a situational dice roll. Like, what? What do you mean situational? Like, the dice deemed something needed to happen, and this is that something. So now we're all fucked. Get ready, guys.
Like, yeah, you have that other character, huh? Yeah, you have that other character up.
So what was that other character you were thinking about? You might want to.
Well, it's actually funny because tonight is normally my D&D game. And my GM took the night off, and my GM is graciously letting me play the character that I would never let in my game, or one of the iterations of the character I would never let in my game. I say an iteration because he's human and not halfling.
Oh.
Okay. But yeah, I'm playing a time wizard.
Oh.
With the luck feat.
Oh.
Along with extraordinary luck. So essentially, I'm that guy that's going, hey, look at me. Look at me. Look here. Look here. I'm the GM right now. I don't care what he rolled. I say he passed. That's right. You know, because
That's pretty sick.
it really is. It's only balanced out because the combat stats are such garbage.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
like,
he can't hit the outside of a barn.
oh no, I mean he can. I've got an okay dexterity with crossbow expert,
Oh, okay.
but that's about it. I've got 2 offensive spells. Everything else is, yeah, no, later on I'm gonna need this. Now I'm gonna need this. Hold on, rewind time. Let's try that again. Wrong reading, wrong reading. Let's do it again. Once again, with feeling. With feeling. I want to feel it
Gotcha.
this time.
Gotcha.
Okay, so there's that. Now I need that blue. Now I need the blue. Hello, paints made of spid. Okay. And then I'm gonna do a little highlighting on that tank, and we are battle ready enough. Especially since the tank is a proxy.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I don't have one of the floaty things.
Oh, the bases. Yeah.
No, not the floaty bases. The God, what is this thing?
The impulsor.
Yeah, I don't have an impulsor.
Oh.
Haven't even printed one. Oh yeah, guys. Hey, look at this. Now we just got a little bit of cleaning up around that knee. And then these guys will be practically done. Hooray. 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 Yeah, I'm putting on as one thick coat. I don't care. My player will know who is what.
Mm-hmm. And ultimately, that's what matters.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. So, have you ever gone down to the Guild House in Bellflower?
I have not. I heard good things about it though.
Well, the dude that owns it used to work at the Battle Bunker.
The Games Workshop.
Yeah.
The Westminster one
The one
or the LA one?
The one over by Art Supply Warehouse.
Okay, yeah, the Westminster one. Okay, cool. What's his name?
Charles. Yeah, Charles Mendoza. Good dude. Really good
Why
dude.
does that sound familiar?
Back in the
I'm pretty
deck, helped him set up a 3D printer in his shop,
Uh-huh.
which is cool. So now he shows people how to use the 3D printer.
Nice.
What is it that you're painting on?
I am painting a Riptide.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me
Oh, are you talking about the paint though?
no, I'm literally talking about the model.
Yeah, it's Riptide.
Because you're going all intricate and all that. Check it out,
Oh.
everybody. Look at that.
Yeah. So since Tau are the Weeb army, I said why not go full Weeb? And
Full
so
what?
I'm make Weeb.
Oh, weeb. Okay.
Yes, anime Weeb. Yes.
I'm
yes.
like, I thought you were talking about marijuana.
No, not the devil's lettuce, not the devil's lettuce. No, Weeb. I said I was gonna go full Weeb on it, so I'm trying to give it a Evangelion Unit 01 kind of paint scheme.
Okay.
And then if that wasn't enough, it's gonna be fluorescent paints too. So it's gonna be a glow in the dark army, which I already have a few other models like done up pretty decently, but it's a lot because I'm using a color shift paint. I don't think you can tell all that great right here. But this
Oh, yeah, I can
metallic
see it.
blue, this metallic blue goes to a purple at certain angles. And that color shift scheme kind of reminded me of Halo. So I just ended up combining all the fandoms into one. I'm like, okay, well, it's mecha, so it's big giant robot dudes, and their vehicles already kind of look like the Halo vehicles, so that already reminds me of the Covenant. And okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna coalesce everything into like this army, and it's gonna be great.
Okay.
Yeah, and then let me see if I have access to him.
Oh, very cool. 'Cause yeah, I'm seeing all the bright colors and stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
trying not to think of "Don't hug me, I'm scared."
So
And I'm like, dude, that looks really good.
there's that guy, and then there's this other guy.
Mm-hmm. Boop-a-doop-boo.
Dun, 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 dun. Then, nope, yeah, there. Oh, there it goes. Nope, not down there. Oh, where'd you go? Oh,
There we go. And pop it up, pop, pop, pop. Okay. Now, other thing. Other thing. Wow. That is going to be so distinctive on the table.
where you are.
I'm going to be like, oh man, Decker Claw's around. Decker Claw.
So, yeah, this is still just in the prime area. This is the first one I painted in that
Move it
style
a
of paint scheme.
little. Move
There.
it a little more into frame. Totally missed
Yeah.
that first part.
Oh.
That
So
guy
like
is
this.
cool.
Yeah, so he already has the fluorescent purple and green on them
Mm-hmm.
because this one was the first one because I was still trying to figure out how I was gonna make it work.
Dude, he's
So
so
he's pretty much
toy.
set up. Was that
He looks like such a toy.
right? And I'm telling you that the paint right now, I don't know if you can see the kind of like the purple, but the blue does go to purple, like under certain angles.
I know that color shift paint.
Yeah. So this is the Turbo Dork stuff. Then, so this was the first unit, and that one was just like my test subject, and I liked the scheme. And so I ended up buying two more, and I ended up putting this one in this pose, like a kneel down pose, taking some damage.
Oh. Now,
Yeah,
did
so
that shield generator come with the model, or did you go third party?
third party,
Okay.
Daily Print Studios.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do a whole bunch of other stuff, and like, so I did this, and I wanted to get this done up, and like right off the bat, the rest of the model still needs to be painted up, obviously.
Yeah,
So,
I've seen a couple of things that they sponsor. Like I said,
yeah.
I watch an unhealthy amount of battle reports. And
So,
I really like their blast stuff for guns.
yeah.
You know.
So I got that guy. So he still needs to be finished up, but yeah, like I need to do that. But then I got a hair up my butt. I'm like, you know what? No, I'm finally gonna make one look like Unit 01. And so I started adding the orange in spots where Unit 01 would have them. The guns are magnetized as well, so that's not a problem of whether it's gonna stay on or not. These things still need some painting before I glue them on. Let's see if I can actually get it into position as it should be. May not be able to. So like that, and he should be in a move forward position along with the shield on the side.
I would say those look really fun to play against. But
So
maybe after I make up my Death Guard army. Because I've seen what Tal guns do.
this edition they got pushed down. They got nerfed. Or let me rephrase myself. They didn't get nerfed. They've been redone because we can't say they are nerfed because it is a new edition, and since it is a new edition, it is on a new way of being played. That being the case, it is not nerfed. It's just a different way to play the army.
Cool.
So until this way of playing the army is established, and then GW says something about like, no, we're gonna do it this way now, then you can say it's nerfed. Until then, it's just a new way to play the army.
Yeah, it literally is all right, these are the new rules on the block, kids.
Yeah. Go ahead and learn them. That's all it is. Nothing more other than that. So
Very cool.
yeah.
All right. So now we're going to start with the tracks down here. Okay. Because this is where we got to get in our gun medals. And just to do this properly, we're going to start with kind of a black. Okay. I'm going to go in with kind of a black. Let's call it blackish. Not to be confused with a sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
Boop. There we go. That's about all we need. Now, guys, I know I'm not a painting guru and all that stuff, but I always find that it's a lot easier to dry brush your metallics over a black than to go any other way.
Oh, what's the effect you're going for?
You know, paint on model.
I mean, that's a good effect. Anything else more anything else more descriptive besides paint on model? Because
Nope,
I mean,
nope.
that's
There's
a key
no more than
objective.
that. That's as far
Okay,
as we
just-
go
just-
it back in the deck.
Paint going on the model. Check. Okay.
Paint on model, paint on model, or paint on toy, toy on board, dice get rolled, happy, happy day. That
Perfect.
is our,
Okay.
yeah, that's as far as we go.
Okay. Just wondering. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Oh yeah,
you know.
and here I'm gonna give you one more example of like crossing the streams here. As
Ooh.
I said, this was as I said, like the Tau armies is all weave and kind of like Covenant like and Halo like. That's why I gave it the blue purple color shift paint. And Farsight got a new model, and one of my friends was talking to me, and he's like, "Dude, are you gonna get your Farsight?" I'm like, "No, why would I get some Farsight?" Like, don't you want an Arbiter? I'm like, "Oh, you're right. He is the Arbiter, isn't he?" He's like, "Yeah, man, totally." I'm like, "Ah, damn it." All right, fine. So I grabbed Farsight, and Farsight already has a way different color scheme than most other Tau Seps,
yeah.
and I was trying to figure out how to blend them in as Arbiter, and so this came out.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah, that is super, super weeb.
yeah. So Arbiter, like, I mean, the model already came with the sword and everything and the banners, and he happened to have like a little tree with like green nubs, but I just made him into cherry blossoms, and the color scheme blended itself really, really well.
Yeah, I dig
So-
it. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, that's what that is. So now Farsight is just the Arbiter because he did leave the Tau, Union as it is. So that does make him that spot. I'm like, all right, well, I
Well,
have
you
an
know,
Arbiter now.
technically he left for the greater good.
Yeah, exactly.
The greater good.
Yeah, the greater good. So that's for the greater good.
Or the greatest decent.
Right. Even then, even Tau like are known to be like jerks. Like, oh, we're gonna trade with you for like 200 years. Oh, you still don't want to be part of our union? All right, well then, just FYI, all that stuff we've been trading you, yeah, your race is now sterile. What? What? Yeah, all the supplies we're hooking you up with. Yeah.
So, one of the
Start
newer YouTube
sick.
channels out there that talk about lore,
Yeah.
I think it's an African British guy and his white guy friend, and he's been explaining Warhammer lore. I'll say their names when I'm close to logging off. I don't want you guys leaving. No, seriously, their names are Isander and Coda,
Okay.
and they're really, really fun. And they did an hour-long video on Farsight lore.
Oh, okay.
You know, they just told his whole story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, so they put him in the thing and he sacrificed himself. And they were like, good, you passed. That's fantastic. You passed. You were willing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. The greater good of all, the greater good of your crew. And he's like, oh, cool. Quick question. What happened to the people that didn't pass that test? And they're like, oh, you want to be a mech pilot?
Totally getting. Wow.
So yeah, and
Really
according
strong-minded.
to the way that they explain it, is the Tau show up saying, "Hey, Greater Good, check it out. Yeah, you should totally join our union. Pay no attention to the phasers that are on the ship that we're showing up with."
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
wait, can't that ship destroy a planet? Oh, don't worry about that. So about this Greater Good thing. No, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna worry about that. Oh, don't worry about that. No, no, really, really. Well, see, we're offering benefits. You get dental. Yeah, I don't want to hear about your dental until I hear about those phasers. What's up? Oh.
No, just safety. Just making sure everything's fine.
It's like, well, we'll tell
Not.
you about the phasers if you don't sign the union. We'll do a lot better than tell you about these phasers.
We'll give you a free demonstration. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's how they work. So they literally
No.
pull the "it'll be a shame if something happened" card.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a nice planet you got there.
Be a shame if someone were to
So,
point some heavily destructive cannons at
but
us.
yeah, but having watched the battle reports I've watched, I'm like, oh, they're very
Yeah.
stationary.
Yeah, Tau are very stationary. They need guide. Their gimmick now is to have a unit up front guiding all the other units.
Mm. And drones, lots and
And
lots of
drones.
drones.
Yeah, drones are still a thing. Drones used to be a bigger problem, but like now they've toned it down, and it was causing some wonky interactions. Specifically with unit sizes and how they interacted, how HQs interacted with them as well. So they definitely needed to fix that, and they, from what it looks like, they have.
Yeah, I was noticing, with those drones, I'm like, wait a second, you can push the drones out in front of you to take the hits.
Yeah,
Well, why don't you
essentially.
take 100 of those things? And Tau players are like, yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, that's what we try to do, but we get limited.
I'm like, oh, well, yeah,
Yep.
that makes all the sense.
Yeah. Rule of three got put into place, I think 8th edition,
Uh huh.
which is you can only have 3 units of the same data sheet
Yeah.
because people
Which,
just spam it outside of battle line, outside of like troops.
yeah, and real talk, I'm fine with that. I see that in every game.
Yeah.
Because,
It's like no more
uh,
than 3 because you're just cheesing it.
yeah, 'cause spam is only good every once in a while,
Yeah.
you know? And I
Oh
like
man, now I
spam,
want spam Masubi. Now I want spam Masubi.
you know? Yeah, spam musubi, that's the jam, dude.
Yeah, now I have a hankering for that. Talking about spamming stuff.
So, yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, so, all right.
Hawaiian barbecue. I need some Hawaiian barbecue.
Now we
with
got
spam
these,
Masubi.
and then we're going to make up. But as you guys can see, our third color, by the way, is going to be copper. Because, yeah, I pretty much use copper on everything. That's how I roll. Um, but we're almost through this. Now we just have to do a little bit of dry brushing to get that silver stuff on there, and then we shall be good. We'll just have to do a little bit, but then we'll be ready. I guess we'll get the orcs ready tomorrow after work. Yeah, I can live with that. Oh, so the speed paint metallics don't work like regular metallic, guys. Yeah, dry brushing is not a thing.
Yeah, no.
So, we are going to have to do this the old fashioned way and pull out this ancient piece of Raupartha steel. Just to let you guys know, like I said, I'm old school. Really old school. This paint is older than a lot of you viewers out there. So we're going to mix this nice and chunky chunk. And we're going to lighten it up with a little bit of silver. Okay, just a little bit of silver to make sure that we can keep this going. Because we're going to have to pick up standard silver, not Grey Lord silver. Thank you. Okay, here's the pallet bone, and here is the silver. All right. So yeah, so we're gonna do the shining silver again from Army Painter. Boop. You can always lighten up, but it's kind of a pain to do more than that. And then, oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So once we get this dry brushing done, then we're gonna touch up with the red, add a little bit of the copper in a couple of places, and then we're done. We'll have paint on models, and later on, we'll do pictures. So, now that we got these, ooh, oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that's, oh yeah. Like butter, baby. Look at that butter. Oh, it's all spreading. It's like Paula Deen without the racism. Look at that. Oh, this is great. Yeah, look at all that butter. See,
I'm
and
about
now
to
you
butter
got...
your bread.
All right. And see? The Dark Angels sequestered a tank from the Adeptus Sororitas. Because they said, hey, y'all have a saint with wings? So do we. Wow. Small world. And the sisters are like, we don't like talking to y'all. You need a tank? Fine. Take that one. Oh. Nobody likes rhinos. That's why you're taking it. Now get out of our convent.
Oh, the mighty rhino.
Huh?
Oh, the mighty rhino. I've had rhinos last me an entire round or an entire game. It was great. Those games back in 5th edition where you can able to like throw a tread and it got stuck in terrain or some silly shit like that, and just havoc ensued around it, and it's just like there, just the little rhino that could. Ain't nothing bugging it. He's just there. He's just chilling, just doing his thing, not bugging no one. Like, no man, I'm just here. I'm just chilling.
Oh, especially after your dude's disembarked. It's
Yeah.
like, so the rhino's not carrying anybody.
No,
And
rhino's
nobody
empty.
cares about its guns. It's a rhino.
It's just bolter. It's just bolter fire. And that one missile that you can only use one time.
Okay. Yeah, look at that. That's actually looking pretty good. You know, these blood angels are starting to grow on me.
Yeah, it's a good color scheme.
Now, is that a common effect?
What is?
Because, well, it's like, you know, you look at stuff on the page and it's like, meh. And then you see it in real life, or you help someone paint something, and then you're like, oh, you know what? I can mess with this.
The effect, the what you're doing right now to it?
No, not the painting effect, the psychological effect. I didn't like this until I made one, and now I like it.
I mean, there is some component to that. I go by the rule of cool. This model looks cool. I'm gonna paint it.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's part of my army. It looks cool. I want this. I'm
Well,
gonna make
like-
it work for me. If it doesn't work, then at least I have a cool looking model that I can display.
Okay, so like I said, the whole Grimdark Future model and all that stuff. One of the things they did was they have a fantasy version of their game,
Yeah.
and they have Saurians. Okay,
Okay.
Saurians
Dino
are
people?
legally distinct from, but inspired by Sephiron.
Lizard folk. Okay.
Uh-huh. And I'm like, cool, lizard people. I'll print up some of those, and I made so much fun of the geckos. So much fun. I'm like, the geckos are... No, seriously, these guys are not skinks. They're geckos. Type of thing.
Nice.
And I'm like, ah. But then I printed a unit. Just 5 of them. And I put a little purple paint on them. And I'm like, these guys are kind of adorable. And now I'm like, fine, I like the geckos. Grr. You know, and that's very much a 3D printing thing, where if you get the file for free and you're like, and then you make it and you're like, okay, these are cool. Because I really looked into them because I needed a fantasy army for battle reports,
Mm-hmm.
and they've got one faction that is pretty unique to them.
Mm.
They're actually called the Duchies of Vinci,
Okay.
and they're essentially AdMech in fantasy, but they're based on Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh, okay. That's
And
cool.
he's actually a printable figure. Like one of their titans is literally a clockwork fortress with working legs.
That's cool.
I'm like, yes, I will have this all day. Thank you. I'll also have some water. Thank you.
Mm-hmm,
You
mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm.
and they've got the clockwork robots like TikTok from Return to Oz.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
God, I'm old. Um, but I looked at the Saurians because one, um, I know you're younger than me. I just don't know by how much.
I'm gonna be 40 this year.
Okay, so I got a good 6, 7 years on you.
Hmm.
So this might be a little bit before your time, so bear with an old man.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, there was always this argument about what kind of animal Goofy was.
Ah,
Because, see, he couldn't be a dog because Pluto's a dog,
right,
and Pluto doesn't speak English.
right.
But Goofy speaks English, has a job, can drive a car. So what is
Somehow.
Goofy?
Mm.
And God, I forgot where I was going with that.
Saurians, Goofy.
Oh, Saurians. Okay, so with Saurians that were coming up, they had one model that had me at hello,
Mm.
and it was a Saurian warrior, which is just a standard lizard folk,
Mm-hmm.
riding a velociraptor. And I said, yes, please. So I'm like, a dinosaur that mounted and is riding a dinosaur?
Dino person on top of the dinosaur. I'm here
Yeah.
for this.
And their alligator warriors looked way better than the Sephiron from Games Workshop.
Ah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm going to check out this army, and I put it together.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the idea. And I was mad because they didn't have one for Grimdark Future, which is essentially um Age of Fantasy
Mm-hmm.
is this company's version of Warhammer Fantasy Battles.
Okay.
Okay. Not to be confused with Age of Sigmar, although they
Mhm.
do have the Stormcast Eternals.
There are some similarities. Yes, yes.
But they also still have Bretonians
Mm. Okay.
and Seraphim.
Okay.
And I think they have vampires. I don't know. I gotta ask my dude. So, oh, and they have beastmen.
Okay.
And the beastmen are cool. Not just because they're cat people. Because some of them are
okay.
goat people.
Like you actually have kitty people. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, again, proxies are the word of the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is coming out pretty good. I'm liking this. So we put this on top of there. See, people, now we just have to make the proper gun, which is here. And this is always easy because it's all the way black. So there we go. Yay, look at all that. Look at all that. Look at all that. Then we got to go in and touch up. Touch up on all that filigree and stuff so that this is mostly red and not red and dirty. Is it because it's red and dirty? Is it because it's red and dirty? Okay. All right. Is that all that? Yep. Now, let's grab our tiny brush. Yeah, we go back to our tiny tie brush, but we've got to clean it. Take care of your brushes, people. I mean, all of mine are crap brushes from the 99-cent store, except for the semi-crap ones I bought off Amazon for $10. But even a crappy brush means everything when you need it and you don't have it.
As long as you know how to use the brush to get what you need to do it.
Huh?
As long as you know how to use a brush to get it what you needed to do.
You know, I got to get so much better on my brush cleaning protocols. Because I've got that ADD thing where I start something and
You load
then
it
I
with paint
keep
and then you
doing
leave
it
it alone?
until I fall down.
Um,
And then when I fall down, I'm like, I'm not cleaning my brushes. I'm not, there's no cleanup. There's no maintenance. There's no nothing. I'm going to bed.
gotcha.
And here we are. And that means the very next day, I've got to clean like 15 brushes.
Yeah, that is a thing.
And I'm like, well, I don't ever plan on getting good enough to need things like fox hair. So, yeah. And I have such volume, I don't tend to run out of brushes when I need them, but you never know. Okay, and this is the straight up Carmine Dragon. Okay, this is the color that we've primarily been using. And now we're just doing touch up, guys. You know, fixing those places where the paint got out of control. It's almost like doing edge highlighting. There we go. See, a little bit out of control, but it's all better. See if I can get this line better. Boop. Yellow knees. There we go. And yeah. All right. And you see, guys, we're getting that. Ooh. Pff. There we go. And we're back on the line. Yeah, so we're getting that red cleaned up. And then after we get all the red cleaned up, we've got one more color, and then we are done. Done, Daddy. Done with all this painting, and then we're out of here. Man, I want to thank you for being available to hang out like this. This actually makes me feel like I'm in the 21st century. Well,
Look at us, we're doing things online via the internet.
I'm so used to doing stuff in person, being like, hey, you want to hang out? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not coming out of the house. I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, that was a lot of us.
You know, I go from like, yeah, look at this charisma to freaking Rick Moranis and everything he's ever been in. Okay. Suddenly Seymour, or suddenly Solar is standing beside you with miniature painting and no singing voice. Okay. Does that mean I'm gonna have to watch Little Shop of Horrors this month? I hope not.
Probably. Unless you want to be a dentist.
Huh?
Unless you want to be a
Bro,
dentist.
before I learned what a sadist was, I thought he was the coolest character until he slapped Audrey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Get out of my office.
Get the Vitalis. Quick, the Vitalis. Which is a standard Steve Martin joke, believe it or not.
The Vitalis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, Steve Martin is way too educated for most people.
I'll believe it.
And Vitalis, believe it or not, is one of the Latin phrases for blood.
Oh. Huh.
So, like, in my second favorite romantic comedy, Roxanne.
Ah, yes.
After he beats up the guys at the beginning and he gets to the bar, the joke is, hey, what's this on my racket? Is this Vitalis? He's like, no, it's blood.
Nice.
See? Quick joke. I mean, it's no I am Pagliacci, but it's a thing.
I guess the point across.
All right. almost. Here we are. Arr, arr, arr. Okay. Yay, the shell. Fixed the shell. Okay, yeah, look at that shell. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't draw circles. Never could. Don't care. They'll know these are aggressors. I think I overprimed this one.
Thin your paints.
Hmm?
Always thin your paints.
I rattle can prime this one, dude.
Oh.
I haven't pulled out the airbrush.
May have gotten a little too close.
Of course. I might do that when it's time to paint the Gene Stealers battle box. Or the Gene Stealers Combat Patrol. There we go. This little touch up. Get all my out of control brushness taken care of. At least to the quick glance of the eye from 2 feet away.
Yep, 3 foot rule. Does it look good from 3 feet away? Yep, then you're good.
And yeah. And I don't tend to do battle damage on my models, which is odd. A lot of people are like, yeah, just take a little brush and put some silver on it. I'm like, no. My family does military service, and they spend half of their time shining their shoes. However, with my Astra Militarum, I might do a bunch of battle damage, but that will be my oil wash army. Because all of the oil wash makes it all of the good. Again, according to the stuff I've researched and read, the Imperial Guard has a, half-life of 20 minutes on the field?
Something like that, yeah. Like seconds, if that.
Except for the dude that is beloved by Ghazghkull Thraka.
Oh, yeah, Yorick. Commissar Yorick.
Yeah, or Sly Marblow, or whatever his name is.
Sly Marble, yeah. The Rambo of the Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, I want them to release a data sheet for him.
I think he had a data sheet. I could have sworn he had one.
I can only imagine. Always fails or always succeeds on ones.
I mean, he was pretty broken. I'm not gonna lie. I remember one of my friends using him in a game in 5th edition, and
well, he took down a freaking Titan alone.
Well, I was about to say he was back in 5th edition. They used to have blast markers for blast weapons, specifically grenades and whatnot. And my friend ended up making Sly Marble pop out of nowhere, seemingly nowhere, and proceeded to throw a melt-a-bomb, a detonation bomb, onto I think it was a 7-man unit of Death Marines that one of our buddies was playing. And he's like, what can Marble do against, Death Guard? We're tough. We can take whatever you're gonna dish out. We can take it. Don't worry about it. What is Arnold? What is Stallone gonna do? Like, no, dude. Like, you don't understand. Until he popped out 6 inches away, threw a grenade, landed dead center, took out the entire squad. He's like, the guy was flabbergasted, and you can tell he was getting to the point where his steam was about, like, the little teapot was about to, like, shout.
Oh, okay. He had smoke coming out of his ears and everything.
Oh my God. He was just like, what in the, how is this 55 point model able to take out 250 points of Death Guard, tromping away? What? He was not having
it's like,
it.
yeah, they should have let him get something to eat.
Yeah, the buddy was not having it. He's like, that's not right. That's too broken. I'm like, yeah, that's why it's only one dude who can do that once a game. That's still too much. That's still too much power. And yet here you are with your powers of chaos, giving your guys extra points of toughness and like all this other shit. And yeah, you're complaining about the one dude who can do that once per game.
And besides, Slime Marbro, he doesn't do push-ups.
Yeah, no.
You know,
The the,
he
the
puts his
world just
hands
goes
on the
down.
ground and the world runs away.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm sorry, that's Chuck Norris. That's Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris doesn't do push up. The ground just gets away from him. Yeah. You're like, oh, that's not right. That's not right. I'm like, oh, dude,
Okay.
like, I mean,
Oh,
that's
I
per
forgot to put
rules.
yellow here. I gotta put some yellow on their teardrops
I'm like, as
or on
per
their
the
blood
yellow,
drops.
or as per the rules, bro.
Hmm?
That's how slide works.
What?
Oh, like as per the rules, that's how slide marble works. That's not right. That's too much. That's too powerful. Like, dude.
Yeah. And I heard the Imperial's name is like Sherlock or Indiana Sherlock Clouseau or something like that.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about anything about that. I'm not big on the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, he's like one of the first Inquisitors.
Oh, one of the I wonder
Yeah.
who would it be?
And I'm like, okay, yeah, Sherlock something Clouseau, and I'm like, okay, all right. That was back when this game was still considered very much satire, and I am all there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's
Yes.
the part I would really like. Like that's the part I like about the lore. It's like I don't have a British sense of humor, no matter how many Monty Python jokes I make,
Mm-hmm.
and there are many.
Yeah. Knigget. I'm like Knigget. I'm like, oh yes, Knigget, Knigget.
Yes, yes. You know, and yes, this Knigget says icky, 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 zoop, patang. Um,
Yup.
but I definitely understand and appreciate the satire of this game, or of this lore, rather.
Mm.
Like, I don't think I'll ever take it that seriously. You know, I like
That's
making chittering noises, so I will use Tyranids.
mm-hmm.
You know, I may even check out like a playthrough of the Space Marine games, so I know what these guys say.
Space Marines is pretty much for the Emperor or for the McCrag.
Mm,
Blood Angels, you don't get to see them too much, but you do get to see some representation towards the end of it.
some what?
Representation on some of the other chapters because the Space Marine game is mainly Space Marine or Ultramarines.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So you get your blue boys doing their thing.
So, yeah, I know when I was watching text to speech, I fell in love with the mockery of Kato Sicarius. Or
Nice.
rather, I Kato Sicarius.
Ah,
Yes.
yes.
I'm like, okay, I love this guy. I don't even know where this guy's from. But yeah, looking at the rules, I like how the Space Marine, I like how the Ultramarines play specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Because that whole, yeah, they're good at everything, but not great at anything.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
being good at everything just makes them great overall.
Yeah.
And I like that. You know, I just wish they could take as many flamethrowers as the Salamanders or the Battle Sisters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Salamander's seen as, volcanic home planet and whatnot.
Mm. Oh my god. All right. Now we're at the
Man.
makeup stage. And then one final color. And we're done. Which is good because I have literally been here since 2 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
Yep. I've been sitting in this chair since 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, wow. You've been going at it. All right.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, we started these from primed. Just
Nice.
primed. So, when I saw you online, I had been on for 3 hours, and I'm like, yeah, let's see if we can get a guest in here.
Oh, okay.
A guest is good. You know? Just kind of making sure that the audience don't get too bored.
Hmm.
And we still got a few people watching, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Two voices are better than just one.
Hmm?
This is true. Two voices are better than just one.
Yeah. Especially since, again, you're a veteran, you're playing. Yeah, the Ruthless Wonder, He reads all the lore.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think his goal in life is to be the emperor of mankind.
Well, then he has a hefty goal to go. He has a
Yeah.
lofty goal to go follow. Yeah,
I'm like, let me know how that works out.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Do
Because
you remember? Go
you
ahead.
know, um,
Yeah.
I found myself caught up in that game of like, well, if I lived in the Warhammer universe, I'm like, I wouldn't. It's
No, no,
like, no,
wouldn't.
dude, you're totally like Melkador. I'm like, no, I'm not. I would literally be,
Everyone is expendable. Everyone is expendable.
I would literally be some poor schmuck working at a manufactorum that just gets sick of it one day and dives headfirst into molten slag. Or I would end up becoming chaos tainted
Yep.
because I have a tendency of singing. You know a lot about Broadway,
A little bit.
so in every musical, the main character, you can always tell, even if you come in late, the main character and the villain, because the main
Yeah.
character has what's called an "I want" song, the song that
Uh,
says why they're unhappy and what they want out of life.
mm-hmm.
So you've got, except for Princess Jasmine from Aladdin, although Aladdin kind of had his with the bread line,
Mm-hmm.
and the villain has an "I am" song.
Okay.
So you've got the good guys saying, I want adventure in the great white somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the bad guy sings whatever song the priest from um um
Hunchback from Notre Dame.
yeah, that song. So Jafar didn't get an I am song because, how could you how could you ever take time away from Robin Williams? That's the real question.
Oh.
Um so I'm the guy with the I want song, and then I can see like a chaos representatives going, "Hi, we heard you
I can
singing
help
an
you
I
with
want
those.
song.
I'm like, I can help you with that.
You're having
Sign
a
here,
hard day at
please.
this manufactorum? Yeah, this job kind of sucks, doesn't it? Bet you could use an extra hand every now and then, huh?" I'd be like, "Yes, I like your point of view and would like some of your literature."
Why, yes, I have heard of your Lord and Savior, Slaanesh, or Papa Nurgle, or Zinch,
Yeah,
or Insert Chaos God.
yeah, exactly. I could totally be like, "Yeah, I could totally use an extra hand. Tell me more." Achoo! Oh, you're already with us, man. What?
Well then,
I sneezed and an extra arm popped out of my forehead. Now
we
I
didn't
can
say.
put bolter casings on at 3 times the speed. That's amazing.
Now, mind you, we didn't say what kind of hand we're gonna give you or where it was gonna go.
I thought you were speaking figuratively, but I can work with this. Yeah, just don't let an Inquisitor find you.
What? Bye. You there? Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my 20 minutes in the Warhammer universe. Somebody says something to me, I say I'm sorry, what? And then Inquisitors come and they shoot me in the mouth. I
Why do
wouldn't
you have
even
that?
make it
Why
to
do
a
you have the hook?
Necromunda game. I wouldn't make it to a Necromunda gang. I would literally be like on my way to a manufactorum for my day job and be killed for sport by one of the rich guys.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, I know how I roll.
No, yeah, I mean, the world of the 41st millennia is like, oof.
It's
The reality
garbage.
of it.
It's absolute garbage.
Yeah, it's like, how do you even? Why would you even want to survive? Like, how do you? How are the people still procreating there? Like, why are they still even procreating there? I'm like,
Because you
woo.
need something to take your mind off of all of the misery.
Oh yeah, I don't think. Oh, I mean, I guess you're right to some degree.
And let's be real. From what I could tell about the lore, even
Mhm.
alcohol is hard to find.
Yeah. No, there's only war in the far-flung future of the 41st millennia.
Yeah,
Huh.
there's no bars. in the
Yeah,
war-torn
no.
future.
As far as we're concerned, yeah, there are no pubs, no bars, no nothing.
Like in the grimdark future of the 41st millennium, there is only misery. There is only
Yeah.
heartache. The only thing on television is Tucker Carlson.
Shit.
Yeah, that's how chaos would actually get me, to tell you the truth.
The
Hey, Zinch has cartoons. I'm in.
down.
You ever heard of the Owl House? Oh yeah, I'm all the way in. All part of my plan.
Done and done.
Which
in
I'm not
like
gonna
so-
lie is my main reason for wanting to play the Thousand Suns.
Zinch connection? Owl
Uh,
House?
Well, you know that. So when I win, I can be like, "Yes, all went according to plan," and then when I
Oh.
lose, I can say, "Well played. You played directly into my hands."
Mm. Did I really lose, or did I just hold you long enough here to distract you from what was really going on?
You beat me in 40K, but where's your wallet? Mwahahaha.
Yup.
Uh, yeah, I actually have a fun voice that I use for freaking Slanesh. I just can't do it all the time because it makes me feel like an underboss from a JRPG.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nani?
Yes. You're like, hello. Oh, look at all of this. You hurt me so good with that last grenade. Ooh. You tickled me like your name was Sly Marlboro.
Ooh. Why does that remind me of the Techno Twins from Super Jail?
Exactly.
Jeez.
It all works, you know. Schmarmy. Smarmy is fun.
Damn Techno Twins from Super Jail.
Yeah. Which, don't get me wrong, I love how Fulgrim rolls. I really do.
Oh, geez, that guy.
Yeah, I do. I love how he rolls. I think it's great. Oh, you asked me a question. Well, I shall put on a play. Yes.
Very dramatic, very dramatic.
Everyone's like, yes, this is wonderful. And then when poor old Portarabo was like, will you shut up and just tell me? You ruined the pacing. Don't you understand comedic timing? I'm going home.
So bad.
Yeah. All of the benefits of being silly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is so gonna be a thing. So gonna be a thing. But
Yeah,
I shall have it.
the way I got sold into Space Wolves,
Hmm?
um Space Wolves, that's my main army.
Mm-hmm.
So I got sold into Space Wolves via my friend buddy at the time. When I finally cracked, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll buy like 500 points worth of like models so I can have like little skirmish games with you guys every now and then in between like D&D sessions. And I'm like, all right, give me the scoop on the 31 flavors. She's like, scoop? 31 flavors? I'm like, yeah, the Space Marines, all the guys that have like a whole bunch of factions. Give me the scoop on 31 flavors. Like, that's a good way of looking at it. Like, yeah, man, what's the scoop on all these ice cream flavors? Like, what do we got? What do we got? You know? And he starts going mentioning the names and like, right, those are those guys, salamanders, okay. And then he goes, and then there's the Space Wolves. I'm like, Space Wolves? Tell me more about these Space Wolves.
You're like,
What are these
wolves?
Space Wolves?
Okay, you had my
Yeah.
attention. Now you've got my interest.
Yeah, exactly, you know? And he's like, oh God. I'm like, no. Come on, tell me. Out with it. He's like, well, and then he starts explaining them. I'm like, so you're telling me these Space Wolves guys are Vikings in space? Yeah, pretty much. That's my army. I'm like, plain and simple. Space Vikings. That's it. I don't need any other explanation. Space Vikings. That's it. You got me. I'm in. I'm in. He's like, just like that, just like that. I don't care about anything else. Space Vikings.
Yeah, my Space Wolves will actually be probably repainted by Saturday
Nice.
for the Space Wolf box set.
Oh, nice.
because again, I'm gonna be using these guys,
Mm-hmm.
and they're already practically painted the Space Wolf colors, except they have gold.
Oh, okay.
So blue and gold. Again, I painted them a lot like Thousand Suns, but then I saw the Combat Patrol box for the Space Wolves,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, there's not a whole lot of models in this. Oh wait,
No.
it's got uh, it's got the Invictus Walker,
Uh-huh. Yep.
and I have one Invictus Walker in my collection that I've yet to paint. All right, let's get to this.
Nice.
Um,
Yeah, see, the ruler cool. It has a cool model. I'm gonna paint it. Let's get it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And the Dark Angels come with the Dark Angels are gonna come with the I think it's the Contemptor Dreadnought.
Redemptor.
Yeah, the Redemptor.
Yeah.
The naming conventions. Rah! I'm not
Yeah.
gonna complain. I've read the Night Angel trilogy. Now, and so yeah, I'm pretty much thinking I'm not gonna make the Chaos Marine one. I started to, and then my main gaming partner called me up and he's like, "Yeah, so I went down to Lost Planet to make some bad decisions because I don't have to buy that mechanical part." And I'm like, "What bad decision did you make?" He's like, "The Chaos Marine Combat Patrol." I'm like, "Why did you do Chaos Marines?" I literally have those on the print bed. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. I'm like, you had to do that bad decision of all bad decisions.
Of all things you could have done, you did that.
Yeah, seriously. Well, he's normally a Gene Stealer or a or a Drew
Oh,
Carey player or an Adeptus Sororitas player.
gotcha.
And I'm like, you grabbed another faction? You have no father.
Yeah, at this point, I just continuously build on the factions I have.
Yeah.
Like 5 is already too many. Like I wasn't ever thinking I was gonna go past Space Wolves, and here I am with like a whole bunch of weeboo freaking Tau army, and then I got like my freaking rock and roll band Noise Marines over here on the side, and oh geez, it just got out of control.
You don't have a 3D printer, do you?
No.
Oh, be thee ware, my good man. Be thee ware.
I started my collection back in 5th edition, and it just grew from there. Luckily, the Dark Angels pretty much kind of came free. Friend was getting out of the hobby. He's like, "Here, I don't want them." I'm like, "All right, cool." So I guess I know how to beat Dark Angels with Space Wolves because I can just play. People play with the Dark Angels as I'm playing my Space Wolves. He's like, "Oh, like that, huh?" I'm like, "Well, if you ain't playing them, that means they suck, right?" No,
Well-
they don't suck. I'm like, "Oh, well, then why are you getting rid of it?"
So you haven't actually taken a look at the combat patrol stuff, right?
Not the rules, no.
Ah,
I know they have the box sets. I know what some of the boxes more or less kind of come with, but like it's just a way to get you into the game like right off the bat, just and give you a little taste of it.
oh yeah. You know, I can see where people would think that. What I'm seeing is since the stat cards don't come with points and they have a pre-made loadout, um this is really, and I mean this, an easy way to teach young people how to play, which is
Oh, yeah.
what this whole experiment is based on. And second, interesting. I guess I'll look that up. And second, and this is a really big one, most of the stuff that's in the combat patrols consists of models that all the veteran players seem to have. So to test this, I'm gonna pull up the Space Wolves Combat Patrol, and you tell me if you have this. Cause yeah, there we go. Space Wolves Combat Patrol box. I'm pulling it up right now, and I want to know if. Yeah, I love it. It's an army in a box. I'm like, yeah, army in a box. Cool. Yep. Half of them with guns, half of them with swords. All right. There we go. One of these days, I will understand how people will have this kind of cash. Because I don't. So,
They don't. That's the problem.
all right. So let's take a look here. So this box set comes with these. It looks like it comes with 20 Marines and an Invictus. Now these Marines look like intercessors.
Mm-hmm.
Are they?
There are, I believe they are. You pull it up? Okay, cool. So yeah, bottom 5 are the Phobos guys. So those are incursors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the guy holding the axe, that is a special lieutenant for them with special he's actually a named character. And then the top guys are intercessors along with the Invictus Warsuit. And yes, I have every single one of them. I have 2 Invictus Warsuits. I have 3 units of 10 intercessors along with 3, actually I have 4 5-man units of incursors, 2 of which have grab shoots, the other 2 have the grapple guns.
And see, this is actually the point that I always try and come to right here. Because yeah, with the data cards, you get the data cards for all the guys that are in there. I know that this is Games Workshop, so it's a box set, and that commander is probably unique to that box set and will not ever be with anything else. I think
they sold them separately. I want to say they may have sold them separately.
One more time?
I want to say they did sell that lieutenant separately.
Yeah, but with different stats.
Yeah. Obviously, for like 8th, 9th edition, whatever the edition was, yeah.
Yeah, different stats and a different name, but same model. Ouch. But that card only comes in the Invictus or in the Combat Patrol. So okay. So my thought on this, and I think I said this already, but I think it stands to be said again, is a lot of people, especially those who have been doing like YouTube videos and stuff, they've been doing a lot of complaining about how this is not the way to start an army because you'll need to buy like, if you bought multiple of these boxes, you won't get a whole lot of stuff to really build out your 2,000 points.
Oh, yeah, no.
And I'm like, yeah, I can see that, but here's the thing. It's not for that. It's for, hey, I got these data sheets. Hey, 12-year-old cousin, so you really want to know what I've been doing with the tape measure on those train sets? Come on. I mean, am I incorrect in this?
So, what I'm saying what those box sets are for is it's a quick little like taste of the 40K universe, and it gives you a battle force that you can play with right off the bat. You don't have to worry about what's going on. Like, look, put these guys together, go have yourself a small game with these dudes specifically, because they're giving you units that are, you know, I guess synergize well with the army that you're giving them with. And, you know, see if you like it. And if you don't, like, hey, at least it was only $80-$90 or whatever it was for all these guys that you ended up building and painting over a weekend or 2 weekends or what have you, and have given you hours and hours upon hours of entertainment if you actually enjoy it. Right. Hey, you enjoy it? All right, let's get you into the 1,000 points game area. Let's get you something else. Like, you can still get the Blood Angels Battle Patrol, but not paint them like not paint them like Blood Angels. You can paint them like a Space Wolves if you ended up like in Space Wolves, or vice versa. You can start with the Blood Angels Battle Force. You see that you want more of these type of units, so you'll go over to the Space Wolves Battle Patrol and buy that box and just start filling out your ranks.
Exactly. And
so in a way, yeah, it's a little bit of like, hey, here you go. Also, since you like it, why not get some of these other starter boxes? Because they'll have stuff that you can use with them.
So yeah. And that's what I figured. But every veteran player that I talk to, I'm like, okay, this is your chosen faction. I pull up the Combat Patrol. I'm like, do you have these? And unfailingly, all of them are like, yes. And I'm like, good. You know. So after
Yeah.
stuff gets a little calmed down, I would love to have you over so we can film what I call a Twilight Battle Report.
Oh.
Thanks to one of my most loyal viewers, good old Neon
Mm-hmm.
Arlecchino.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I started painting these today, and he's like, "Yeah, Blood Angels versus Space Wolves are just Twilight." I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
"All
Team
right,
Twilight. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
I can deal with that." Real talk.
Yeah.
I'm,
Team Twilight battle. Okay, yeah, we can do that.
you know, because yeah, the plan is, um, I want to play with as many of these battle boxes as I have models for,
Mm-hmm.
and then interview people afterwards, and we can like, we film the battle report, and then we talk about the game. You know, kind of film the after action hangout.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that'll be fun.
Okay.
You know. However, I live in LA now. And most people are like, oh, God, you live in LA. I have to drive 20 whole minutes.
Inglewood?
Huh?
Whereabouts?
Right on the border of Inglewood, actually.
Really? Off the 405?
No, I'm off the 110.
Damn it.
What?
Okay.
Why damn it?
Because I have so many people off the 405. They're like, oh, okay, it's just the 405. That's not a problem. But now I have to go over to the one.
The 405, well, one, you have to pass the 110 to get to the 405 where you are.
No,
Or
you
should
don't.
I say you pass the 405 110 interchange from where you are?
For where I am, I grab the 22 to the 405 and I run to the 605 before into the 110.
Yeah, you hit the 605, the 710, then the 110.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm at the 105 110 interchange.
Oh, you're over there. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
in the hood,
okay.
bro.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Uh,
I've been a boy in the hood my whole life, and I'm always hard. So don't talk your trash. I'll pull your card.
all right.
No,
That's
kidding.
cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I am not hard. My sister's hard, and I'm teaching
Okay.
her to be an orc player.
An orc player. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, she loves orcs. Like I said, I'm teaching her Grimdark Firefight or Grimdark Fantasy,
Nice.
and once she has that all the way deep, if she wants to go deeper, then I'll bring her into 40K.
Oh, okay.
You know, but see, down here in the hood, we never had that stuff. We never had any of this. That's why I started this company, because I had to travel far and wide for nerd stuff. I literally had to go all the way to USC to get comic
Mhm.
books
Oh, snap.
when I was a teenager. Yeah, I'm real talk, man. You know,
Oh, jeez. 9 o'clock.
my nearest
Hold
Target
on
was
one
6
second.
miles
Hold on
away.
1 second.
Are you looking up that distance?
Oh no, I'm being asked what's for dinner.
Ah,
I'm like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know I'm on a live mic right now.
here we are. Now, yep, look at that. Oh, it almost looks like I did a third color. Hey, isn't that fun? Thing with red, since I do love copper, I always have to differentiate stuff from my world eaters.
That's a good plan.
Hmm?
That's a good plan.
Yeah. I respect the world eaters because they're very much a Ken and Ryu type army. What do? They go up and they hit you. And then
They just keep hitting
they
you.
hit you again. Well, what about their spells? Spells? I
No,
mean, I guess
no.
they have one or two spells that help them run up and hit you. What about their ranged attack? Oh,
That's just
they
called
run
Vitalis.
faster.
Their spell is just called Vitalis.
Yeah. It's like, well, what about their guns? Oh, you mean running faster? Yeah. Like, I love that rule that they came out with the 8. Like, hey, you killed one of my guys. Hang on, where you going?
You want some of this, obviously. You want some of this. You're getting our attention.
It's like, but we just killed one of your guys. You should be demoralized. Oh, corn care's not from where the blood flows. You see this
Demoralized,
cereal?
not-
This cereal is bone dry.
We just know who wants to play now. What do you mean demoralized?
You know. Yeah, this cereal is bone dry. I need something for these flakes, bro.
Mm.
So yeah, milk for the cornflakes. Let's do it.
hmm As long as the blood flows, corn does not care from whence it flows.
So, and yeah, I think it's Dan from Mini Wargaming. He's special?
Oh,
Yeah, he does. It's not the charge phase; it's the corn phase.
corn. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Not wrong.
Especially if you've
Not
been
wrong at
playing
all.
corn since day one. Now, see, guys, we're just doing a quick copper overbrush on top of this to give it a little flavor, a little bit on. We're gonna keep most of the other filigree steel colored. Okay, and now we're just gonna paint up these doors. Okay, to say, hey, this once belonged to the Adeptus Sororitas. Long ago, galaxy far, far away. It's ours now. Because holy crap, you're Horus. Come here. Okay. And yeah. So I am Sanguinius, and you will not kill me this time, or this time, or this time. But yeah, one of the things I gotta say though is I cannot pick a faction via the lore. I just cannot do it because the lore is just so cool on every front. You know, I love Alphon and Omegon. I think they're fun. But the Custodians look cool, and I'm like, yeah, I want to play those guys. And my friends that play these games are like power gamer. I'm like, what? They look cool. I don't know how to play. Oh, they're impossible to beat. I'm like, what? And even my Canadian friends, they go to another school, you don't know them. Are like, yeah, no, I tried playing Custodes, but nobody would play with me at the store. I'm like, for real?
Yeah. Like, mind you, like I take my space wolfiness pretty seriousness,
Mm-hmm.
pretty seriously. And by that I mean like someone said like, oh, I'm just looking to get a game. And then I hear what kind of army they have. Like, oh, one of those, huh? I'm like, yeah, no one's been able to play with you, huh? Nah, fuck it, let's do it. What? I'm a space wolf player. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna give you a hard ass time. I don't care if you beat my ass. I don't give a fuck. Let's do this shit.
Awesome.
What? Like, are you serious? Like, dude, I'm close combat. I don't care what you do. I just want to get in. I just want to roll some dice.
I'm gonna get up and we're gonna hit you, Team Edward.
Yeah, like I'm gonna get up in your face and I'm gonna smack you around as much as I can before you kill me. So yeah, let's do this. It's like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Are you
Who was
sure?
the other guys? It was Team Edward and Team who else?
Team Edward and Team Jacob.
Jacob. That's who it was. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, man, we're Team Jacob. Let's do this.
Yeah, like I don't give him a fuck. Let's do this shit. I don't care.
All right, and now, yeah, a little panel here, and this tank is. Hang on, put a little gold on the light over here. Yeah, it's a light. Yay! Am I gonna do any of these rivets? No. But I am going to finish the front here and then put this tank behind me. Yeah. Ooh, that's all right. You know what? I'll do that little detail there just for visual interest. Again, my jam is painting terrain. I'm not gonna lie. I actually enjoy painting terrain. The closest thing I had to an art class before I started painting miniatures were working in a special effects shop. And all the stuff I did was 1:1 scale. So I'm like, oh, it's full size. Which is funny, because when I do this stuff, I'm like, yeah, I kind of wish I could shrink. There we go. And yeah, oh, yeah, just, oh, look at that. Yeah, that always makes it a little better. Break it up. Break it up. Ah, I always love how copper looks on top of gunmetal. There we go. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, give it its ring. Give it its ring. And then one more set of colors on the other guys. A little bit of, just a little bit of put together. Yeah. So yeah, but I'm really thinking um if this game seems as interesting as I think it is, I'm probably going to be a primarily Necron player.
Okay.
Not just because they're easy to paint, but oh yeah, here we go, guys. Let's take a look at this tank right here. Oh yeah, look at that jazz. Oh yeah, we're happy. We're happy there. Happy there. We have a tank. All right, now one more set of things. And again, the copper plating is going to be very, very quick because we're only doing some other parts. Will I give this thing another wash? Who's to say? But right now, I don't need to because these things are table ready. Hooray, table ready. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to make his little thing copper color. Yay, I don't have to pull out the yellow. Okay. And you know what? Let's give him a copper knee. Oh, look at that. Oh, what misfortune in this day and age. All right. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think these guys have wrist flamers. Yeah, these look like flamethrowers. All right. Am I going to drill the barrels? No. All right. Hooray. Oh. Here we go. Have some visual interest. Yay. Hey, hey. Yeah. I'm learning to use phrases like visual interest. There we go. Ah. Ah. So close, so close. And then I can make dinner and get back to learning lore. Actually, I gotta do the photo shoot with the rest of these things. And go to the grocery store. I'm almost out of ice cream. There we are. Not a bad way to spend an after work day. Well, for some folks. This is my job. I'm still at work. Notice me. All right.
Ah, you can't call me into work. I already am at work. Ah, fuck.
It's like, you can't fire me. I don't just quit. I work from home.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, I'm getting stupid. I'm starting to have those ideas. The wouldn't it be cool if ideas. But those will come later. Those will come later. Later, wouldn't it be cool ifs. For now, there we go. Because I like things that shine. They're toys. They're my toys. I do what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I do what I want. Shoot. Don't like the way I paint my toys? Catch me outside. All right. There's that. Now these guys.
Okay, I'm gonna have to bow out because I'm getting the
Yeah.
hunger pains.
Yeah, I gotta call it a day sometime very quick too. because I'm starting to get silly, really silly. There we go. Yellow knee pads, or not yellow. All right, so these guys will get panels on their wrists. There we go, copper panels. Yeah, I have hit the silly place. I'm so inside Camelot now. But thanks for showing up, man. Where can the
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
find you?
I need to get it back up and running, but if I once I get it up on Twitch, it'll be Decker underscore Bloodclaw, Twitch TV, Twitch.tv, and then on Instagram, it's by the same name, Deckers underscore Bloodclaw.
Awesome.
And that's where most of the work that I've done, I've already painted, is on there. You can see some of the other Space Wolf models I painted, and I think I have my Imperial Knights, my Knights on there as well.
Oh,
So
sweet.
yeah. So I've been painting on off and on more recently. I just haven't really been streaming it, so I think I'm gonna have to get back on that streaming train again. Just so I can have a conversation and have a little push to get stuff done.
Hey,
So
are you saying that I inspired you? Neat.
yes, yes, you have. So
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Decker. I should have had you on the
absolutely,
show a long time ago because your name is what my fans are called.
yeah, I know. I've noticed.
So I'm like, all right. So yeah, thanks for showing up. Have a good dinner. And yeah, head on down to Decker's on the Book, and these pictures will be up probably super late tonight.
Sounds good.
And then yeah, because we're about done. We're just about done. And cause yeah. And look, I even got a third color for table ready. Man.
Oh, look at you. I inspired you to throw in a third color. Ha ha ha. Dual inspiration, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. See, I was when I say they're table ready, I mean they're table ready for me. The third color was always gonna be there. Because I can't not do copper. I don't know what it is. I guess, I guess it's part of my brand now. I don't know. But I wasn't gonna do it tonight. So I guess that was dual inspiration. Talking to you, keeping me on the line and all that stuff. All right, yeah, this has definitely been fun. And thank you for being here, Ernie. Seriously, this is some good stuff. You guys check out if y'all really want to know how to paint in ways that I can't show you because I haven't learned and I probably don't want to. Yeah, check out twitch.tv/Decker underscore Bloodclaw for his stuff because this guy is good. He is good because he takes the time and the care to do it. Because, like I said, you guys, if you really want to get better at anything, just try for 3 inches further today than you went last time. And this guy's been doing that for 10 years. Can't believe
Give or take.
Huh?
Give or take.
Yeah. Can't believe it's been 10 years since 5th edition.
Yeah. Wait, yeah.
Okay.
It's been a wild ride. It's been a wild ride.
Awesome, man. Okay, I will be ready to end this call in about 4 strokes. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, no, there's the 4th. 4th. Done. Finished. Technically, I still have a head to do. But where is my mouse? It fell. My mouse fell. My mouse fell over here. But the trackball stayed. Yeah, seriously. Thank you for being here. Let's go back to the show, because, yeah. Man. If there's still people watching that were here at the beginning, you guys are troopers as well. So thank you guys. So, yeah. And I will catch you later, Ernie.
Take it easy, Sella.
All right. Late.
Bye.
All right. So that was it. We got the whole army painted. Let's see Yeah, let's see if I can get a good shot with good lighting right here, or over here rather. I can't believe we did it. We did it. We did all of it. Yes, we still have to paint the bases black, but we'll paint the bases black and another time, because I've been here for lots of hours. Oh man, I missed a spot. I've been here for a lot of hours. No bathroom breaks. Wasn't that fun? Huh? Wow. We've been here for 7 hours. A 7-hour stream. That is crazy. But ooh. But we've done all of the stuff. We got everything painted. 7 hours with conversation. Table ready. And yeah. Now we still have to go to the grocery store and do some other stuff involving living. Hooray, living. Because remember, guys, these are games. These are our hobbies. They don't have to be our life. You know, you still gotta take time to spend with family and friends and all the stuff that makes everything worthwhile, you know? There we go. Now, let's see. Oops. I forgot one. Nope. Yeah, I forgot one of the teardrops. There we are. Okay. Hooray! We did it. Now let's see if I can get a good shot of these guys. That's working. Yeah, this should be working. Where's my mouse? Okay. All right, guys. Almost. All right. Yeah, this is coming up Millhouse, ain't it? There we go. All right. We'll just push these back just a little bit. Okay, guys. Here we go. Ooh-hoo. Oh, look at that. And I'm going to even take myself out of the picture so we can see this army. Isn't that fun? You guys were here as we did all of it. Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, that's it. We have a whole combat patrol ready to play, especially with our low standards. All right, so yeah, we got to get this over to the diorama, take a picture of these guys, and call it. I want to seriously thank some folks for being here. Thank Attila Khan. Like, serious thanks to Attila Khan. Serious thanks to Decker Bloodclaw. This has been a long show. I think this is the longest one I've done so far. So, with all that, if y'all got any questions, any comments, y'all want to talk about paint jobs or any of that other stuff, that's easy. That is super easy. All you got to do is pull up your email and type in backinthedeck@gmail.com. It's BACKINTHEDECK@gmail.com. You can also reach out to me over on Twitter and Instagram, both at backinthedeck. You can hit me up on TikTok under BidP, that is BIDPY. And if you are still part of that wretched hive of scum and villainy known as Facebook, reach out to us on Deckers on the Book. That is our Facebook group where we talk games, show pictures of what we've made, show pictures of what we're playing. We get rulings and all that other stuff. And when we don't know something, we can ask another decker, and then boom, we are all the way in there and we can do the jazz. So, thank you guys for joining me here today. I've got a lot of stuff I still have to do before I go to bed tonight because I gotta work tomorrow, and that sucks. But if anybody tells you that you can't like what you like because of the circumstances of your birth, be it race, religion, creed, gender identity, sexual orientation, your disabilities, or your budget, you can tell them to take any of those cards and put them back in the deck. This is Solar Gray, the Cinematic Sorcerer, saying thank you guys, and we will see you next week, starting Monday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, on the dark side of the room.